Chapter 403. The entire tavern fell silent once more. Dean? Big Dean? Bald Dean? Ricky stroked his chin and said with sudden realization, the Dean in Dante's greatsword who is quick-witted, skilled, and has a bright future? LaSalle was silent, while Steak nodded in agreement. Your informant really hit it well. Ricky clicked his tongue and shook his head. Dante's greatsword? Tampa frowned and scratched his chin. Ricky raised his eyebrows. Wait. That means, at that moment, the gazes of many mercenaries, including the tavern owner Tampa who was held hostage, followed Ricky and turned to the other side in unison. Their gazes gathered on Thales, who widened his eyes, and Quick Rope, who had a dumbfounded look on his face. What's going on? Thales thought in a daze as he became the center of attention again. Hey. Marina turned to Sean with a suspicious gaze and whispered, I remember that these two people are in Dante's greatsword. The mercenaries began to whisper among themselves. Ricky stared at the two of them with great interest. He seemed to have understood something. In the face of everyone's scrutiny, Thales could only show a subtle and awkward smile. You really came up with a good idea. Under everyone's gazes, Thales maintained his expression. Without moving his lips, he hissed at Quick Rope in dissatisfaction. Are you looking for a professional to deal with the corpse? He desperately controlled his gaze to avoid looking at the human-shaped sack by his feet. What do we do now? Beside Thales, the former Prince of Extet's face was also twitching. He put on an awkward expression, as if he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Calm down, calm down. Quick Rope wiped his sweat and put on a fawning smile at the fierce mercenaries around him. There will always be a way. The guests outside Blood Whistle noticed these small changes, but they obviously did not have the spare energy to care about these small matters among the mercenaries. LaSalle coughed. In short, that is our target. Even though we lost our initial clue, we still have reliable information from our informant, but at this moment, Ricky shifted his attention away from Thales and Quick Rope and raised his hand. Wait, this is Mr. LaSalle Weeder. The leader of the Disaster Sword said faintly. Following his voice, the lights in the tavern swayed slightly, bringing up the shadows of people. Ricky looked up and smiled. We haven't agreed to cooperate with you yet. LaSalle was stunned. The man, who had the air of a noble, put on a stern expression and looked at Steak. When you informed me, I thought you had convinced them. Steak spread his hands and put on a helpless smile. The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. LaSalle's brows furrowed and relaxed, perfectly suppressing his dissatisfaction. We didn't reach any agreement, Mr. Weeder, Ricky said with a smile. In fact, we suddenly welcomed you uninvited guests on the eve of our operation. You wanted to cooperate with us. Even now, we are still very surprised. Clay snorted softly, echoing Ricky's words. The mercenaries around him pressed down on their weapons, looking displeased. Steak waved his hand at LaSalle. So you must be there in person. I alone am far from enough. When he saw the hostile expressions on the Disaster Sword's faces, LaSalle came to a realization. He understood the atmosphere of the scene. All right. He nodded and quickly sorted out his emotions. His taut face revealed a sense of competence. Thales found it strangely familiar. Blood Whistle, or should I say, Disaster Swords. LaSalle raised a finger. I think we must come to a consensus. Ricky showed an interested expression and gestured for him to continue. You intend to rob the prison of bones. LaSalle looked around and raised a second finger. His expression was stern. And we aim to capture the Prince of Constellation. In Blade Fang's camp, these two things cannot be done separately. Ricky narrowed his eyes slightly. If you invade the prison of bones tonight, LaSalle said solemnly, then in just a few hours, the entire Blade Fang's camp will be startled awake. Then, in just a few hours, all of Blade Fang's camp will be alerted. Thousands of regular armed forces of the kingdom will flood this place like a tidal wave. They will bring with them cordons, search teams, patrols, and all the trouble you can imagine. After that, it will be impossible for my people to deal with the Prince of Constellation. LaSalle gestured at Stake, and the latter nodded humbly in agreement. Thales was even more puzzled about their relationship. LaSalle changed the topic. Similarly, if we kidnap the Prince of Constellation tonight, before dawn, the alarm in the camp will ring. Any suspicious forces, gatherings, and even mercenary groups will become the first targets of the Constellations. At that time, if you want to attack the prison of bones again, it will be even more difficult than ascending to heaven. The conclusion is very clear. We are like two people tied to the ends of a rope. If we don't exert our strength in one direction, if we do our own thing regardless of the consequences. LaSalle turned around. His words were full of force. That will just be two futile efforts. No one will get what they want. Ricky, Klein, and the others exchanged glances. They saw the wariness in each other's eyes. So, everyone, do you understand why we came here uninvited and late at night? LaSalle ignored the weapons around him and said loudly, do you also understand the need for us to work together? No one answered him. Only Stake patted his left wrist with his right hand and smiled in support. Ricky stared at the new guests with a solemn gaze. He did not speak for a long time. Then, LaSalle coughed impatiently and urged him to speak. You are very eloquent. Ricky gestured with his chin and said faintly, you don't look like someone from Shadow Shield. Vida. Who are you? LaSalle immediately froze. He did not answer. But Masked Man beside Ricky spoke. I remember now. Masked Man cast a sidelong glance at LaSalle and snorted coldly. Klein, you just said that this man's surname seems to be from a small family in Dragon Cloud City? Klein snorted in response. Ricky turned to his companion. Masked Man said faintly, 6 years ago, King Niven appointed a rather virtuous low-level noble as Extet's envoy to Constellation. He entered Renaissance Palace to seek justice for Prince Mariah, who died in a foreign land. That envoy's name is the same as this man's. At this moment, LaSalle was slightly shocked. But he was not the only one who panicked. On the other side of the tavern, Thales hid his surprise in a low cough. Beside him, Quick Rope had an aggrieved expression that said, why is it me again? Thales remembered now. Him, Thales Jade Star, and LaSalle Vida. It was indeed not the first time they met. So. Thales stared at LaSalle in a daze, then at Stake. Extet, Shadow Shield. The people who were here today were all his old friends from 6 years ago. And the only thing that could link the two of them together was, King Niven and King Chapman entrusted you with an important task at the same time, but you failed. Tell me, Baron Vida. Masked Man said in disdain, for a Northlander, a failed and humiliating diplomatic mission must have troubled you a lot, right? LaSalle Vida's face instantly turned livid. Stake coughed and came out to calm his cheeks. Can we? But LaSalle interrupted him. I don't deny my failure. The former Extet envoy clenched his fists and said solemnly, that is indeed a stain in my life. His voice trembled slightly. And I have paid the price, I am no longer a baron. Masked Man snorted and shook his head. I'm guessing that Dragon Cloud City did not deprive you of your title for no reason. And Black Sand Region could not give you any more compensation. Masked Man walked slowly to LaSalle and looked down into his eyes. After all, no one likes a traitor who appears to be loyal to Dragon Cloud City on the surface, but secretly colludes with Black Sand Region. He said coldly. The moment he said this, LaSalle raised his head abruptly. The former envoy glared at Masked Man in anger. But Masked Man did not seem to notice. He continued to chuckle and said, so you can only come to a foreign country and be in charge of some shady affairs. LaSalle clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Ricky, Klein, and the others watched this scene with indifference. But Stake frowned by the side. A Shadow Shield assassin who betrayed the Shadow Master, and a Northland noble who betrayed the former king, Masked Man continued to mock him. Traitor and traitor, what a good combination. LaSalle snorted loudly. It's not up to you to judge me, mercenary. He gritted his teeth and glanced at Blood Whistle in the tavern. Based on what you said. LaSalle said angrily, tonight, no matter which side we are on, we are all shameful traitors. At the end of the day, you are just traitors of the Tower of Eradication. Before his voice faded away, asterisk clang. Asterisk asterisk clang. Asterisk more than one sound of weapons being unsheathed rose at this moment. Marina already had both swords in her hands. Sean also gritted his teeth and pulled out his axe. More mercenaries took a step forward in unison and approached the insolent emissary with malicious intent. Murderous intent immediately filled the tavern. The uneasiness was so strong that Thales resisted the urge to reach for his weapon. Take it easy, everyone. Stake's voice rose among the murderous mercenaries. We are not here to fight. At the moment when swords were drawn, Ricky raised his right hand gently, as if he was used to it. He shook his hand gently. The mercenaries of Blood Whistle felt indignant, but they obediently withdrew their weapons and returned to their original positions. Their gazes on LaSalle became increasingly hostile. I understand now. A noble who no longer has his glory, but is indignant. He can only do some unimportant general affairs at the borders, Ricky said calmly. He wants to rely on a rare achievement to win back his master's trust. LaSalle inhaled softly, as if he was unwilling to admit this fact. So, LaSalle Weeder, you represent Chapman the First. Extet's Kinslayer King. Ricky's tone was slightly solemn. And the content of his words caused quite a commotion among the mercenaries. They whispered to each other, and the shock on their faces was clear on their faces. Thales felt quick rope tremble beside him. Wait. Thales subconsciously felt that something was off. Something doesn't seem to match up. LaSalle is King Chapman's envoy, and his informant is Dean. Dean discovered Thales' tracks, so he informed LaSalle. And LaSalle noticed that something is wrong from Dean missing his appointment, so he wants to save the situation? That's not right. Something is definitely wrong. Ricky sized up LaSalle and said, your king intends to draw us to his side? LaSalle raised his head and showed a faint hint of arrogance. If you can work with us, LaSalle said softly, and bring valuable spoils of war back to Extet together to prove that you are a force that can fight, His Majesty will definitely not be stingy with his rewards and rewards. Ricky raised his eyebrows, as if he was a little surprised. But soon, he, Klein, and Masked Man looked at each other and laughed. The mercenaries also sneered. As they laughed, LaSalle's expression became more and more tense. Finally, the disaster swords had enough of laughing. Stake, no wonder you have the confidence to play these tricks behind Ting's back. Ricky shook his head and sighed. When did you and your shadow shield get together with that cold-blooded king who killed his own brother? When did they get together? Thales suddenly remembered the day 6 years ago, when he and Saroma saw the Archduke of Black Sand region talking to Stake while they were in Lampard's carriage. LaSalle frowned hard. But Stake was grinning from ear to ear. He did not seem to be offended at all. As I said, I can not only provide you with a way to break out of prison. Stake raised his hands and turned around to greet everyone in the tavern so that they could see his smile. I can also bring you a way to escape from the threat of Constellation. Perhaps it will also be your choice to rely on for protection in the future. From then on, you will no longer need to hide, run for your lives, fear, and worry. The mercenaries began to whisper among themselves again. Ricky muttered and repeated, rely on for protection? Stake nodded. By his side, LaSalle straightened his clothes solemnly. Once it is done, LaSalle said sternly. I promise you that you will definitely have a place under His Majesty's command, and with Extet's protection and support, you will not have to be afraid of Constellation's threats and revenge, no matter how big the trouble is. Ricky pondered for a moment. The prerequisite is that we must submit to him and become Chapman Lampard's watchdogs and shepherd dogs? He looked straight at Stake. His smile was still on his face, but there was an undisguised chill in his eyes. Tell me, Stake, what price did you sell yourself and Shadow Shield for? His words were blunt, and even someone as thick-skinned as Stake could not help but stiffen. But Steak quickly reacted. He coughed softly and rubbed his hands together. This has nothing to do with the price, but with the market and demand. Like the most professional businessman, Steak said with a smile, 18 years ago, Ting claimed that he wanted to create a land suitable for Shadow Shield to survive, so he led the assassination that shocked the world. Masked Man snorted in disdain. Thales clenched his fists. Ever since he stepped on the path of becoming a prince, many signs had shown that the Jade Star royal family's assassination during the Bloody Year was strange, had far-reaching implications, and affected the fates of many people. And the source of that assassination was right in front of him. But Teng was wrong. Steak said resolutely. The most suitable era for us assassins is not a chaotic world filled with starving people, and neither is it a peaceful age of wisdom. He raised his voice, and his expression was stern. It is an era where peace and conflict alternate, where opportunities and dangers coexist, and where employers and targets coexist. Ricky furrowed his eyebrows. Everyone knows that we are assassins. We are warriors who take risks and face death with equanimity, Steak said calmly. And you are mercenaries, swordsmen who wield swords for others, or sellers of swords. It doesn't matter what you want to call yourselves. The mercenaries looked at each other at a loss. Assassins and mercenaries, apart from everything else, are both living with their specialties and working for other people. That is the only way to maintain their normal operations. But what do you think supports the survival of the two of us? Money, desire, hatred, enmity, ideals, future, hope, or love and justice? Steak's words caused many mercenaries to have strange expressions on their faces, but more of them began to think in silence. But Steak immediately turned around with large strides and said resolutely. None of them. What truly supports our survival, he said in a callous tone, which was rare for him, are the needs that call out to us. Steak's expression was stern as he said in a low voice. It is power. He stretched out his right hand and slowly clenched it in the air. Power is the foundation of our survival, just like how war is to heroes, and bones are to famous generals. Ricky's expression became more and more solemn. Steak turned around, as if he wanted to convince everyone in the tavern. Those without power want to seize power and seize it, while those with power want to expand and centralize it. So they come to us. They either hire or bribe us, and we use methods that break the rules to fill the power vacuum, or consume too much power. And us? We are a group of vicious beasts that feed on power. We seek survival in the ambitions and grand plans of the rebels or rulers. Whether it is you or us, whether we are assassins or mercenaries, we are born to live in the cracks of power. Thales quietly listened to the Shadow Shield assassin's philosophy. Klein frowned, and Masked Man spat on the ground even more straightforwardly. Teng might be a madman. His arrogance and overestimation of his own abilities brought about his own doom in the end. Steak was unmoved. He continued, but the initial intention he used to convince us was not wrong. We, Shadow Shield, need an era that is suitable for us to live in, so we should take the initiative to create it instead of waiting for the era to eliminate us. And what we really need is power to demand us, a power that is powerful but still needs us. This is what can guarantee our survival. Steak turned around again and faced the three disaster swords. There was an unusual fanaticism in his eyes. That is why we need such power. A ruler who has a country, an army, land, and people at the same time to buy and hire our services and maintain our existence. But he cannot be too strong, so strong that he tries to control us and annex us, just like how Constellation controls the kingdom's secret intelligence department. But he cannot be too weak, so weak that he cannot support us or protect us, just like the pitiful vermilion tail guards of Anlenzo dukedom. Steak put up a finger, twitched the corners of his mouth, and nodded. This is the secret that allows assassins and mercenaries to live forever. The assassin ended his speech, but the mercenaries looked at him suspiciously. So, this is the power you found for us? The Kinslayer King? Ricky raised his eyebrows. Steak exhaled in resignation. Thanks to Teng, Constellation is already our destined enemy, and Constellation is recovering and rising. This is really not good news for us. In this case, I guess that we don't have many choices left. Steak showed a mysterious smile, as if he had remembered something. And I have to say, King Chapman is a very special king. Besides, Chapman the First fits our standards very well. He is strong and powerful. Not long ago, he completed the purge of Black Sand region and became the suzerain of Extet. Secondly, Extet is in internal strife. Although he is at the peak of his power, he is also in trouble. The Archduke is eager to fight, the enemies outside are eyeing him covetously, and the disputes in his territory are difficult to settle. And King Chapman's ambition is unfortunately all-encompassing. He will need us. As Steak spoke, he exchanged a glance with LaSalle, who nodded. Have you solved your doubts? LaSalle asked faintly. By the way, the premise of all the above is that we can live up to expectations and complete the mission today and seize back our target. But Ricky obviously had other opinions. Power is the foundation of our livelihood? He rubbed his chin. Interesting way of putting it. But you left out half of it, Steak. Steak raised his hand to show that he was all ears. LaSalle frowned, as if he was dissatisfied with the group's lack of cooperation. Ricky leaned forward and pointed his index finger at LaSalle. The Kinslayer King, or any other power, will slowly seize our throats when they develop step by step. And when they become completely powerful, they will not leave us with too many choices. His gaze slowly became focused. He will turn you into the secret room and the secret intelligence department who spread rumors, and turn us into the White Blade Guards and Royal Guards who guard the door and sweep the floor. If you are unwilling, Masked Man snorted angrily and crossed his arms. Also, once Chapman Lampard becomes so strong that he can ensure the stability of a region, the prosperity of a country, and the peace of an entire lifetime. Ricky sneered. It's just as you said, Steak, a peaceful and wise world is not suitable for assassins. Steak smiled but did not say anything. LaSalle did not move. So, what you want is not loyalty or attachment. Ricky's tone suddenly changed, and his tone was cold. You want to be a parasite. Steak's smile froze on his face. What you want is not attachment or belonging, but to live on King Chapman's body like a blood leech. While you serve him, you will use his power to strengthen yourself, and his shadow to protect yourself. Ricky went straight to the heart of the matter and went straight to the point, and when he becomes strong enough to escape your control, when the muddle-headedness and lifelessness of this world is about to be broken by the growth of power, it will be time to abandon him. You will use the sharp blades and claws he created for you to fight against him, secretly help his opponents, join his enemies, find your new host, and always make sure that you are in between the cracks of power. This time, even LaSalle's expression became very unpleasant. Just like that, you will live on, grow, move, become a parasite, and grow again. Repeat your cycle over and over again. Live with power, and live side by side with conflict. Wherever there is power, there will be shadow shield. Masked Man snorted softly to show his approval. Be careful, Baron Weeder, Ricky said coldly. When blood leeches suck too much blood, they will also suffer a backlash. His tone made Steak and LaSalle's expressions turn solemn. Ricky stared at LaSalle, who put his hands behind his back and furrowed his eyebrows. A few seconds later, Ricky spoke again. But... Chapter 404. At that moment, Steak and LaSalle raised their eyebrows and looked at each other. They could not hide the surprise in their hearts. Didn't this guy just... But Ricky raised a finger again. But you have to understand that this is just a practical consideration. No matter which side completes their goal first, the other side will be in trouble. So, we can only work together. He quietly looked at Steak, then at LaSalle. Aside from this does not mean that we have boarded your pirate ship. Be it me or my brothers, the Scions outside the tower have their own creeds and objectives, and their own ways to survive. We do not believe in *T theories like relying on power. If Lampard or you think that you can use the grudge between us and Constellation to force us to take sides. Ricky's tone turned cold. Then you have made a mistake. Masked man snorted and said, "A huge mistake." The lights in the tavern swayed again. They illuminated Ricky's expression, making him look especially serious. Steak took a deep breath and smiled brightly. "I guess this is considered happy working together?" Ricky stared at him for a long time before he curled up the corners of his lips. "That's right." In the next second, the mercenaries exhaled together and regained their energy. It was as if their leader's words had livened up the atmosphere. "Then let's do it," Steak said with a beaming smile. "We'll start with the prince." At that moment, Thales cursed in his heart. Shadow Shield, Disaster Sword, King Chapman, the three parties had formed an alliance. Their target was himself. This is not good. Especially when a certain person is sitting right under their noses. The heavens do not respond, and the earth does not respond. In the tavern, the three parties, who were originally in conflict, sat down again to discuss their plans. "So, you want to find a prince who was originally in your hands, but has escaped your control again?" Ricky sighed. "Is it that difficult?" LaSalle snorted angrily. "Is it that difficult?" the former Baron of Extet repeated sarcastically. Over the past 3 months, LaSalle clenched his fists in indignation. For that stupid prince, the secret room and the kingdom's secret intelligence department fought fiercely at the border, and there were many casualties. King Chapman's men suffered heavy casualties both inside and outside the country. They were dispirited and disheveled. From Dragon Cloud City, the city of faraway prayers, to the Great Desert, everything is in chaos. Even Shadow Shield suffered heavy losses. One of their strongholds in the desert was destroyed by the orcs who appeared out of nowhere. When Steak heard this, he smiled bitterly. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Over the past 3 months, Russell crossed his arms and asked maliciously, "Now, do you still think it's that difficult?" Ricky snorted and looked at Klein and Masked Man. "What we want is the prison of bones, or rather, the people imprisoned there," Masked Man said calmly. "In terms of time, it's estimated that we will activate at dawn. Our people will enter the prison with my home supply truck." The tavern owner, Tampa, put his head on the table with a long face. "Very good, let's see what we can do." Steak scratched his chin and said, "No." On the other side, LaSalle flatly rejected the plan. "We haven't found that prince, Thales Jade Star. Once you attack the prison of bones, you will alarm the camp." Thales groaned in his heart, but he had to pull himself together and listen carefully to their discussion, trying to find an opportunity. "You must delay the operation for 1 or 2 days, LaSalle said through gritted teeth. "Until we find the prince's whereabouts, we must plan carefully, and it will be best if we work together and take action one after another." But Klein shook his head on the Disaster Sword side. "Impossible," Klein said in a tone that allowed no room for refusal. "We are already on the move, and we must depart at dawn, unless we can still force this boss to operate for another day as if nothing has happened." Tampa shuddered and quickly said, "I have no problem interrupting. I can definitely put on a good show, as long as you let," but LaSalle interrupted him. "Prince Thales must be sent to Black Sand region, or else there's nothing to talk about." He was very firm in the face of this. Klein wanted to speak again, but Steak spoke. "Everyone, if we want to work together, then we must understand each other." The representative of Shadow Shield tried to persuade the people on both sides in a friendly tone. "There's still some time before dawn. I think we will soon have news about the prince." Ricky's expression froze. "What do you mean?" Steak flashed a cunning smile. "We have a mole. If Blade Fang's camp finds out about the prince's whereabouts, we will also know immediately." "A mole?" Ricky frowned. "You'd better be more detailed. We don't want to bet such a big operation on an unclear promise." Steak exhaled and looked at the mercenaries around the tavern. But Ricky did not have any intention of evacuating his subordinates. In the end, Steak could only raise his eyebrows. With a mysterious gaze, he lowered his voice and revealed the secret. "We have eyes and ears inside Williams's freak squad." When he said this, the people around him were stunned. Even Thales was shocked. The group of psionic freaks who came out of the prison of bones? Masked Man's tone was full of doubt. Are those scums reliable? Stake shrugged. Of course they are. Our mole is one of William's most trusted captains. There's no problem with our information channel. Ricky raised his eyebrows. William's people can ensure his loyalty? Stake took 2 steps forward and revealed a cold smile. In truth, we don't need his loyalty, because he still needs to rely on us to get a windfall and treat his wife and daughter's hereditary terminal illness. We only need his loyalty to his family. You're using this to threaten him? LaSalle frowned and said, once he gets out of our control. Stake stretched out a finger and waved it in the air. Of course it's not just this, Stake said coldly. You know, we have to secretly poison his wife and daughter on a regular basis. It costs a lot of money. The meaning behind his words made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Despicable, Masked Man commented in disdain. Stake bowed. Thank you, he said without shame, this is a compliment to us. Thales sighed in his heart. They told us everything from the plan to the details of the operation without holding anything back. This means that they're not going to let innocent people like us leave. Thales glanced at Quick Rope, who had an innocent look on his face, and shook his head. Perhaps they're not that innocent. Ricky coughed to attract everyone's attention. So, you're relying on this to wait for news from the prince? Stake blinked. Ricky looked at him and smiled. How about this, we have another mole. Stake's eyes lit up. Oh. More reliable than yours. Ricky looked at Masked Man beside him. A constellatiate noble, a rising star under the Count of Wingfort. He's good at fighting, leads troops alone, and is deeply trusted. Stake's expression changed. Wow, a new noble. He took a deep breath and could not hide his excitement. After the bloody year, that's something we can't get. But Stake immediately asked cautiously, forgive me for offending you, but if he's a constellatiate, then his reliability and loyalty. This time, Marina stood up. She glanced at Stake with her usual disdainful gaze. There's no need to doubt his loyalty. Stake snorted coldly and said, that's not necessarily true. I just told you our secret, and do you also need to? But before he could finish, Marina interrupted him angrily, no need. The woman in red, who wielded 2 swords, gritted her teeth and said, he's my fiancé, or at least, he used to be. Stake's eyes widened. Even Thales was shocked. Wait. Fiancé. If Marina is the fiancé of a constellatiate noble, then that means, but before he could think about it carefully, Masked Man spoke in a cold voice, is this enough? Love and engagement, this is far more reliable than the despicable methods you use to control people's hearts. Stake seemed to have understood something, and he nodded. May I ask for your name? Marina froze for a moment. She looked at Ricky. You have nothing to hide from your past, good girl. Ricky nodded at her and flashed a kind smile. You have obtained a new life, and you only live for yourself. Marina seemed to have gained some strength from his words. She took a deep breath, turned around, and puffed out her chest. I am Marina. At this moment, the woman in red exuded an unfamiliar solemn air. Marina Norfolk. Thales frowned. He was unfamiliar with this family name. But the others were different. Wait, Norfolk, this family name. Stake frowned and remembered something. He did not have to be confused for too long. 18 years ago, you despicably assassinated the Duke of Star Lake, John Jade Star, in Zodra. Marina trembled. She tightened her grip on her swords, stared at the shadow shield assassin in front of her, and coldly told the truth. Then, you framed his personal guard, my uncle, Cyber Norfolk. John Jade Star. Thales shuddered slightly. That's Starlight God of War. The people related to him, the Fortress Flower and the veteran Gened, appeared before his eyes. Stake stared at the woman in red in disbelief. Because of this crime of treason, my grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, brother. Almost everyone in the Norfolk family was executed by the newly crowned Kessel V in that year. Marina's voice trembled. But she immediately clenched her teeth, and with unimaginable tenacity, she said the following words, "Except for me. The last of Norfolk." The tavern was silent for a moment. With an indescribable expression, Steak nodded. "Now, I know why you are so angry with me." Sean patted Marina's shoulder and pulled her to the side, who was trembling. Steak fell silent. LaSalle looked at them, and was also speechless. For a period of time, only the breathing of the mercenaries could be heard in the tavern. Ricky sighed. "Very good. So, now we have 2 moles. I will immediately give the order." He waved his hand. Masked Man immediately nodded. But before that, Ricky changed the topic. His gaze followed the change in his tone. Speaking of which, what a coincidence, in the next second, Ricky's gaze turned gloomy. He shifted everyone's attention to the 2 guests who had not spoken for a long time. The 2 Dante's greatsword over there have been listening for a long time. They should have some reaction by now, right? At that moment, Thales shuddered. Quick Rope also froze. Dante's greatsword. It's over. He still remembers. In the tavern, Steak sized them up with a furtive glance. LaSalle scrutinized the 2 mercilessly with a frown. Klein's observation was meticulous and cautious. Masked Man's eyes shone with a faint, cold light, causing Thales to shudder. The 2 princes knew that their good luck was over. From this moment onwards, the 2 of them could no longer pretend to be dead. So they straightened their backs stiffly, and bit by bit, inch by inch, they slowly turned to Ricky. It was as if there were rusty old gears in their bodies. "Don't be nervous, I'm just asking, but..." Chapter 405. In the face of the unavoidable question, Thales and Quick Rope looked at each other numbly with great sorrow. What should we do? This was the only thing they could see from each other's eyes. But they had no answer. Ricky urged, "Could it be that you need some motivation like just now?" When he remembered the feeling just now, Quick Rope immediately trembled. What should we do? In the face of everyone's doubtful gazes and Quick Rope's fearful gaze, Thales could only brace himself and say, what should we do?" He poked Quick Rope's abdomen, hoping that he would have an idea. Quick Rope trembled a few times before he awkwardly took over, that, he only managed to say one word before he stomped on Thales' foot and urgently asked for help. Ricky was amused by their performance. Thales glared at Quick Rope indignantly and said in a drawl, "Actually," he nudged Quick Rope with his thigh, indicating that he should hurry up and continue. Quick Rope glared at him in disbelief, then braced himself and said, "It's like this." Ricky smiled. He smiled very happily. "Forget it," Ricky waved his hand. No one knew whether he shook his head in resignation or humor, but there was a glimmer in his eyes. "Why don't you tell us exactly what happened before you arrived here? Especially Dean's whereabouts?" As soon as he said this, Thales and Quick Rope froze. *T, you seem to be here to do business with Tampa? Ricky rubbed his fingers as he recalled something. "I think you're here to help him kill someone." The 2 princes looked at Tampa. The tavern owner, Tampa, raised his eyebrows. In the face of their pleading gazes, he laughed dryly. I don't know either." Thales and Quick Rope froze again. However, many people slowly turned their gazes to the sack at their feet. That, a human-shaped sack. Thales felt cold sweat break out on his forehead. What should I do? Soon, Ricky's suspicious gaze slowly turned. He turned to the sack. *T, at that moment, Thales' thoughts seemed to have frozen. Ricky's gaze was fixed on the sack as he slowly said, "So, the person you want to kill, at that moment, you're right." Thales suddenly raised his voice, stood up resolutely, puffed out his chest, and raised his head. Ricky, Steak, LaSalle, Klein, and Masked Man all frowned. They looked at the teenager who was behaving abnormally in puzzlement and suspicion. Only Quick Rope, who was next to him, stared at Thales in a daze. Huh? But in the next moment, Thales stomped hard on him under the table. Dong. Under the intense pain, Quick Rope's expression became stern. In the next second, Quick Rope jumped up. He straightened his body and said with a pale face as he trembled slightly, "It is indeed not a coincidence that we appeared here." Everyone was shocked by Quick Rope's sudden outburst, and they became even more puzzled. Thales took a deep breath and kept imagining all the arrogant people in his mind. With a trembling voice that only he could detect, he said, "TSK, we came with a mission." He looked straight into Ricky's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through his secrets. He kept repeating to himself, "Don't show weakness, don't show weakness, don't show weakness, gap." From just now to now. He needed to find an opening. He had to ensure his own safety and escape this certain death situation. Mission? Ricky savored the word and narrowed his eyes. Is that so? This time, without waiting for Thales to remind him, Quick Rope instinctively crossed his arms. He sneered and stared at the people in the tavern with a sense of arrogance unique to nobles. Of course. The former Prince of Extet gestured with his chin nonchalantly. Why, Miss Marina, whose story is incredibly tragic, you can't possibly be so naive to think that we are really just two thieves who pick locks in the middle of the night, right? Marina widened her eyes, as if she could not imagine that the thief, who had just curled up into a ball, would behave like this now. Gap. Thales said to himself. Gap. LaSalle Weeder. Thales cleared his throat and looked at the doubtful envoy. Obviously, after 6 years in his disguise, be it Stake or LaSalle, they could no longer recognize the former Prince of Constellation. This made Thales feel much more at ease. He used the tone of a certain dead man in his imagination and said proudly, "You are King Chapman's man, but are you really sure that Dean took the initiative to contact you in the desert? Just to capture the prince and bring him back to Black Sand region?" LaSalle frowned slightly, and his gaze on the two people froze slightly. Quick Rope glanced at Thales from the corner of his eyes, and the latter understood the meaning in his gaze. "Please don't cause trouble." Thales coughed softly. Dean's mission was never to search for Prince Thales. As far as I know, not long ago, Dean himself was not sure whether his target was Thales Jadestar. LaSalle moved slightly. This made Stake and Ricky unable to help but glance at the former Baron. "You are not with Dean at all," Thales said in a smug tone. "Tell me, did you intercept Dean's information? Or did you bribe his contact?" LaSalle frowned fiercely. His reaction caused Stake and Ricky to look at LaSalle in a different light. But only Thales knew. He was taking a gamble. He was betting on whether the two pieces of information he heard from Chapman Lampard and Dean himself matched up. If it's not, Thales gulped. LaSalle stared at Thales with a frown. His gaze was solemn, and there was deep doubt in it. Thales felt his heart race. Finally, after a few seconds, LaSalle snorted softly. "Both of you?" LaSalle asked coldly with a gloomy expression. "Who exactly are you?" "Very good. I made the right bet." Thales did a somersault in his heart. "Answer his question." Ricky seemed to have decided not to suspect his companion anymore. He pointed the spearhead at Thales and Quick Rope again and said coldly, "Who exactly are you?" As he spoke, the mercenaries took a step forward, and their expressions were hostile. The atmosphere around them was immediately filled with hostility. Even Stake pressed his hands against his chest and glanced at them indifferently. Quick Rope shuddered. But Thales held him down. "Hey." Thales spread his hands, looking helpless. "Maybe it's time, Quick Rope." Quick Rope tried his best to hide the sudden surprise and bewilderment. He gave a faint and indifferent response. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Thales glanced around and sighed. "It seems that there is no other choice." Quick Rope's eyebrows twitched. "What? What choice?" But he suppressed his questions, shrugged, and threw the topic back to Thales in a very cooperative manner. "Then let's do it." Under everyone's wary and suspicious gazes, Thales whistled. Under the illumination of the light, he revealed a cold and malicious smile. The stars shine, and the dim places are dark. When he said this, everyone in the tavern, including Quick Rope, was stunned. But almost at the same time, the people who heard him had solemn expressions on their faces. Ricky gritted his teeth, Steak took half a step back, and LaSalle could not hide his surprise. But without exception, everyone pressed down on their weapons. Asterisk clang. Asterisk asterisk swoosh. Asterisk quite a number of people had even drawn their blades. Huh. That's not right, Thales shuddered and quickly nudged Quick Rope. Quick Rope, who was almost scared stiff, had an idea. He continued the second half of Thales' sentence, The dragon soars in the sky, and the shadows under its wings are endless. These words caused everyone to be startled once again. Many of them stopped their movements of drawing their swords and charging forward. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Fortunately, I knew earlier, you. Ricky stared at the two in disbelief. Thales, who had relaxed, raised his fist and coughed softly. He chuckled and said, Yes, we are the Secret Intelligence Department. Everyone's eyes twitched again. This time, it was Quick Rope's turn to hit Thales' stomach with his elbow. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales shuddered. When he realized that he had made a slip of the tongue, he was so frightened that he quickly changed the topic. My mortal enemy. He almost bit his tongue. Quick Rope secretly exhaled and swore that he would never work together with this talkative person again. Silence. Absolute silence. Almost everyone in front of them was sizing them up with gazes as if they were dead people. Astonishment, amazement, and disbelief. The lights in the tavern swayed continuously, and the atmosphere inside also changed continuously. It was suffocating. My name is Saga. As you can see, we are from the secret room. Thales took a deep breath, crossed his arms beside Quick Rope, and said coldly, My name is Saga. Quick Rope snorted coldly, and with a hateful smile, he extended his hand and bowed to the people around him. I am Quick Rope. My respected Madame Calchon asked me to greet all of you. Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. At that moment, whether it was Ricky, Steak, or LaSalle, their expressions were as unpleasant as they could get. A few seconds passed. Impossible. Ricky took a deep breath, as if he was adjusting his fluctuating emotions, and said to Thales, With your age, isn't it a little too early for you to be a secret agent? Ha. Thales chuckled, and he seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Too early? You might not know this, but Madame Calchon has been taking on missions since she was 8 years old, and she has been dealing with the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Ricky furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He never relaxed his gaze as he sized up Thales. Secret room? Why are you here? Steak asked quietly in a low voice. Quick Rope sneered, as if he was mocking the other party's ignorance. Didn't anyone tell you, my friends from Shadow Shield? Thales, oh, no, the new spy of the secret room. The teenager Sika waved his hand and smiled at the livid LaSalle. Dean is not King Chapman's spy or informant. He is a member of the secret room. Your information was stolen from him. What this Mr. LaSalle said is not the whole truth. LaSalle took a deep breath. His cheeks twitched, and he looked unhappy. This made Thales feel even more at ease. After a while, Thales patted himself in his heart. He made the right bet. As for King Chapman placing spies in the secret room, don't worry, this is a small misunderstanding between King Chapman and Madame Calchon within Extet, Quick Rope tactfully added. He did not forget to make a threatening gesture at LaSalle. Madame will soon find His Majesty to solve this. Ricky frowned. His gaze when he looked at LaSalle was no longer the same as before. Even Steak frowned. You did not answer my question, Steak said in a dark tone. The atmosphere became a little oppressive. Thales let out a puff of air. We've lost contact with Dean for a while. He patted the table, completely unconcerned. So we had to come and see for ourselves. Quick Rope arched his shoulders and curled up one side of his lips. But since we've already heard the news of your conspiracy, at that moment, everyone in the tavern looked at them nervously. Quick Rope raised his finger and placed it in front of his lips. He smiled slyly and said, I wonder if the secret room under the Red Witch will have the honor of joining your operation? Or, can you try to silence us? Thales added with a smile, after all, we might be the only 2 people left from the secret room who were placed in this place. At this moment, Ricky and the others' expressions became even more unpleasant than before. Secret room. Steak's breathing slowly quickened. He turned to LaSalle and cursed in a low voice, you should have told me from the beginning. LaSalle did not say anything. He only gritted his teeth. Thales and Quick Rope stood side by side. Their smiles remained the same. No one knew that both of their backs were drenched in cold sweat. But at this moment, asterisk thud. Asterisk a soft sound traveled into Thales' ears. Thales froze for a moment. Everyone was taken aback as well. Asterisk thud. Asterisk another sound rang out, and it was even louder than before. But in Thales' heart, it was like a bolt from the blue. There was no other reason. Because of this sound, it came from his and Quick Rope's feet. As they followed the sound, Thales and Quick Rope lowered their heads stiffly, like frozen ice sculptures. Then, they shuddered at the same time. No. It can't be, right? This came from Thales, who was stunned. Asterisk thud. Asterisk another sound rang out. But the source of the sound was already very clear. It was that human-shaped sack. No. More accurately speaking, it was a person. A man. A man who should have died was lying on the ground with his hand on his throat in pain. Inch by inch, he crawled out of the sack that had been freed. The man looked exhausted, and his gaze was unfocused. But when he raised his head and saw Thales and Quick Rope, he punched the ground fiercely. Asterisk thud. Asterisk with indignation and resentment, Big Dion, the bald mercenary who was resurrected from the dead, cursed fiercely, F***ck. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Be it Thales or Quick Rope, both of them stiffened on the spot. At this moment, their expressions were extremely unpleasant. Chapter 406. Over 10 seconds after Dean crawled up from the ground, Thales' expression was stiff. What, ghost? As time seemed to freeze, he slowly turned his eyes to look at Quick Rope, who was beside him. Quick Rope also stared back at Thales in a daze. On the other side of the tavern, Steak narrowed his eyes slightly and scrutinized the man who crawled out of the sack. That is, Dean. A cry of surprise answered Steak's question, and also destroyed Thales' final hope of getting lucky. Many people turned their heads around and saw a shocked Tampa. The owner of my home pointed at Dean, then at Thales and Quick Rope, who were smiling awkwardly. His tone fluctuated. Why are you there? Dean didn't answer. He staggered as he held onto the chair and leaned against the bar counter, panting and coughing. Fuck, Dean cursed again. It was obvious that many of the mercenaries knew Dean's men. In an instant, a low-key commotion broke out in the inn. The leaders of the 3 parties quickly exchanged glances, confirming that the strange phenomenon at this moment was not caused by the other party. During the brief moment of chaos, Thales and Quick Rope bent their backs and lowered their heads in tacit understanding. They moved closer to each other. The 2 of them stared at each other, all sorts of feelings welling up in their hearts. Thales parted his lips slightly and gestured at Dean with his chin. Hey, I thought you killed him. Quick Rope was also like a puppet. He stiffened his chin and answered softly with a fake smile on his face. It's my first time, so I might not be familiar with it. Thales was exasperated. You call this unskilled? The commotion around them continued. Quick Rope tried to argue weakly. Nicholas told me that I only need to twist him for 3 seconds. Thales was in disbelief. You didn't check it afterwards? Quick Rope quirked an eyebrow. But you're the one who put him in. Thales' aura froze, and he looked embarrassed. He's clearly not breathing. Quick Rope changed his dejected demeanor, and his face instantly turned fierce. Not breathing doesn't mean. But when the two of them argued in low voices, they both felt their hearts palpitate. They both looked up. As expected, both of them saw Dean, who had just recovered from his injuries. The secret agent of the secret room panted and stared coldly at the two people who had been petrified. His gaze was chilling. Thales and Quick Rope stiffened again. In the indescribable atmosphere, Quick Rope shrugged unnaturally and waved his hands. His tone was awkward. "Hey, Dean, I'm glad to see you. I mean, you're here too. That. Good evening, shall we have a drink?" Dean stared at him. His gaze was complicated, and he swallowed the rest of Quick Rope's words. Thales sighed. "When did you wake up?" Dean looked at Thales with a cold expression. "When you were picking the lock," he said coldly. Both of them froze again, and they could only smile awkwardly. But this was not the most embarrassing thing. A loud cough interrupted the whispers in the tavern. "Done." Ricky, the leader of Blood Whistle, raised his hand gently and pointed at Thales and Quick Rope. Both of them felt a chill run down their spines. "Our two guests, what did you just say?" Ricky looked at Thales and Quick Rope with a contemplative expression. "As members of the secret room, are you in cahoots with Dean?" Thales and Quick Rope froze. Dean snorted coldly at the right time. Masked man beside Ricky snorted softly and said, "That sack is probably in cahoots with you." "Heh heh heh." Quick Rope kicked the damn sack away, looked around, and laughed awkwardly and dryly. Steak raised his eyebrows slightly, while LaSalle's gaze was solemn. "Even if you're doing this to survive," Ricky sighed and said, "I have to say, even in my many years of life, I've never seen such a lousy liar. I've never seen such a lousy liar." At that moment, whether it was Ricky, Klein, Masked Man, Steak, LaSalle, or the various mercenaries in the tavern, after sizing up the disheveled Dean in amazement, they cast their gazes on the two princes again. Their gazes were filled with surprise, puzzlement, doubt, wariness, and deep disdain. "Humph," Marina snorted softly behind them. "And a failed thief." Thales' face twitched. He awkwardly flashed Ricky a smile that was uglier than a crying face. "My God. Is there a hole in the ground? The kind that can fit a person?" He desperately needed one right now. Quick Rope looked at the sky, as if he could pretend that he did not exist. "So, LaSalle," Steak stared at Dean with a piercing gaze, "is he the informant you mentioned?" LaSalle stared at Dean from afar and nodded. Ricky then focused his attention on Dean. "Wow." Ricky clicked his tongue and shook his head. "You're really unexpected, Big Dean." Dean lifted his cold gaze and glanced at Ricky warily. He then sized up the mercenaries around him. "I always thought that you kept rejecting our invitation because of a lady," Ricky said with a smile. "Now I know, so, it's because of another lady." Dean snorted coldly and rubbed his neck, which had turned red. "All of you really exceeded my expectations." He swept his gaze over Steak, Ricky, and LaSalle one by one. Shadow Shield, Disaster Swords, Dean's gaze lingered on the last person for a very long time. "And King Chapman." LaSalle coughed with a tense expression. "All of this is for Extet." Dean snorted softly. The tavern fell silent. Thales watched their interaction and became anxious. This is bad. The lie he and Quick Rope made up at the last minute was exposed by the true culprit. And now, as long as Dean pointed it out, what should I do? What else can I do? Asterisk clap, clap, clap. Asterisk Ricky clapped his hands. Very good, Dean. I believe that you already understand the current situation, and no matter how you fell into the trap of these two thieves, he looked at Thales and Quick Rope, and his expression turned cold. Get rid of these two scumbags. Ricky waved his hand gently. There was a chilling tone in his voice. Let's get back to business. Get rid of them? Thales and Quick Rope's hearts skipped a beat at the same time. They turned their heads in horror and looked at the mercenaries around them. Their expressions slowly turned from surprise to fierceness. In the next second, Marina and Sean snorted coldly and pulled out their weapons together with the 5 or 6 mercenaries around them. Damn it. Thales and Quick Rope looked around. Their faces turned pale, and they subconsciously took a step back. Their backs were pressed against each other. Have you had enough acting, boy? Marina's expression was cold. She spun the 2 swords in her hands. It's time for the curtain call. The mercenaries pressed forward with a murderous aura. In the next moment, Thales and Quick Rope felt a weight on their shoulders. Asterisk clap. Asterisk wait. A low but steady voice interrupted the aggressive footsteps of the mercenaries. This time, it was Thales and Quick Rope's turn to be stunned. They turned their gazes around and stared in disbelief at the man who stood between them. I don't want to fall into their hands. The bald dean, who had just escaped death, had his hands firmly on their shoulders. With a solemn expression, he pushed them away and spoke in a barely audible whisper through gritted teeth, I don't want to fall into their hands. Then, listen to me. He did not hide the volume of his last sentence. It was filled with hatred and anger. You 2 damn bastards. Thales and Quick Rope were suddenly stunned. The former was deep in thought, while the latter lowered his head in embarrassment. That's right. Thales' heartbeat gradually steadied, and his thoughts suddenly became clear. This is still the bet I made before. The people in this tavern are not on the same side. Even on Extet's side, King Chapman's people and the secret room's people had never been on the same side. They were wary of each other and did not trust each other. 6 years ago, the secret room did not stand on King Niven's side. 6 years later, it was even more impossible for the secret room to be blindly loyal to King Chapman. And this is my chance. Madame Calchon, thank God. At this moment, Thales suddenly missed the Red Witch, who had a friendly tone and a friendly smile. She claimed that she was not loyal to any family or the king, but only to Extet. He was sincerely grateful for her persistence and independence. He even hoped that at this moment, the secret room's power could be a little stronger, just like the secret intelligence department. The mercenaries in the tavern frowned. Klein also stood up and placed his hand on his long sword, Darklight. What's wrong, Dean? Ricky observed the changes in the scene and said coldly, Is there a problem? Dean turned around and dragged the 2 behind him to face Ricky. They are my people, Dean said coldly in a tone that seemed as if he was keeping people at arm's length. It's not your turn to make a move. Ricky's eyebrows twitched again. Many people, including Stake, LaSalle, and the others, were surprised again. Thales and Quick Rope, on the other hand, resisted the urge to tremble, look each other in the eye, and show any other reactions that might expose them. They lowered their heads slightly and looked dejected. Your people? Ricky looked as if he had discovered a new world. He sized up Thales and Quick Rope 3 times and could not help but laugh. Why, are these 2 clowns really from the secret room? Dean extended his hand and pushed Thales and Quick Rope to sit on the chairs. He then sat down on another chair. As you can see. So, this is the secret room's internal affairs, he said coldly. Stake narrowed his eyes and carefully scanned the 3 people. LaSalle frowned. Why? Is it fashionable in the secret room to put their companions in a sack now? Dean looked up abruptly. He looked at LaSalle and said sarcastically, And King Chapman and his Black Sand region are obviously putting moles in Extet's intelligence agencies? LaSalle and Dean's gazes met in the air, and it was as if blades were clashing. Stake coughed softly and patted LaSalle. So, Dean, Ricky's voice was still tense and full of suspicion, you were stabbed in the back by your people? Everyone saw Dean shudder at that moment. Thales and Quick Rope watched his back nervously. The man touched his bald head and slowly turned around. Dean stared at the 2 quiet princes with hatred. Obviously, they are dissatisfied with their current positions and don't want to be under me. So when the opportunity comes, they want to take credit. Thales forced an ugly smile. Bah! Dean spat on the ground. The anger on his face only increased. But they didn't expect me to be quite resistant to the drug, and to have a way to escape. Isn't that right, Saga, and you, Quick Rope? Thales swore that Dean was absolutely sincere when he said that. He hated them. But he was grateful for this moment. Things have come to this, Dean. Thales imagined the Duke of Northern Territory's expression in Renaissance Palace. He pretended to look as if his secret had been seen through, and said casually, I don't regret it. Kill me or torture me, it's up to you. Dean suddenly stretched out his hand. He grabbed Thales by the collar. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Quick Rope, who was beside him, instinctively wanted to stop him, but Dean pushed him away with a backhand and grabbed him by the neck. The mercenaries became nervous because of this sudden scene. Sean pulled his shield away and took a step forward. Marina also instinctively wanted to move forward, but Ricky suddenly stretched out his hand and ordered her to stay where she was. The people in power in the tavern were watching this scene with cold eyes. Dean grabbed Thales' collar with one hand and strangled Quick Rope's neck with the other. His eyes were burning. Thales' expression was indifferent, as if he was facing death with equanimity. Anyway, I wasn't the one who strangled you just now. Quick Rope, who had a guilty conscience, stared at Dean in shock and bewilderment. He felt as if thousands of ants were biting his heart. Dean's expression was terrifying. His face was contorted, as if the two people in front of him were his mortal enemies. Do you think that death is the worst thing that can happen to you? He said through gritted teeth. His gaze was fixed on Quick Rope. You don't know that there are things in this world that are scarier than death. Quick Rope's eyebrows twitched. This was all his idea, Dean. I was forced to do it. Quick Rope trembled and pointed at the indifferent Thales. He acted like an innocent farmer who was passing by a battlefield. You know, Dean, you forced him too much, and I was forced. Thales' expression was one of indifference. Everyone frowned and looked at the trembling Quick Rope. Shut up, Quick Rope. With complicated emotions, Dean suppressed the resentment and hatred in his heart and said meaningfully, You're a coward who changes direction when the wind blows. The only reason why Madame kept you in the secret room is because you have a good family background. But she definitely did not expect that a good-for-nothing like you could be so ambitious. Quick Rope's expression froze. He lowered his head, pretending to be sincere. He did not say a word. After a moment, Dean, who had a terrifying expression on his face, seemed to have finally suppressed his anger and desire for revenge. He let go of the two people in hatred. It's not that simple. Both of you, the fate of traitors. He said coldly. It will be handed over to Madame Calchon. She will decide it herself. Thales and Quick Rope did not need to perform. They were already drenched in cold sweat. But they were no longer afraid of Dean at that moment. The tavern was silent. Only Dean and Quick Rope's intense panting could be heard. Countless gazes were still locked on them. In the distance, LaSalle, who represented King Chapman, sneered. The secret room is really friendly and united. Dean snorted coldly and did not care. When he heard this, Thales felt inexplicably relieved. Fortunately. At least. Chapter 407. Enough. Ricky raised his voice and ordered the mercenaries to put away their weapons and return to their original positions. He looked at the three of them impatiently. I don't care about your internal grudges, whether it's the secret room or Extet. LaSalle and Dean looked at each other before they looked away. The three of you, tell me. Ricky's patience seemed to have reached its limit. The Prince of Constellation, where is he? Thales tensed up again. Beside him, Quick Rope, who had just escaped Dean's gaze, sighed and patted his chest. Dean snorted coldly and turned his head around. What does he have to do with you? When he said this, Stake, LaSalle, and the disaster swords all frowned. Ricky tilted his head slightly, and a cold glare shone in his eyes. That's right, that stupid prince has nothing to do with us. But he is related to whether we can get help from our allies, Ricky said. Steak smiled and bowed at the right time. So he is our business. Ricky's tone became colder and colder, and it made them have the urge to retreat. You have always been smart, Dean, so you better understand one thing. Right now, we are in control of this place, including who can come in and who can go out. Who can walk out, and who must go out lying down. Do you understand? As he said this, the disaster swords drew out their weapons in unison. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Dean's expression froze. He looked around with a solemn expression. He observed the tavern, which was as sturdy as an iron wall, and sensed the hostile gazes of the mercenaries. No, Thales sighed in his heart. There are still too many of them. Finally, Dean exhaled, and his tone became more relaxed. All right. Dean said reluctantly, the secret room must participate in your plan regarding the prince. Even if you hand him over to King Chapman, it must go through our hands. LaSalle's expression tensed. If the secret room is still Extet's, then you should not, asterisk bang. Asterisk there was a loud sound of a heavy palm slamming on the table. It made Thales and Quick Rope tremble. That's your problem, Ricky said word by word. His tone was as cold as winter frost. I don't King care at all. The atmosphere in the tavern instantly tensed up, as if someone was pulling on a thin rope. I don't care which one of you captures the prince. I don't care if you roast him or eat him alive. I don't care if you skin him or break his bones. I don't care if you kill him or ck him. But do you know, whoever stops us from accomplishing our goal is our enemy. Mortal enemies. And if you become the mortal enemies of the Outer Tower inheritors, trust me, you don't want that. Ricky glanced at LaSalle and Dean. His gaze was filled with a deathly stillness, causing the latter two's heart to skip a beat. So I'm going to ask you one last time, Dean. Ricky's expression turned sour. Beside him, Masked Man and Cray looked at each other. Cray then extended his hand towards Gloom. Where is that prince called Thales? Dean clenched his fists. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Everyone, the familiar voice of mediation sounded again. Who the prince ultimately belongs to is a matter of operation. We can discuss it later. Steak smiled and walked between Ricky and Dean. The most important thing now is to determine Prince Thales' whereabouts. Don't ever talk about how sweet honey is before you taste it. Steak looked at Dean, then at LaSalle. His smile was still gentle. Do we agree? Dean pursed his lips tightly, while LaSalle's entire body tensed up. On the other side, Ricky looked at them coldly. Beside him, Cray slowly touched the hilt of his sword. Time seemed to have stopped. Even the sound seemed to have been turned off by someone. Thales could only hear countless heartbeats. As the dead silence continued, they became more rapid. Including himself. Finally, after what felt like a century, Dean took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I met him in the desert, the prince called Thales. His voice sounded a little tired and hoarse. There were too many variables, and I was alone and without help, so I didn't dare to take action. This time, it was Thales' turn to be nervous. Cray snorted softly and lowered his weapon. And then? Ricky said faintly, the prince? Dean furrowed his eyebrows. Thales bit his lip gently. He's very cunning, that prince. Dean clenched his fists. He recalled something, and the muscles on his face tightened. He's very cautious, malicious, good at acting, and full of schemes. He befriended a merchant named Seth Tormodon in the desert, and followed his merchant caravan into Blade Fang's camp. He raised his head. Yesterday. Thales secretly sighed in relief. Tormodon. Ricky's gaze shifted. That poor peasant who talks about the glory of nobility all day long? Dean nodded. He still owes me a sum of money for hiring him. Don't forget to get it back. But obviously, his lies were not so easy to pass. But this is not what your information said. LaSalle stared at Dean from afar. He stared at his compatriot, who had secrets about him, and said softly, "You said, we have the Prince of Constellation. Retreat tonight." At this moment, Dean tensed up. Even Thales's breathing trembled a little. Dean slowly raised his head. His eyes were filled with anger. "I'll deal with you after this, LaSalle," Dean said coldly, "no matter how you and your master stuffed the rat into the secret room and intercepted our information. As for you taking matters into your own hands here, be it the lady or the king, their expressions will not be pleasant." "Taking matters into my own hands?" LaSalle snorted and retorted, "Humph, you're the one who reported yesterday that you found traces of the Prince of Constellation, aren't you?" "Everyone." When he saw that it was about to turn into an internal conflict among the extensions, Stake had no choice but to raise his hands again to maintain order in the meeting. "Can we focus on the topic?" Dean and LaSalle then averted their gazes. "Dean." Ricky seemed to be deep in thought. "Tell me, you caught him, didn't you? We have the Prince of Constellation?" Dean curled his lips. He looked very indignant. Almost, he said through gritted teeth. "I planned to take him down tonight, and I already planned when to act." Once he finished speaking, he turned his head and stared at Thales. "Until these two damn bastards ruined my plans, right before I moved." Thales coughed softly and twitched the corners of his lips. "If you had stayed in the sack obediently, Dean," the prince glanced at Ricky with an unyielding look, "perhaps by this time, we would have already caught that cunning little prince, along with all of you." Ricky exhaled heavily, as if he wanted to expel the dissatisfaction and resentment in his heart. Stake looked at Dean, then at Thales. His eyes darted back and forth. "Very well, then let's go find that merchant named Tormodin." LaSalle crossed his arms and muttered, "Have him hand over the prince. Or pay the price." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Get ready, everyone. We'll start planning now." Ricky knocked on the table and snorted. "We must attack Tormodin's house and the prison of bones at the same time, and both must be completed at the same time. Stake, I need you to be in charge." Following his orders, the disaster swords moved. At this moment, Thales and Dean secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Before that, I need to contact the people from the secret room." Dean looked very indignant as he stared at Quick Rope and Thales. "These two traitors can forget about, at this moment, wait." A finger was raised in the air. Thales and Dean were both stunned. It was Stake. The spokesperson of Shadow Shield still had a smile on his face. The tavern instantly fell silent. Ricky and the others, who were formulating their plans, raised their heads. "This distinguished guest of the secret room, Dean." Stake gestured amiably at Dean, then pointed at Thales. "Tell me, did they attack you to replace or take all the credit for your work?" Dean's heart froze. Thales also gritted his teeth. "It's the same as you, isn't it?" Dean said calmly. "Stake of Shadow Shield, the person who betrayed the Shadow Master." But Stake ignored his sarcasm. Instead, he continued asking, "And you met the prince in the desert? Because you were not confident, and you were alone and without help, you did not dare to take action?" Dean snorted softly. "I don't want to repeat myself." This time, Ricky felt that something was wrong. He looked at Stake, then at Dean. "What's wrong?" Stake waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. "But look at you, Dean. You don't look like you're alone and without help." Stake's expression was rich. His gaze kept switching between Dean, Thales, and Quick Rope. "Even though your two subordinates don't look very reliable. Not only did they wake up halfway through the drug, they even had to come here to ask for help when they wanted to destroy the corpses. Tisk tsk." Stake chuckled. "How pitiful. As a spy, no matter how amateurish they are, there should be a limit." Thales and Quick Rope's expressions were very unpleasant. "Laugh all you want," Dean retorted calmly. "I don't deny that there are good and bad people in the secret room. We are not like the Secret Intelligence Department, where we have a rich royal family that provides endless support for hundreds of years. However, there are too many people in the world who laugh at Madame Calchon and the secret room. You are just one of those ignorant people. Steak let out a soft cry and shook his head apologetically. No, 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 please don't misunderstand. I have never doubted the famous Red Witch. It's just that this made me very interested in your two subordinates. Steak seemed to be really apologetic. He hunched his shoulders, tucked his chin in, and chuckled at Thales. Especially when the mastermind of the conspiracy against you is just a 14 or 15-year-old boy. When he heard this, the muscles on Thales' arms tightened. Everyone turned to look at him. Steak was like a bard, and his voice was full of emotion. Perhaps this teenager, who started his career in the secret room at the age of 10 and has a promising future, is also cunning, vicious, cautious, good at acting, and even very scheming? At that moment, Thales felt a chill in his heart. His pupils, which met Steak's, shrank. *T***. When he heard these adjectives, Dean clenched his fists. The others did not react as quickly, but they soon thought of something while feeling puzzled. Dean's expression became very unpleasant. But he soon realized that the initiative in this meeting was no longer in his hands. Oh, right. I remember now. LaSalle's voice rose slowly. 6 years ago, when I went on a diplomatic mission to Constellation and brought back Prince Mariah's body, all I heard was news about the second prince. About how mature he was, how quick-witted he was, and how he managed to refute a group of highly respected nobles at the age of 7 or 8. LaSalle's gaze was cold. Dean, I was almost fooled by you. The leader of the Disaster Swords was silent, but he made a gentle gesture to Klein. What are you hinting at? Dean raised his head. His expression was unprecedentedly serious, and he was about to step forward. In the next second, a sword flashed. Move, Dean. The Northland swordsman, Klein, raised his dark light sword. His voice was airy. And you will die. Dean looked at the blade in front of his chest in surprise. But he noticed that at some point in time, Ricky's gaze on him had become cold, and the masked man beside him was smiling coldly. Steak clicked his tongue. I have to say this. He put his hand into his bosom, took out a small scroll, and slowly unfolded it. When you cut your hair, change your attire, and no longer look neat and tidy, but are in rags, Steak sighed and gently threw down the scroll in his hand. It's quite hard to recognize. Thales lowered his head stiffly and looked at the scroll. It was a sketch. The drawing was of a thin, neat teenager in his teens. His face was delicate, and his expression was indifferent. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve. Please forgive my rudeness. Steak flicked the dust off his body, turned to Thales in a solemn and gentle manner, and bowed deeply. I am Steak, from Shadow Shield. It is my honor to meet you with my own eyes. Dear Prince Thales. His tone was respectful, and his posture was humble. At that moment, the sound of people sucking in breaths came from the tavern. The leader of the Disaster Swords, Ricky, stood up from his chair as if he was facing a great enemy. His gaze was fixed on Thales. Klein frowned in disbelief. He looked at the portrait on the ground, and then at the teenager, whose face was ashen. The masked man's eyes were as sharp as knives, as if they wanted to cut Thales' face. Marina could not hide the surprise in her eyes. She could not believe that the thief who picked the lock just now was the prince of a kingdom. LaSalle stared at the prince with a complicated expression. He stared at the culprit who caused the Extet diplomat group to suffer a crushing defeat in the past. Dean gritted his teeth and stared at the blade in front of his chest with an enraged expression. Quick Rope sighed in pain and covered his face. Thales slowly closed his eyes and shut out everyone's reactions. He did not move for a long time. After a few seconds passed, he slowly opened his eyes. The prince sighed heavily and leaned against the back of his chair. With an indescribable sense of fatigue and relief, he gave Steak a feeble middle finger. F***CKU. Chapter 408. After an unknown amount of time, the the suffocating silence in the tavern dissipated a little when an oil lamp on the wall began to flicker. "Damn it, Prince." Tampa sighed in pain. Why am I so unlucky today? Oh no, this isn't a good sign." Quick Rope lowered his head and muttered. "You." Marina widened her eyes and stared at Thales with her palm pressed against the hilt of her sword. The mercenaries also began to whisper to each other. "Quiet," Klein ordered flatly. His gaze never left Thales, but his long sword was still pressed against Dean's chest. Thales let go of all his worries and leaned against the chair as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He faced everyone's gazes calmly. "Things have already progressed to this stage. What else can I do? I might as well think about it. Next. Do you really think you can smuggle the spoils of war out right under our noses, Dean?" LaSalle Weeder, the former special envoy of Extet who was no longer a baron, snorted through his nose. He glanced at Thales and said coldly to Dean, "Especially with such a large portion?" Dean pursed his lips in disdain. "You're just lucky, the king's lackey." LaSalle gave him a scornful smile. Ricky slowly walked forward and stood in front of Thales. He stared straight into Thales' eyes. "Thales Jadestar?" Ricky curled up the corners of his lips and sized up Thales with a slightly unfocused gaze. "You've really exceeded my expectations." At that moment, his gaze became piercingly cold. "Just like the other Jadestars." Thales was a little stunned. Whether it was Nicholas, Monty, Dean, or even Stake and LaSalle just now, when they sized up Thales, most of the time, it was as if they were sizing up a prey or a valuable treasure. But strangely, Ricky's gaze when he looked at Thales did not have that kind of meaning. Instead, it was slightly perplexed. It was as if he was looking at another person through Thales. But Thales, who was in danger, could not think so much. He carefully thought about his own chances. Thales first coughed, then took a deep breath. "The same goes for all of you, disaster swords. Choosing the most difficult path is really beyond my expectations." Ricky retracted his gaze, pursed his lips into a smile, and turned around. His shadow on the wall swayed in the light. "Looks like you completed your mission ahead of schedule, Stake." Ricky cast a sidelong glance at Stake in the distance. "It was easier than I thought, maybe too easy." Stake bowed from afar with a smile on his face. "Thanks to everyone." "Don't waste any more time," LaSalle interrupted them decisively. "This is the enemy's territory. We still have to arrange an evacuation. You guys are intercepting the secret rooms." Dean wanted to say something, but Klein turned his wrist slightly, and the threatening edge of his sword stopped the secret agent's words in his throat. Ricky waved as he walked back. Clay and Masked Man nodded at him. Thales observed their interaction. When he saw Ricky's gesture, he knew that he could no longer remain silent. "I don't understand, Ricky." Thales cleared his throat and said loudly to Ricky's back, "I heard from an attendant that you are a group of swordsmen who are determined to overthrow the Tower of Eradication, right?" Ricky stopped in his tracks. "Of course, you've heard of us." Disaster Swords Crassus sneered. "But you don't know." Thales snorted softly. "Is it worth it?" The prince stood up from his chair. The mercenaries beside him subconsciously changed into battle stances until Ricky waved them away. "The prison of bones, is it worth it for you to give up everything and go against all of Constellation? Even to the point where you have to work with these people to kidnap me and turn yourself into Constellation's mortal enemy?" Thales said in a low voice. LaSalle frowned in the distance. "Don't waste your breath on him. This prince is used to inciting," but Ricky raised a hand and silenced the extension's words. The leader of the Disaster Swords turned around again and approached Thales step by step. Compared to the others, who were either murderous or had a sharp, unapproachable presence, the leader of the Disaster Swords had a gentle gaze and a calm demeanor. He was not aggressive, but for some reason, there seemed to be a vortex around him that was slowly accumulating. It slowly built up with each step he took, and wherever he went, Thales could not help but hold his breath. "As I said, you don't know." He bent down and looked straight into Thales' eyes. You don't know what we want. Thales clenched his teeth and raised his finger. Listen, no matter what you want, or who you want to save in the prison of bones, I can satisfy you. You just need to give me a small order. The prince took a step forward and said firmly, Don't forget, I am the Prince of Constellation, the heir to the kingdom. This is your best and safest chance, as long as, but Ricky only smiled mysteriously and shook his head. Masked man behind him said in a low voice, You can't. His tone was cold. Unless you are the king. There was a negative emotion in masked man's tone that was difficult to get rid of, as if Thales was his enemy. This stunned the prince for a moment. But I will eventually be the king. Thales snapped out of his daze and tried his best to seize the opportunity. And all of you are destroying this opportunity, Ricky suddenly spoke up and interrupted him. I will become the king. I heard this from another Jade Star, Ricky said flatly. Guess what happened to him? Thales was stunned for a second. Ricky straightened his back and looked down at Thales. Even if you really become king one day, Thales Jade Star, when that time comes, everything will change, regardless of whether it's us. His eyes dimmed slightly. It's still you. In comparison, I prefer to choose the present. The melancholy in his tone made Thales fall into deep thought. Ricky shook his head. Tie him up and pack him up. The leader of the disaster swords regained his calmness and mercilessness. This made Thales nervous. Oh no. What to do? Ricky glanced at Quick Rope beside Thales and frowned. As for the other person, Quick Rope immediately sat up straight and pointed at Thales with a terrified and innocent expression. No, 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 I swear, he paid me to do this. I really have nothing to do with this person, what? Thales raised an eyebrow. Ricky snorted. Very well, then kill him. What? Quick Rope's throat felt as if it was instantly choked by someone. He froze on the spot along with his incredulous expression. The two mercenaries behind Quick Rope drew their weapons and were ready to step forward. Dean could not help but frown. Really have nothing to do with. Quick Rope looked at the mercenaries and forced the word relationship to stay in his mouth. He repeated in shock and in a mechanical manner, really have nothing to do with. In the next second, the dumbfounded Quick Rope seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth, raised his voice, and instantly finished the words that he was still stuttering, really have no possibility of separating us. Under everyone's strange gazes, Quick Rope flung his arm away and looked like he was filled with righteousness. He stood in front of Thales and shouted resolutely under the latter's dumbfounded gaze, I, Wuxia, must stay by Prince Thales' side. Quick Rope bravely raised his arm and pointed at the people around him. His tone was brave and fearless, as if he was facing death with equanimity. I swear in the name of my father, Gilbert Casso, don't even think about separating me from the prince. Dean stared at him in disbelief, as if this was the first time he got to know the newcomer in the group. Thales' face twitched a little. Casso? LaSalle's expression changed a little, and he asked suspiciously, You're the son of the cunning fox of Constellation? Quick Rope, who was originally panicking, was elated when he heard that. But he still kept a straight face and ignored Thales and Dean's strange gazes. He faced everyone's questions and finished speaking. Yes. Quick Rope said with a righteous expression, Do you miss him, or do you miss the Fortress Treaty? Are you Northlanders who don't learn from your mistakes? Beside him, Thales could only cover his forehead and sigh deeply. LaSalle stared at Quick Rope for a long time before he flashed a smile. Very good. Then tie this young Master Casso up as well, Extet's former special diplomatic envoy said with a sneer. It will be very useful. Thales noticed that Quick Rope, who was beside him, secretly breathed a huge sigh of relief. Well done, my dear Wuxia. I can't help but applaud you, Thales said mockingly without moving his lips. What's next? Marina and Sean gestured, and a few mercenaries immediately followed them. Klein sheathed his sword and retreated, allowing these people to approach Thales and the other two. What's next? Quick Rope raised his eyebrows. Dean, do you still have any secret weapons? No matter what weapon I have, Dean said sarcastically in a low voice as he suppressed his anger and watched the enemies get closer and closer. After being strangled by someone and put into a sack, it's useless. Quick Rope's expression was serious. He curled his lips to show that he understood. Thales listened to their conversation and sighed. Then, all that's left is, wait a minute. Thales raised his palm and blocked the mercenary's path. The Prince of Constellation raised his head, took a step forward, and said loudly to Ricky, "If I'm really that important, Ricky, are you going to hand me over to Shadow Shield or King Chapman?" Thales glanced at Stake, then at LaSalle. "For the smooth progress of your next operation, perhaps you should curry favor with Shadow Shield, right? To prevent them from making things difficult for you?" Ricky frowned at him. LaSalle snorted angrily, but beside him, Stake smiled and shook his head, silencing the former's words. "Your Highness, there is no need to worry. We have an agreement a long time ago." Stake spread his hands in the distance, as if he had seen through Thales' sinister intentions. "Under our careful protection, you will be a guest in our branch for a period of time. Once we clear up some misunderstandings, we will send you safely back to Extet." Thales' nerves slowly tensed up. "But at this moment, no." Ricky looked up and interrupted Stake. He said coldly, "We will guard this prince." His words seemed to freeze the atmosphere in the room. Thales exhaled. He achieved his goal. Stake narrowed his eyes. "What?" Ricky's expression did not change. He calmly faced Stake's rhetorical question, as if the other party had not spoken. Stake put on a puzzled smile. I don't understand." LaSalle also looked surprised and bewildered. "He made it clear enough," masked man behind Ricky said to them bluntly. "Before we complete our goal, the prince must stay in our hands." Stake raised his eyebrows. He seemed a little surprised. "But this prince is our goal." He pointed at Thales with a smile on his face. Ricky shook his head. "But not ours." Stake and LaSalle looked at each other. Their expressions changed at the same time. "That prince is a condition we agreed upon, mercenary." LaSalle maintained his composure, but even Quick Rope could tell that he was trying hard to suppress his emotions. "Once we get him, we will help you break into the prison of bones." Ricky, Klein, and Masked Man exchanged glances, and they all smiled. "But he is already here now. Your goal is close at hand, but our mission has yet to be completed," Ricky said steadily. A solemn look flashed in his eyes. "How do I know that you and the people you placed outside will keep your promise and carry out the agreement?" He swept his gaze over Stake and LaSalle. "How do I know that you will not burn the bridge after crossing it? How do I know that you will not turn against us, use us as bait to lure the enemy away, and sell us out to the Constellations in the entire camp?" LaSalle no longer cared about his image. He strode forward and glared at Ricky. "You should not doubt Extet's promise," the extension said coldly. But as if it was prepared for him, Masked Man took a timely step forward and blocked LaSalle's path. The mercenaries became nervous again. They moved secretly to block the two guests' path. "Just because of the Kinslayer King's character?" Masked Man answered with hostility, "Don't overestimate yourselves, extensions." LaSalle looked around, and his gaze turned cold. "Aha, I smell the stench of Constellations." Ricky clapped his hands gently to stop this small conflict. "I do not doubt your promise, Baron Weeder," Ricky said faintly, but he stared straight at Stake, who had a complicated expression on his face. "But I do not trust him. I do not trust Ting's assistant and student. And I do not trust a person who dares to betray Ting." Stake's expression froze for a moment. "So this prince will remain in our hands. We will guard him until you complete the part of the cooperation. Until we get what we want." LaSalle turned his head around and frowned at Stake, who was silent. Stake sucked in a breath and curled up the corners of his lips. "You know, tonight, I gathered so many people at the last minute and took the risk to return to the camp to meet you at all costs. I did not do this to ruin your plan, or to cause both of us to suffer great losses. Steak spread his hands and said with a smile that was filled with profound meaning, I came here to prevent your plan from clashing with our goal, causing both sides to suffer a loss when both sides clash. Ricky snorted softly. So, Honorable Crassus. Steak lowered his head. His tone slowly became tense, and his gaze gradually turned cold. When you have our target in your hands, but refuse to let go of it, you are wasting my efforts today and destroying the bridge of our cooperation. And also bringing about the conflict between our goals. You know, we still have a lot of resources in our hands that can help you, such as the guards in the prison of bones. Ricky's smile slowly disappeared. Threat? Klein sneered and showed his sword hilt. Very well, this is how you should act, Shadow Shield. The atmosphere in the hall became tense again. Really? You? LaSalle gritted his teeth when he saw that the situation was slowly turning against him. He slapped his thigh indignantly. Oh, please. Thales gritted his teeth and observed the situation. He thought about how he could add fuel to the fire. The alliance between Shadow Shield and Disaster Swords was not that stable. Just as Steak said, they had their own desires, and were wary of each other. That was why they temporarily made peace. In fact, the former was calculating and using the latter's power, while the latter was constantly on guard against the former's retaliation. As long as I destroy the foundation of their cooperation, Ricky shook his head. The bridge of our cooperation? On the contrary, Steak. I am strengthening it. Ricky stared at him. Just waiting for your next brick. To ensure that our cooperation will not collapse because one side of the bridge is too heavy. He slapped the table. In the next second, the mercenaries around them, including those by the railings on the second floor, stood up and stared at Steak coldly. Steak furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He put his hand into his robe and clenched a secret signal whistle. He knew that as long as he blew it, the assassins of Shadow Shield would invade the tavern from the weak spots around it. But, Steak looked at the mercenaries standing around him, and his expression grew paler. Damn it. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. The two leaders of Shadow Shield and Disaster Swords exchanged glances countless times. Finally, in the midst of the indescribable tension, Steak exhaled. You always like to have the initiative in your hands, don't you? He put on a friendly smile again and faced Ricky. Ricky snorted softly and did not answer. Steak blinked and waved his hand in a seemingly resigned manner. I understand, Honorable Crassus. If that's the case, he lowered his head and seemed to hesitate for a second. In the next second, under everyone's worried, wary, puzzled, or fearful gazes, Steak raised his head and smiled brightly. I can vouch for you. Ricky narrowed his eyes. Vouch? Steak nodded with a smile and extended his hand to his chest. I guarantee that once my people are lucky enough to invite Prince Thales over, they will not ruin your plans. He brought out a short knife. When they saw Steak's actions, the mercenaries nervously pressed down on their weapons to prevent any sudden attacks. At that moment, Thales' heart sank, even though he thought that there was still a chance to turn things around. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. But Ricky raised his hand gently to restrain his nervous subordinates. What did I say? Klein said coldly with dark light in his hand, they can hide a weapon even in their private rooms. Steak smiled and swung his hand backwards. The blade moved inwards and cut a gap in his robe. Thales frowned slightly. A mezzanine? Perhaps to prevent any misunderstandings, Steak used 2 fingers to slowly scoop out a neatly folded piece of yellowed paper from the hidden layer of his robe. Under everyone's gazes, he slowly walked forward with a smile on his face. He put the knife back into his robe with one hand, and with the other, he gently handed the paper to Ricky. Ricky watched Steak's actions with a solemn expression. He also took the paper from Steak's hand in an extremely slow manner. What is this? He asked with a frown. Steak smiled. An old letter. It's a letter written to the person you love. It's sincere and moving. Steak's eyes shone with a rare light. It's a pity that it will never reach the recipient's hands. Almost everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. What? Ricky pursed his lips and shifted his attention to the letter. Be careful, Masked Man reminded him coldly. They are also good at using poison. Ricky nodded. He carefully grabbed a corner of the letter and shook it open. From Thales's angle, he could see that it was a rather old piece of paper made from animal skin. It was obviously not something cheap. As for the content of the letter, since it was too far away, Thales could only see it from the side when he used Hell's senses. There were neat and beautiful black cursive words. Even if he only looked at the general outline of the text, he could still vaguely see the owner's care and seriousness when he wrote it. Letter? Thales was puzzled. Ricky scanned the letter roughly, then immediately raised his head and frowned. Why? Steak seemed to have expected Ricky's reaction. His smile remained, and he bowed as patiently as ever. Look at the signature. Ricky cast a profound glance at Steak. It was clear that he was not very satisfied with Steak's deliberate mystification. But he still looked at the letter. H.N. Ricky's expression changed. He raised his head and waited for Steak's answer. In response to Ricky's question, Steak showed a smug and mysterious smile. That's right. H.N. Jade Star. He repeated each letter. His tone was ethereal, as if he was calling out a distant memory. Steak took a deep breath and said softly, That's the writer of this letter. Herman Knight Jade Star. The former fourth prince of Constellation. At that moment, only two people managed to react. Thales sucked in a sharp breath, and Masked Man widened his eyes. But a few seconds later, many people's expressions changed. Steak said darkly, On that night 18 years ago, I obtained this unmailed letter from him. The assassin from Shadow Shield narrowed his eyes, as if he was savoring a delicacy that he had not tasted for a long time. Just after I sent Prince Herman from the tallest tower in Blade Fang's camp. Chapter 409. At that moment, Thales' breathing stopped. 18 years ago, Herman Knight Jade Star, Blade Fang's camp, Ricky's pupils shrank. You? He stared at Steak in shock and solemnity, and subconsciously glanced in one direction. Ghost Prince, it's you? Steak straightened his robe, revealed a perfect smile, and nodded. It's me. Soon, everyone's gazes toward Steak changed. Even LaSalle was no exception. From wariness and disgust, to wariness and shock. Thales stared at Steak blankly. Let's put it this way. He is. Look, everyone has a past. And the reason why Ting promoted me to one of his assistants and sent me to be the person in charge of Shadow Shield and Dragon Cloud City, Steak said with a smile. He spread his hands and flashed a strange smile. There's a reason. He turned to Thales, still smiling. But the prince only felt that this man's smile suddenly became chilling. A long time ago, the bloody year was just a label in Thales' mind, a backdrop. Only when he talked to others about it would he occasionally bring up the background of that era in a conversation that had a sense of history and vicissitudes. He was shocked by Gilbert's narration, sentimental in the Jade Star family tomb, and sighed for Willow's fate. He was surprised when he passed by Raymond Pass, angry when he heard King Nuven's story, puzzled when he listened to the Old Crow's discussion, and melancholy when he passed by Ghost Prince Tower. But Thales had never been in close contact with the bloody year of that era. It even gave him a misconception. That's all in the past. War, assassinations, conspiracies, death, and bloodshed. All these things that happened from year 660 to year 661 of the calendar of eradication seemed to have happened behind a curtain. They were like history, legends, and stories. It was only at this moment, when Thales looked at Steak, at the true culprit of that year, at the curve of his lips and the fanaticism in his eyes, that he suddenly understood. He had been living under the shadow of that bloody year. Damn it. LaSalle could no longer maintain his noble demeanor. He clenched his fists in front of his chest and stared at his companion in shock. Masked Man's eyes bulged. He stared at Stake with bloodshot eyes and trembled slightly. The mercenaries were in an uproar. But Stake did not care about them. Is this guarantee enough? Stake stared at Ricky and the latter's solemn expression. Do you still think that I will betray all of you to Blade Fang's camp, doubt my stand against Constellation, or doubt my integrity? Stake sneered and pointed at the letter in Ricky's hand. If the above happens, then, use it. Send me to the list that Kessel and the Black Prophet missed out on. Send me to the Secret Intelligence Department's endless search and pursuit. The entire tavern fell silent. It felt like a century had passed. Ricky took a deep breath to calm himself down. Not bad. He nodded with difficulty, as if there was a heavy weight hanging on his neck. It is indeed a substantial guarantee. Let your people in. Ricky seemed a little touched. He folded the letter again and carefully tucked it into his bosom. His voice was a little gloomy. After we take the prince away, we still have a lot of things to do. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Stake smiled sincerely. He bowed respectfully. It is my pleasure. At that moment, Thales watched in a daze as Ricky waved at his subordinates. He watched Stake take out a whistle in a pleased manner and blow it silently. Under Ricky's orders, Marina and Sean walked towards the three of them with furrowed brows. The prince's shock and fear still lingered in his heart. Herman. The fourth prince. The ghost prince, he suddenly remembered old Hammer's sigh. He landed face first, but soon, the sin of Hell's river surged through his body. With a shudder, the absent-minded Thales immediately snapped out of his daze. No, he raised his head in a daze. Ricky's sternness, Stake's smile, and LaSalle's solemnity were all in his eyes at that moment. Thales panted as he watched the people from Disaster Swords hand over his ownership to Shadow Shield. His heart tensed up. No, it's not over yet. Shadow Shield, I can't go with them. Thales thought and gritted his teeth. He turned his head and observed his surroundings. Then, with a firm expression, Thales whispered to Dean and Quick Rope behind him. Cover me. Quick Rope, who was also panicking, frowned. What? Dean, on the other hand, looked at Thales' gaze and guessed his intentions. He could not help but say, Are you crazy? Thales clenched his fists. He stared at Stake's satisfied expression from afar. Trust me. Thales said through gritted teeth. Their secret conversation ended there, because Marina had already arrived behind Thales. The prince pushed Dean and Quick Rope aside and took the lead to meet Marina and the mercenaries behind her. Put your hands behind your back, your highness, and it won't hurt so much. Marina said coldly to Thales. There was a malicious look in her eyes. But Thales snorted softly and slowly approached Marina. Marina, am I right? I think you must be very angry right now. The prince sighed and said, Your whole family was wronged and died with a crime they should not have committed. Today, your actions will make that crime a reality. Marina trembled slightly. She clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Jade Star? Marina snorted softly and went forward. She stared at Thales at a close distance and said disdainfully, You look no different from a normal person, don't you? Her gaze slowly turned cold. What makes you so important that even if you shed a drop of blood, countless innocent people will die with you? Thales took a step closer and winked playfully. Maybe it's because our blood glows? Marina frowned when she sensed the provocation in his words. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales felt a chill in his heart. The swordswoman in red drew the sword in her right hand and slowly raised it from the side of her body to approach the prince's face. Marina sneered, Then let us see your, I'm sorry. Thales put on a stern face and abruptly said. She probably did not expect him to surrender so quickly. Marina was slightly stunned. What? Thales sighed and said, Blame Kurtz. Go blame Kurtz. She's the one who taught me. Marina frowned in puzzlement. Kurtz. However, in the next moment, Marina felt the prince seize her sword-wielding wrist. Marina's combat instincts, which had been trained for many years, made her instinctively want to swing her wrist with a backhand. However, a strong force erupted from Thales's hand and pulled her forward. Marina, who instantly lost her balance, felt a chill in her heart. This force is far from what this thin and weak teenager before me can produce. Marina was about to raise her elbow to fight back, but what happened next was far beyond her expectations. Thales took a step forward as if he was dancing and pulled the swordswoman in red into his arms. In that second, Marina felt the prince's bright and lively eyes suddenly widen. Even his eyelashes could be seen clearly. He was so close that she could see his pupils. Her lips trembled slightly, and she touched another piece of softness. It's a little dry, a little rough, and a little warm. Marina was slightly stunned. In the next moment, that piece of softness moved slightly and covered her lower lip. It brought about an even stranger sensation. It's smooth, moist, and warmer. This is gray. His eyes. At that moment, Marina looked at the prince's eyes at close range, and this thought popped up in her head. It's gray. It's really rare. At that moment, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. But just a fraction of a second later, poor Marina realized the situation she was in. No. In an instant, the shocked and angry Marina pressed her palm against Thales's chest and pushed the prince's face away from her. Slap. Under the surprised gazes of the people around her, the exasperated Marina gave Thales a hard slap with the back of her hand. The poor prince staggered backwards, but he did not forget to squeeze out a smile before he turned around and ran. Marina felt the lingering sensation on her lips and the gazes around her. Humiliation and anger surged in her heart at the same time. She was actually, her face contorted. She raised the sword in her right hand and said angrily, "You be starred, huh?" Marina, who was about to hit him on the back, looked at her empty right hand and was stunned. Where's my sword? Thank you. The prince's words traveled to her along with the sound of the wind as he turned around. At that moment, Sean, who was behind Marina, turned pale with fright. Be careful. It was only then that Marina snapped out of her daze. At some point in time, one of her twin swords had already appeared in Thales's hands. As the prince charged forward without any distractions, it erupted with an indescribable speed and stabbed towards Ricky at the center of the tavern. Before the mercenaries in the distance could react, Sean and the others, who were the first to witness the situation, drew their swords in shock and anger. However, they were stopped by Dean and Quick Rope, who were already prepared for this. They blocked their way. Marina only had time to think about this. On the other side, whoosh, Thales gritted his teeth, raised his longsword horizontally, and moved his feet. He felt the strong sound of the wind brought about by the sin of Hell's River as he charged forward. There was only one person in his eyes. Ricky frowned and raised his head to look at Thales, who suddenly attacked. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, but the battle-hardened warriors reacted extremely quickly. Klein flipped his wrist, and with an even faster speed, dim light pierced towards Thales from the side. Boom. The sin of Hell's River poured down like a river and filled Thales' legs. The power of eradication, which was imitated from the twist of fate, poured out, and as his joints rubbed against each other violently, it pushed Thales' trajectory away. He bypassed Klein's interception. Klein cried out in surprise, but he could only let the tip of his sword slash past the side of Thales' legs. Thales felt the intense pain in his knees and ankles. He roared and broke through the interception that was impossible to break at all costs, and swung his sword at the unarmed Ricky. There were too many of them. Too many. He only had this one chance. He had to seize it. He had to. In front of him, a hint of surprise appeared in Ricky's eyes. Beautiful move. Ricky only had time to say 2 words. Thales' sword suddenly arrived in front of his eyes. His sword stabbed into Ricky's chest. Bang. In the next moment, Thales felt as if he had crashed into a huge vortex. A turbulent force came from all directions, pressing down on his sword-wielding arm. The prince could not help but fall forward, and he could no longer control the sword in his hand. Oh no. He only had time to think that. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the next second, Thales' vision blurred. He felt pain in his knees and elbows, and he fell to the ground. Thales grunted and pushed himself up, but he felt a chill on his neck. He looked up in shock. At some point in time, the sword he snatched from Marina was already in Ricky's hand. Thales was stunned. How can this be? The leader of the disaster swords had an indifferent expression on his face. He knelt on one knee and pressed the tip of his sword against Thales' neck. On the other side, Quick Rope and Dean, who were subdued by the mercenaries, sighed at the same time. Beautiful move. Ricky, who had defeated Thales with one move, sneered and finished the second half of his sentence. Stupid idea. Chapter 410. Marina's blade was very cold, especially when it was pressed against his throat. Thales could feel himself improving ever since he was forced to be sandwiched between the Star Killer and the Raven of Death. In the end, all three parties used up their trump cards. His reaction to actual combat was better, his movements were faster, and his power of eradication flowed more freely. But, Thales looked at Ricky's indifferent expression and his relaxed attitude. He had no choice but to move his neck along with the other party's blade. Damn it. From the prince's sudden attack to Ricky's successful counterattack, both parties had only exchanged blows once. The sudden change only lasted for less than 2 seconds. Quick Rope and Dean, who were covering for Thales, were pinned to the ground by multiple opponents. They could not move, and their faces were in pain. Many of the mercenaries were still prepared to fight. They watched in surprise as the situation turned around in an instant. Clearly, someone needs to teach our prince when and what not to do. Klein snorted in disdain from the side. He sheathed dim light, which was as fast as lightning. I told you. The former Baron LaSalle, who had calmed down after the shock, looked at the disaster swords around him in dissatisfaction. This prince is very troublesome. Stake frowned at Thales, who had failed in his counterattack. Restless little fellow, isn't he? Bastard. Marina gritted her teeth. Her face was red as she held her sword and walked forward. She was prepared to take down the bold prince and teach him a lesson. But at that moment, slap. The prince turned over without a care. He stretched out his right arm and firmly grasped his enemy's sword hand. Ricky's expression changed. He looked at Thales in surprise. Even Marina's footsteps paused. Hey, disaster swords. Thales' arm muscles tensed. He pushed the sword away from his throat with all his might. His voice trembled slightly as he wrestled with Ricky. It's not over yet, however. At that moment, the prince felt that Ricky's wrist was like a 1,000-year-old tree that had taken root, or a huge rock that weighed 10,000 pounds. It could not be pushed away, nor could it be shaken. I heard that you're very interested in Black Sword, right? Thales tried his best not to think about the cold sword on his neck. He forced a smile. Unfortunately, I'm also very interested in him. Ricky watched Thales struggle like a cornered beast and frowned. He seemed very dissatisfied. A smart person should know when to give up. Following Ricky's words, a strange power flowed out from his wrist. Thales' expression suddenly changed. At that moment, Ricky's power of eradication flowed into his entire body through Thales' palm. Thales felt as if he had been thrown into a cauldron, covered with a lid, and set on a flame. Scalding hot. It stung. It was heavy. In a trance, his blood emitted an uneasy muffled sound. His skin was slightly irritated, and the bones in his body couldn't move at all. It was as if someone was tightly clamping him down and putting him under great pressure. With Thales' hell senses, the power of eradication in Ricky's body was like countless deep whirlpools that devoured everything in its endless, rolling undercurrents. Once one fell into it, there was no way to escape or leave. What is this? Thales thought in agony. At that moment, Ricky's cold voice slowly traveled into Thale's ears. Such as you. Ricky watched with satisfaction as Thale's face turned from red to white. His breathing froze, and he watched as Thale's eyes lost focus under his terrifying power. Thales trembled slightly, and his grip loosened. Every time. Ricky pursed his lips and thought in a bored and indifferent manner. It's the same every time. When their power of eradication surged into their opponent's body. He shook his head in disdain. But just as Ricky was about to push away the powerless Thales, the prey under his sword suddenly trembled slightly. Asterisk thud. Asterisk under everyone's gazes, the prince, who was already at the end of his tether, suddenly sucked in a sharp breath, extended his left hand, and grabbed Ricky's collar tightly. Ricky's pupils instantly shrank. Thales gritted his teeth and exerted force in his hand to close the distance between them. Ricky stared at Thales in a daze and asked in slight doubt, You can still move? As a leader, you are indeed very special, Ricky. Thales' breathing became more rapid. Sweat broke out on his forehead, but his face was flushed, and his words were smooth. They are all cold and violent, but you, Ricky shuddered violently. What? Yours is scorching, oppressive, heavy, and blots out the sun. It's like a terrifying whirlpool that you can't escape from. Thales smiled with his forehead drenched in sweat. He felt the power of eradication in his body surge inch by inch, as if it had a mind of its own, expelling and clearing the foreign power that invaded his body. But that ominous energy is still the same. The disaster swords. The power of eradication began to spread in Thales' mind. It was boiling and excited. When he heard Thales' words, Ricky widened his eyes in shock. You. How did you? Thales gripped Ricky's wrist and collar tightly. He resisted the influence of the power of eradication on him, and suppressed the urge and desire to immediately counterattack. Damn it. Not enough. Not enough. I still don't believe it. I need more. As he thought, Thales grunted with his forehead drenched in sweat. He observed the characteristics of Ricky's power of eradication. Just like how he imitated the twist of fate not too long ago, he urged the power in his body to change. Scorching. As Thales thought about this, the sin of hell's river in his body began to flow on its own. It emitted a terrifyingly high temperature in his senses. Oppressive. The power of eradication roared and covered his blood vessels, muscles, bones, and almost all his tissues. It was like a dark cloud blotting out the sun, leaving not a single gap. Heavy. An inexplicable pressure descended on Thales' body. As the power changed, it became more obvious, as if it had substance. It blotted out the sun. Soon, the sin of hell's river spun around a center, as if it wanted to tear him apart, but also as if it wanted to devour everything. At that moment, Thales had the illusion that no matter what kind of attack it was, as long as he was still immersed in the vortex formed by the power of eradication, he could easily withstand it. Thales exhaled in pain. He could vaguely hear his body protesting against the chilling sounds of friction, as if it was a machine that could not bear the weight of a heavy load. No one knew that in less than a second, he had experienced the terrifying ups and downs from the peak of a mountain to a deep valley, and then from the depths of the earth to the clouds. Compared to the twist of fate, which he was almost familiar with, this time, the transformation of the sin of hell's river gave him a greater burden and cost than he imagined. But, Thales tried his best to pull himself together and looked at the enemy in front of him. The teenager took a deep breath and tightened his grip on Ricky's wrist. He smiled as if he had been relieved of a burden. Just like this? Soon, the newborn sin of hell's river, which had completed the transformation in his days, poured into Ricky's body. At first, Ricky looked puzzled, but as the unusually familiar power gradually surged into his body, the man's breathing became more rapid. This is scorching. Oppressive. Heavy. Blotting out the sky. Just like, as he looked at Thales' smile and sensed the feeling coming from his body, there were no words that could describe Ricky's current expression. No, he widened his eyes and shook his head subconsciously, as if he could not believe what was happening before his eyes. Impossible, Thales coughed in pain, and the young power of eradication immediately dissipated. His hand left Ricky's collar and fell limply to the ground. The onlookers did not know what was going on. As they listened to the conversation between the two, they were surprised and bewildered. The anxious Sean wanted to walk forward, but Ricky waved him away. "What's wrong, Ricky?" Klein asked tentatively. But the leader of the disaster swords only shook his head slightly and did not answer. He was still immersed in disbelief and surprise. "I know." Thales looked as if he was on the verge of death. His expression was dazed, and he forced himself to stay awake. He gritted his teeth and said, "I know why all of you want Black Sword." Ricky's shock slowly disappeared, but his frown deepened. He began to face the truth before him. "Who are you?" Crassus of the disaster swords asked in a low voice. But Thales only sucked in a deep breath and shook his head. "Believe me, Ricky, you don't want Black Sword." The prince's face was full of exhaustion. "You want me. I'm the one you really need." The teenager fixed his gaze on the man. "Me." The lights in the tavern were much dimmer than before, making Ricky's expression look incredibly solemn. On the other side, Stake of Shadow Shield coughed to remind the disaster swords. "What are they doing?" LaSalle urged impatiently. "Are they chatting?" Masked Man looked at Ricky worriedly. He watched as he suppressed the prince but did not move. "Ricky, we should take action," he waved at Sean and Marina. The latter too walked forward cautiously or with gritted teeth. But Ricky suddenly raised his head. "Step back." The leader of the disaster swords had never been so serious before. He looked coldly at his subordinates, who were prepared to come forward to capture the prince, and said coldly, "All of you." The mercenaries were stunned. But before they could react, Ricky withdrew the sword in his right hand, grabbed Thales' collar with his powerful left hand, lifted him up from the ground, and slammed him on the table beside him. Bang. Amid the loud noise, Thales lay on the table in pain and moaned. But before he could react, Ricky turned his sword around, sliced through the air, and stabbed at his head. Whoosh. Thales' mind went blank. Thud. A muffled sound rose. The tip of the sword grazed past Thales' scalp and was embedded deeply into the table. It was only an inch away from Thales' forehead. The prince glanced at the cold glare of the sword through the corner of his eye. His heart pounded, and he stared at Ricky's eyes in shock. "Hey, be careful." Stake widened his eyes, extended his hand, and cried out, "We don't want to get a corpse," but Ricky ignored him. Masked Man coldly blocked Stake's path, not letting him take even a single step forward. The leader of the disaster sword slowly bent down and approached the shocked Thales. "Tell me." His hand was still on the hilt of his sword. He twisted the blade, and it made a terrifying scraping sound against the pierced wood. "Your Highness, you arrogant prince." Ricky enunciated each word clearly. "Have you tasted death before?" His eyes were as cold as ice. Even the light reflected in his pupils was filled with coldness. At that moment, Masked Man and Klein widened their eyes and looked at each other at a loss. It was as if they knew something. Thales stared into Ricky's eyes and digested his words. The taste of death. Ricky understood. Thales breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had achieved his goal. But obviously, the others did not understand. "Honorable Crassus, forgive me for being blunt. He might have angered you, but the prince in your hands is very valuable." Stake seemed to be worried about the hidden meaning in Ricky's tone. He raised his hands anxiously. "If you are dissatisfied with him," Ricky suddenly turned around. He glared at Thales and shouted fiercely. "Shut up." Stake was rendered speechless. The rest of his words were stuck in his mouth. In the next second, Ricky turned around and continued to stare at Thales on the table. He said sternly, "Answer me, Prince." His breathing quickened. "Have you seen death before?" At that moment, Ricky was like a fierce beast with sharp claws and a long beard. He no longer had the indifference and indifference he had when they first met. Death. Thales frowned. His thoughts drifted away. Only those who have survived death have the right to use and control it. At the moment it fused with you, you wandered between life and death, and the boundary between life and death became blurred. As he mulled over the past, the prince recovered the energy he had used just now and clenched his fists. And Ricky still held him hostage. He did not relax in the slightest. The whispers in the tavern slowly disappeared. Although the mercenaries were puzzled, they still stayed in their positions and waited for their leader's decision. A few seconds passed. Of course. The prince gritted his teeth. His breathing was chaotic. I have seen it before. More than you can imagine. Ricky's frown slowly disappeared. But you're alive, he said slowly. His anger and shock slowly disappeared. It was not a question. Yes. Thales repeated his words. His smile was forced. Although I can't remember clearly, but... Thales took a deep breath and did not look at the blade of the sword that stopped next to his forehead. Yes, I'm back. I'm back every time. He raised his trembling right hand and pointed at his chest. Together with it, Ricky's frown disappeared completely. He no longer twisted the blade on the table. How did you know? His tone was cautious. About us, about, Ricky's gaze followed Thales' finger. He said the next word solemnly and sternly, it. Thales exhaled laboriously. Don't forget, I am a jade star. The prince smiled weakly. We know everything. Ricky's expression froze. He narrowed his eyes. Jade Star, Horus Jade Star? Ricky took a deep breath. His tone became downcast along with his head. Is it him? He learned all of this from the Tower of Eradication? Thales was slightly stunned. What? Whether it's him or not. Thales gulped. He was determined to get through the crisis before him first. But you want me? He stared straight at the slightly confused Ricky. You want me more than anything else. Because I represent the miracle and opportunity that all of you have been dreaming of, Thales repeated their words in a low voice. The end of the old era, and the beginning of the new era. As Thales spoke, the confusion on Ricky's face slowly faded. He looked up. Yes. Ricky looked at the prince in front of him, sighed, and said in relief. I want you. There was a profound meaning in his words. In the next second, Ricky exerted force with his right hand, pulled the blade out from the table, and turned to the others. Thales was left alone, lying on the table, panting in shock. Take him down. Be polite. Ricky brandished his sword and tossed it back to Marina, who was staring at Thales unblinkingly and indignantly. Sean nodded and walked forward. Get ready. At that moment, it was as if Ricky had become the calm and indifferent leader from before. We will begin the next step. Klein and Masked Man looked at each other. They glanced at Thales uneasily and nodded in unison. The mercenary started to move. Stake coughed to remind them of his existence. Since we have subdued this mischievous prince, let us take him away, at least to a safe place. But Ricky suddenly raised his head and interrupted him. The prince must stay in our hands as a pledge. Stake could not help but be stunned by his firm words. Only when we complete our goal and leave the camp, Ricky said lightly, will I hand him over to you. When he said this, both Stake and LaSalle widened their eyes. Thales exhaled and felt slightly at ease. Finally, Quick Rope and Dean, who were subdued on the ground, became even more confused. Just like the mercenaries, they did not know what was going on. Wait. Stake stared at Ricky from afar. His tone was filled with disbelief. I gave you such a huge guarantee, but you still insist on maintaining the status quo? He pointed at Thales, who was violently dragged down from the table by Sean. But Ricky only snorted softly. You didn't give me anything, Stake. Shadow Shield has always been Constellation's enemy, the leader of the Disaster Sword said coldly. Even if that letter is exposed, it will only push your name forward on the Secret Intelligence Department's enemy list. Steak's expression turned cold. The veins on his hand could be vaguely seen. So, the letter I gave you is equivalent to throwing away my money? Steak's tone slowly tightened along with his expression. This is not the way to do business. He put his hands in his robe and slowly paced forward. Masked Man consciously stood in front of him. The mercenaries sensed the barely discernible tension. They did not need to be reminded to be prepared for battle. They stood in formation and were wary of the enemies hiding outside the eaves. We, mercenaries, have our own way of doing business. Ricky said nonchalantly, accept it, or screw it up. It's your choice. Steak's gaze became extremely cold. Screw it up. The guest of Shadow Shield gritted his teeth. His words were cold. Everyone. When LaSalle saw that the situation was about to reach a stalemate again, he quickly said, this camp is filled with Constellation's army. If we drag each other down, no one will be able to walk out of here safely, and we won't be able to achieve our goal. Ricky smiled in response. We did what we promised you. The prince is here. I think you don't mind us temporarily detaining the goods, Ricky said loudly, but intentionally or not, he glanced at a few corners at the top of the tavern. Until you pay the rest of the money? Steak stiffened. He knew that the places Ricky looked at just now were the places where the assassins of Shadow Shield had been hiding outside the tavern for a long time and were ready to attack at any moment. But, Steak clenched his fists in indignation. You don't think I'm blind, do you? Steak gritted his teeth and said, just now, you and the prince whispered in each other's ears for a long time. Sean had just roughly tied Thales up. He noticed that Sean was carrying Thales' luggage on his back. When he heard this, he was stunned. Steak glared at Ricky, who looked calm and composed. You weren't really tempted by the prince's words and reached some kind of deal with him, right? Such as, some kind of deal between you and Constellation, such as the prison of bones? Ricky stopped what he was doing. LaSalle stopped talking as well. He stared at the others with deep distrust in his eyes. Masked Man frowned. Then it'll be very ugly, Steak said coldly. Do you think that Shadow Shield would come all the way here just to let you take away our target so easily? Ricky took a deep breath, turned around, and met Masked Man's gaze. He laughed. Ha ha ha, Masked Man laughed as well. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. I can understand. You gave us that letter, so you were very indignant. You felt as if you were being taken advantage of. Ricky laughed very happily. He waved his hand. Are you still worried that we will judge the situation and turn around to collude with Constellation? Make all of you fall short of success? Steak's expression became more and more unpleasant. Ricky walked forward, moved past Masked Man, and arrived in front of Steak. But what I want to say is, Steak, just like you, we were destined to be enemies with Constellation a long time ago. Steak was slightly stunned. Ricky stared at him and said faintly, as a reward for your letter, and as a reward for your sincerity, with a calm expression, he crooked his finger behind him. Samuel? While Steak, LaSalle, Thales, and the others were puzzled, Masked Man snorted coldly and walked forward. He stretched out his hand and pulled down his mask without hesitation. The lights flickered, and the Masked Man's face was indistinct. It was a face that had been through the vicissitudes of life. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s. His cheekbones were high, and his sideburns were faintly visible. Steak scrutinized him with a puzzled expression, as if he did not know what to do for a moment. You are, Masked Man shook his head in disdain. But LaSalle's expression changed beside Steak. That is. The former Baron of Extet stared at the man and shuddered slightly. Many mercenaries, including Quick Rope, looked at each other in confusion. They were extremely puzzled. Thales tried his best to stretch his neck, but he could only see Masked Man's side profile. Damn it, who is that guy? But Thales was immediately stunned. Side profile. Yes, he could only see Masked Man's side profile. But that was enough. There was an obvious and ferocious brand on one side of the man's face, from his chin to his cheekbone. His skin and flesh were turned inside out, and blood was everywhere. It was like, Thales stared at the brand on the man's face in a daze. Just like the two brands on Raphael Lindbergh's wrists from the kingdom's secret intelligence department 6 years ago. They were the Arun families, but the prince was shocked again. He recognized it. The imprints on the masked man's face had a regular pattern and a shape, that is, Thales could not believe his eyes. But masked man quickly spoke and ended Thales' doubts. This is the letters from the ancient empire. It represents the Jade Star royal family. It was branded a long time ago, he said coldly as he gently touched the ugly and terrifying brand on his face. Stake shuddered violently. Masked man said coldly, the person who is branded with this brand is a sinner who was personally ordered by the Supreme King of Constellation to be punished. He will bear the shame and sin that will never be forgiven, and he will never be able to redeem himself. Stake took a step back with a surprised expression. Ricky crossed his arms and sneered slightly. Klein looked as if he had known about this for a long time and was not surprised. Marina listened to masked man's confession with a complicated expression. Thales stared at the man named Samuel in a daze. He could not describe the feelings in his heart. Stake remembered something and asked with uncertainty, "You said your name is Samuel?" "You are." Samuel, who was no longer masked, snorted softly. "As you said, everyone has a past." Samuel turned around and faced the people in the tavern. "After the war 18 years ago, aside from all of you assassins who deserved to die, there was also a group of people in Eternal Star City who were sentenced to prison by the newly crowned King Kessel." Samuel slowly walked forward. His tone was cold. All of them were skilled, experienced, and powerful warriors who were born into nobility. They once made a glorious oath to protect the noblest descendants of the kingdom. Samuel turned his head abruptly and looked at Thales, causing the latter to be shocked. Under the illumination of the light, the brand on his face became even more obvious and terrifying. His gaze was very strange. He was clearly staring at Thales, but it was as if he was looking into the distance through a layer of water curtain. Samuel spoke slowly, but because of that failure and humiliation that the world knew about, they were wronged under the wrath of the new king. They were charged with grave crimes, and from then on, they could only waste their lives in the miserable underground. They could never be free, and they could never see the light of day. Samuel raised his head. His tone was one of pride and pain. "I am Colin Samuel, from Eternal Star City. I am the youngest son of Viscount Lucas Samuel," he said in pain. "I was once the vice flag bearer of the Royal Guards of Constellation. I was the personal guard of the late King Adi II. I was the glorious Emperor's Praetorian Guard." He stared at Thales with a complicated gaze. "I was also a member of the royal guards who guarded Renaissance Palace during the Bloody Year." Thales stared back at him in a daze. His emotions were in a mess. "Royal guards? Isn't that?" Samuel gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. In the almost suffocating atmosphere, he said angrily, "After the unfair trial, he was also the only one among the 46 royal guards who refused to plead guilty and were sentenced to life imprisonment in the prison of bones. He was the only one who managed to escape. They are felons who have no place in the whole of Constellation." Stake did not speak anymore. He only looked at Samuel with a profound gaze. The tavern was silent. Then, Ricky spoke again. "Compared to your letter, which was more of a gimmick than a practical one, this is our guarantee, Stake. It is impossible for us to work with Constellation. So the prince will stay in our hands, and even act with us," Ricky said coldly. "His safety, and whether he can be handed over to you smoothly, all depends on the success of our next operation. And here I am, thanking both of you for your generous help in advance." Ricky's words were filled with hints. Stake and LaSalle frowned. Ricky snorted softly, turned his head around, and ignored them. "Now." The leader of the disaster swords swept his gaze over the solemn mercenaries. His gaze swept past Thales' face, whose emotions were complicated. "Let's go." Chapter 411. The west slanting moon shone faintly on an alley. Thales leaned against the wall in the alley and watched the blood whistle mercenaries, or rather, the disaster swords, skillfully lurking in the alley. They were silent but highly vigilant. He felt anxious. Damn it. After they left the tavern, they did spread out, but they were even more vigilant. I can't find a chance like this. From planning to taking action, the disaster swords could be said to be swift and decisive. The Prince of Constellation, Quick Rope, and the others were escorted out of the tavern in a few minutes. They approached the prison of bones in an efficient and low-key manner. The efficiency of Shadow Shield, Disaster Swords, and LaSalle working together was not to be underestimated. Aside from them deliberately moving in groups to hide their tracks, they did not alert a single person along the way from my home to this place. Even the patrols they were supposed to run into had disappeared from their sights. But at that moment, what Thales was most worried about was not this. He was worried about one of the people guarding him, a certain swordswoman with an angry expression on her face. 8 or 9 years ago, when I returned to my hometown, there was also a local rascal who wanted to molest me. Marina rubbed her lips gently with one hand and pressed the hilt of her sword with the other. She leaned close to Thales' ear and whispered. Her words contained hatred that could not be ignored. Do you want to know what happened to him? No, not at all. But in the face of Marina, who was gnashing her teeth, Thales could only return an awkward smile filled with guilt and helplessness. Hey, I'm very sorry about what happened just now, but you're too good. That was the only way I could. Before he could finish speaking, a cold glare flashed in Marina's eyes. It made Thales, who was already in the wrong, freeze. His flattery did not work at all. God take pity on him. Be it in this life or his previous life, which had blurry memories, he had never done something like sexual harassment, which he despised and despised. However, just now, Thales lowered his head sorrowfully and avoided Marina's fierce gaze. His reputation in 2 lives was destroyed in one night. Marina snorted coldly and gently pulled out her sword. At that time, I placed the sword between that bastard's legs just like this. As goosebumps rose all over Thales' body, Marina lowered her weapon with a cold expression. Then, with a twist of my wrist. Fortunately, when Thales felt a chill at his crotch and was about to cry for help, a steady and gentle voice stopped him. Marina. I asked you to keep an eye on him, not to find a chance to kill him. Ricky's figure appeared at the entrance of the heavily guarded alley. He nodded slightly at his subordinates in the alley, his expression solemn. Restrain yourself. Marina frowned, but she still put away her sword under Thales' hopeful gaze. Of course. She put away the unwillingness on her face and said lightly. However, Marina's next sentence made Thales feel bitter in his heart again. We should gag his mouth and remove one of his arms or one of his legs. If he's in the middle of our operation. But Ricky shook his head. Our esteemed guest is not a stupid person. Crassus of the disaster swords narrowed his eyes and stared at the prince, who was forcing himself to remain calm. He knows when to negotiate and when to resist. He also knows who is his greatest support at this moment. Thales' heart instantly became heavy. He knew that the people from Shadow Shield were secretly hiding in the periphery. Compared to those people, falling into the hands of the disaster swords was not such a bad choice. Isn't it? Ricky tilted his head behind him. There, the 3 pitiful hostages, Quick Rope, Dean, and Tampa, were tied up and gagged. They were unceremoniously escorted by more than 10 fierce disaster swordsmen. From time to time, they would cast pitiful or indignant glances at Thales. When he saw them, the prince could only sigh sadly. Of course. Compared to them, Thales was very lucky to only have his weapons and luggage taken away. He glanced at the crossbow of time on Marina's back and the JC dagger tied to her waist. He could not help but gulp. This action made Marina's gaze even more disgusted. Under Ricky's signal, the mercenaries, including Marina, obediently moved a little further away. Ricky stood in front of the prince. His gaze was burning, and it made Thales feel uneasy. So, what you want to do in the prison of bones is, the prince coughed and wanted to ask for some information, but he was interrupted by Ricky. Not enough, the leader of the disaster sword said softly. Thales was stunned. What? The sin of Hell's River. Ricky stared at him with a strange gaze. You haven't experienced enough, and you haven't fused with it deeply enough. You can't even touch the threshold. The sin of Hell's River. This sudden topic made Thales nervous. What do you mean? Can't even touch the threshold, the prince's body stiffened. So, what you need is someone like Black Sword? But Ricky still shook his head and denied it. He's not enough either. When he stared at the prince, there was an undisguised coldness in his gaze, but there was also a fanaticism that made people feel uneasy. These two contradictory meanings made Thales feel even more uncomfortable. So, you need more training. You need to let it mature as soon as possible amidst blood and danger, become stronger, and release it. In the end, you will surpass the supreme class and reach the legendary, true world. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. He became even more confused. Surpass, what world? What are you talking about? That is the only way. As if he did not hear what Thales said, Ricky continued to stare at Thales attentively. We believe that it is not without reason that you were chosen by Hell's River and returned from death. Thales' eyelids twitched. In fact, the Iron Blood King, Gil Quz, the Black Knight, and the Ninth Man, Shalon Tan En, Hill Crassus. Ricky read out the names that Thales was either unfamiliar with or had heard of. Even you, Thales Jade Star. Thales was confused. These names, the Iron Blood King seems to be the ancient Northland king who led the army to fight against the ancient orcs. Gil Quz, I've never heard of him before, the Black Knight. I think I've seen him in the pile of novels about pitiful knights by Little Rascal's bedside or in the bardic poems. The Ninth Man, what the hell is this? It's a nickname, right? Shalon Tan En, what a familiar surname. Hill Crassus, strange, isn't Crassus the honorific title given to the leader of the disaster swords? As for Thales Jadestar. No, what about me? Damn it, if only I had a photographic memory like Saroma, who likes to flip through random books when she has nothing better to do. Ricky continued, we believe that in the thousands of years of history, every single person who struggled to return from the edge of Hell's River had their own mission in that era. What? Thales could not help but ask, what mission? But Ricky did not answer him. Instead, he flashed a smile that made people uneasy. You obtained a key, Prince. It can open a door that we have been waiting for more than 100 years, the leader of the disaster sword said with a smile. Don't waste it. The confused prince was about to speak, but he was interrupted by the sound of carriages coming from outside the alley. Around them, the mercenaries who had been lurking quietly became alert, like wild beasts whose territory had been invaded. Ricky raised his head and looked at a figure outside the alley. Their signal is here, Crassus of the disaster sword said with a frown. Let's go. Thales' expression changed. Before he could react, he was violently escorted out of the alley by the impatient Marina. A rather long fleet of carriages headed towards them on the empty and dark street. There were both human-powered carts carrying unknown goods and carriages pulled by pack horses. Tampa whimpered uneasily behind him. He only quieted down when Sean reminded him mercilessly. When he saw the wine glass on the flag of the fleet, Thales immediately understood. This is the supply fleet for my tavern. There were about 20 people in the transport fleet. They were all dressed in ordinary clothes made of coarse cloth. They looked shabby and light, just like the locals of Blade Fang's camp. Their horses did not stop galloping, and they turned a blind eye to Ricky and the group of people who popped out of the alley. In the carriage closest to them, a coachman lifted his hood at Ricky and nodded politely. Thales recognized the coachman. It was Stake. Don't worry, the patrol team closest to us has already left. Stake sat in the driver's seat and smiled smugly at Ricky, who approached him. There were also 3 thieves who wanted to take advantage of the night to burgle, but they have already been dealt with. All the factors that could expose us for this trip, but Ricky did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at another person sitting beside Stake. Beside Stake, Samuel, the former royal guard of Constellation, snorted softly. Along the way. I have to say, they really have their ways. Samuel did not hide the disgust on his face, but he still nodded. Shadow shield. Stake lifted his hood in a smug manner. Just like what we promised. He looked past Ricky at Thales, who was in front of Marina, and smiled as well. Thales quirked an eyebrow. As he sized up the front and back of the fleet, Ricky noticed Stake's gaze and snorted coldly. But in the end, he did not say anything. He just boarded the rack at the back of the carriage and waved his hand. The group of disaster swords caught up with the fleet. They walked into the gaps between the carriages with ease and became one with the fleet. Thales was unceremoniously pushed into one of the carriages by Marina. The fleet of carriages continued moving forward as the wheels of the different carriages swayed. The fleet was very quiet. Be it the secretive Shadow Shield or the murderous Disaster Swords, none of them said a word at that moment. The coachman drove the carriages, and the pedestrians walked. For a period of time, there was only the sound of hooves and wheels. The atmosphere was oppressive. Finally, amidst Thales' uneasy thoughts, a seemingly familiar building appeared in his shaky vision. It was a huge, bowl-shaped fortress with only a protruding arched entrance. The Prison of Bones. As the supply fleet approached, a group of soldiers guarding the arched entrance walked forward with torches in their hands. Thales watched from afar and could not help but frown. You're too early. A guard who looked like a captain approached the first carriage accompanied by a few of his comrades. He looked at the smiling coachman and frowned. There's still some time before dawn. The carriages in front of them stopped. The coachman jumped down from the carriage. While he commanded the workers to move the goods, he smiled obsequiously and said, "It's a special time, please understand," but the captain's gaze shifted to the back of the fleet. "Wait. Your fleet is a little long." The captain of the guards looked at the endless stream of vehicles behind them. Suspicion appeared on his face. Why are some of them carrying weapons? But the coachman did not panic. He just spread his arms and explained with an obsequious smile, "We're new here. You know, the camp has not been peaceful recently." The captain's gaze froze. He took a step back and subconsciously placed his hand on his waist. The 7 or 8 guards behind the captain also became alert. Thales clenched his fists as he watched from the side. He saw that the captain's armor had the emblem of the Stardust unit. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, not peaceful, my foot. The captain of the guards, who noticed that something was off, drew his weapon without hesitation and said warily, "We don't need so many people to transport supplies." The expressions of the guards behind him changed. The coachman's face turned pale. He quickly waved his hand and explained, "No, that's because we're from Hell's River." The captain, who had a weapon in his hand, froze for a moment when he heard this. What from Hell's River? In the next second, a guard behind the captain suddenly took a step forward and hugged him from behind. Asterisk shick. Asterisk. The ferryman of Hell's River, the traitor behind the captain, faintly finished the coachman's words. The captain's mouth was covered tightly. He twitched and widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the blood-stained blade that had been thrown out of his chest. Thales held his breath, but his mouth was covered by Marina, who was beside him. Before the rest of the guards could react to the sudden change, the coachman's body moved violently. He moved past the captain, who died with his eyes wide open, and arrived in front of the second guard. Under the latter's shocked gaze, he stabbed a dagger into his throat and nailed his screams between his chattering teeth. At the same time, 6 or 7 mysterious figures appeared from the darkness. A panic-stricken guard pulled out his weapon. He was just about to shout when a fellow behind him pressed down on his chin and skillfully slit his windpipe. In despair, he looked at his comrade beside him for help, but found that the latter's neck was strangled by an assassin who had appeared at some point in time. He stared back at him with a pained expression, and his hands clawed at his neck in vain. Another guard instinctively wanted to ask for help from the arched door, but before he could turn around, there was a terrifying cracking sound, and his head was twisted by an assassin. There was even an assassin who took out a crossbow and accurately shot through the back of the neck of a guard who had turned around to run away. His footsteps and his screams were cut off along with his spinal cord. In the eyes of the terrified Thales, these mysterious figures who had suddenly appeared either stabbed, strangled, or strangled 9 guards. They quietly and shockingly efficiently ended the lives of 9 guards. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Thales almost forgot to breathe. This is Shadow Shield? The mercenaries who came with the caravan widened their eyes and watched the scene under the moonlight in shock. By the time the equally surprised Marina let go of Thales, who was breathing rapidly, the assassins in front of them had already carefully supported the guards who were no longer moving. They skillfully caught the torches and weapons they dropped, dragged the corpses to a dark corner, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Soon, the area in front of the prison of bones became empty. The last trace of the Constellatiate soldiers also disappeared from the street. Only the barely discernible bloodstains on the ground told of what had just happened. Ricky's eyebrows were furrowed tighter than ever. William's subordinates are indeed vigilant. Stake clicked his tongue as he watched the scene in front of him. He did not care at all. They're very different from those recruits. If it weren't for the fact that we were well prepared and you were alone, Ricky nodded slightly and got off the carriage. He did not bat an eyelid. He knew in his heart that this was Stake's demonstration to him. It was all for the goods they seized. Damn it. Klein, the Northlander swordsman, had walked to Ricky's side at some point in time. His expression was unpleasant as he commented on the silent and bloody massacre. I've killed quite a lot of people, but this is too. He looked at the bloodstains on the street and could not continue speaking. But Thales understood what he meant. Ricky patted Klein's shoulder and made a gesture. The mercenaries, who had been stunned by the scene just now, snapped out of their daze. The disguised caravan continued forward. They stepped through the arched door and entered the deep tunnel leading to the prison of bones. Thales was among them. His expression was solemn. As you can see, the guards on the ground outside the prison of bones have been quietly dealt with. We've arranged for people to take over their sentry posts. While on the carriage, Stake acted as if nothing had happened as he moved past the torches and the bloodstains on the ground. He smiled at Ricky and said, "The patrols during curfew will pass by in 15 minutes. But they are all recruits sent by the great clans to fill in the gaps. They're full of complaints, their morale is low, and their efficiency is low. They can't compare to William's regular army. They can't see through us. We'll have at least 4 hours until the shift at the prison of bones." Thales felt a chill in his heart as he listened to their conversation. Ricky nodded. "Is there anything else I should know?" Stake said with a smile, "Even if there's an emergency on the way, the patrols in charge of the 2 areas nearby belong to Brave Souls Fort and New Offering Land. The 2 clans they belong to have a grudge against each other. We can try to delay them from coming over to inspect the area and leave enough time for us to evacuate." The former envoy of Extet, LaSalle Weeder, appeared in the group. He frowned. "As far as I know, Running Horse Frank is still in the camp. He's a ruthless character. The Stardust unit he commands is the elite regular army under Williams. Their reactions are fast, their combat abilities are astonishing, and they know the camp like the back of their hand." Stake nodded with a smile. "That's right. But right now, there are many nobles in Blade Fang's camp who are nobler than the bumpkin Frank. Don't expect a group of counts and viscounts to listen to his orders. It'll be good enough if they don't drag him down." Stake smiled slyly and said, "And with some of our efforts, the recruits and regular army, the local nobles and the royal family, and the Blade Fang's camp, which is not under full command, will take much longer than usual for them to realize the problem, gather their forces, and rush over to provide reinforcements." LaSalle understood and nodded in approval. The Constellatiates gathered their forces and marched westward on a large scale. It might seem like they're showing off their might in the desert, but they're actually restraining themselves in the camp. "You're really lucky." Samuel rubbed the brand on his face and snorted coldly. "Why do you think we chose to come at this time, Northlander?" When Steak saw that the two of them, who did not get along with each other, were about to argue again, he quickly changed the topic. Steak coughed and said, "And even if we reach the last step, we can still create a diversion and lure them away." Klein was puzzled. "What?" Steak smiled smugly. "This is what the Ting family said. It means to distract their attention. Think about it, an accident happened in the prison of Bones, a noble who came from afar was assassinated, and a fire broke out in the military warehouse. If you're Frank, and you're the watchdog Williams left behind, which one would you deal with first?" The three disaster swords understood the meaning of Steak's words. They exchanged glances, and their expressions were solemn. "You seem to have forgotten about the kingdom's secret intelligence department and their spies in the camp," Ricky said quietly. "Do you think they didn't notice anything?" Steak's eyes lit up. They might have noticed some clues, but they couldn't react in time. "We released bait a long time ago. A teenager who looks like the Prince of Constellation has recently appeared in the Tower of Eradication. Trust me, because of this news, the Secret Intelligence Department spies in Blade Fang's camp are busy traveling north." When he heard this, Thales, who was in the carriage behind them, sighed in disappointment. Ricky was silent for a while. "You didn't come here on a whim or because something happened suddenly." Ricky seemed to have figured something out. He raised his vigilant gaze. "You planned this a long time ago." Steak smiled in an indifferent manner. "Maybe you're better at fighting head-on, but when it comes to this," Steak glanced at his surroundings. "We're the professionals." Samuel snorted angrily. "Just like 18 years ago?" Steak smiled. He wisely did not continue the conversation. They finally finished walking through the tunnel, which was neither too long nor too short, and entered the main building of the prison of Bones. A wooden door that was as tall as 3 or 4 people appeared in front of them. Behind the door, the prisoners' noisy shouts could be vaguely heard. Klein walked forward and knocked on the door. "My tavern, delivering supplies," he said coldly. A small window was opened on the wooden door, revealing a man's face. He looked at the caravan in puzzlement. "Supplies? You're early, and shouldn't you be accompanied by the guards?" These were his last words. In the next second, the long sword at Klein's waist shot out like a bolt of lightning, straight into the face of the guard behind the window. Panicked shouts came from behind the door. "Intruders!" Obviously, the guards behind the door were aware of the situation outside. An anxious voice rose. "Quick, sound the alarm, ugh." His voice came to an abrupt halt, along with the other panicked shouts. A few seconds later, in the sudden and chilling silence, the sound of a few heavy objects falling on the ground came from behind the door. As Steak's smile remained unchanged, Ricky loosened his grip on the sword hilt at his waist in the carriage. Thale's breathing became faster, and the muscles on his arms became tighter. Soon, with the crisp sound of metal clanking, the door opened with a loud creak. 2 assassins dressed in guard uniforms walked out from the darkness behind the door. They nodded at Steak expressionlessly. As Thale sighed, the disaster swords jumped down from the caravan and entered in a single file with torches in their hands. In the darkness, the sounds of intense fighting rose one after another. Soon, the short fight ended. Thales took a deep breath, and under Marina's urging, he entered the prison of Bones. Without the illumination of the moon, in the darkness where there was only the light from the torches, noises unique to prison cells could be heard: knocking, moaning, crying, cursing, and the noises of the prisoners. "Yo, come and watch, there's a good show." "Ha ha ha, who's so daring? What's going on, what's going on?" F***CK, I think I saw the guards fall all over the floor. "Hey, those who live outside, tell me, what's going on at the entrance?" "It seems like the guards are fighting." "I bet 10 gold coins that Lear is big, he'll definitely win." 20 gold coins, I bet all my money on Morpheus. He trained in the Tower of Eradication. "You two smugglers, you don't have any gold coins." Thales moved his gaze away from the dead guard on the floor and sized up the place before him. Even though the prison of Bones looked like a rough, circular coliseum from the outside, the layout of the buildings inside was rather complicated. Clearly, they had only entered one of the floors. The first thing that entered Thales's eyes was the ground made of hard stone. It was hard and rough, and there were a few torches stuck in the walls made of huge rocks for illumination. The low ceiling, the darkness in the passageways on both sides, and the incessant buzzing of the prisoners' shouts made Thales feel depressed and uncomfortable. The chaotic noises came from the arc-shaped passageways on the left and right sides where the torches could not illuminate. He could vaguely see many arms stretching out of the bars and shaking desperately. Damn it, I can't see clearly. Prison break. Someone must be trying to break the prison. Come on, there are people shouting about a prison break every week, can't you change the story? Prison break, help me out, can't you open a lock for me while you're at it? The disaster swords paid no attention to these voices. Under their command, they spread out in a well-trained manner and entered the darkness on both sides. Stake stopped moving and turned to Ricky. We're in. Of course, there are bound to be some who slipped through the net. After all, the guards also have to patrol, but this is the only exit to the outside world. According to the information, there are quite a number of people locked up in each floor. Stake took out a torch and gestured to the left and right sides. The first floor we saw had the most prisoners. If we go up one floor, but Ricky raised his hand gently and interrupted him. That's our problem. Stake was not annoyed even though he was rebuffed. Instead, his smile faded, and he still bowed in a friendly manner. A few minutes passed. The sounds of fighting came from the darkness, along with the fanatical shouts of the prisoners. After a while, as the sounds of fighting grew louder and louder, many disaster swords returned from the passageway on the right, one after another. The sharp-eyed Thales noticed that there were many newcomers in ragged clothes among them. They seemed to be prisoners of the prison of bones. Among them, a strong-built prisoner came to Ricky, and with a calm expression, he took the weapon and clothes shone through to him. Looks like you're quite used to prison food. Klein sneered. Joseph. Extet, and Lenzo, Columbia, Constellation. The places are different, but the prison cells all look the same. The prisoner named Joseph changed his clothes, looked around, and chuckled. Other than the fact that they locked me up with a disgusting male prostitute in women's clothing, there's no big deal. That was fast. I thought you guys would make a big ruckus. Fortunately, we received some unexpected help, Ricky answered with a smile. Stake winked in a friendly manner. LaSalle observed the prisoners who were released from the prison and frowned. You broke the prison because you wanted to let these people go? LaSalle did not seem to think much of it. Honestly, as long as we use some money, Ricky chuckled and shook his head. This is your first time in the prison of bones, right, Baron LaSalle? LaSalle was slightly startled. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Stake, who was beside him. The latter only smiled in resignation. In fact, the prison of bones has two parts. Ricky patted Joseph, who had just escaped from prison. He turned around and said to LaSalle, Baron, what you saw was only one of them, the so-called white prison. And the place we are going to. He looked at Joseph. Tell me, you found it. Joseph shrugged. He put away the weapon he had just obtained, took a torch, and walked into the darkness. Of course. Chapter 4:12. In the dim environment, the disaster swords followed behind Joseph. They walked forward, and the echoes of their footsteps could be heard faintly. But Stake moved through the crowd and came before Ricky. Wait. Stake looked at Thales, who was held hostage by Marina's side, in puzzlement. Are you going to take him down? You know that we can wait for you here, right? Thales frowned. He noticed that quite a number of mercenaries had surrounded them. Ricky turned his head and glanced at Stake. You did very well. You saved us a lot of trouble, Stake. He pressed down on Stake's shoulder. But I also know that the reason why you are so cooperative and spared no effort is because of the hostage in our hands. Stake's expression stiffened. That might not be the case in a different situation. Now, you can choose to go down with us, or stay here and wait for me. Ricky ignored Steak, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. He waved his hand and continued forward. Samuel walked past Steak and snorted in disdain. Thales, who was watching from the side, hoped that Steak would be firmer. But unfortunately, Steak still did not say anything. He only made a gesture and followed Ricky with a few assassins from Shadow Shield who were dressed inconspicuously. Just like that, Thales was escorted by a group of disaster swords and continued forward. As they went further and further away, the disaster swords spread out further. Quite a number of prisoners noticed this group of intruders. From time to time, patrolling guards ran into the invading disaster swords. Unfortunately, they were often outnumbered and died in battle after a fierce fight. The prison of bones gradually became restless. The chaos was beyond Thales' imagination. Young guard over there. Yes, it's you. Let me tell you, I've made a lot of money selling weapons over the past few years. Most of the money is what they didn't manage to find. As long as you let me out, I promise I'll give you. Hey, you're not guards. Damn it. What are you doing now? Wow, there's really someone trying to break out of the prison. This is great. Last time, the people who sneaked in to break out of the prison didn't even last 5 minutes before they were surrounded by the freaks. Williams chopped them up like firewood. This time, you have to work harder. You must last for 10 minutes. Let me out. I am a devout Dark Knight Temple priest. They can't lock me up here just because of my artistic works, with this group. Hey, my good friend, let's make a deal. I've been locked up here for 4 years and I'm going crazy. I'm not begging you to let me out. I'll be satisfied as long as you can transfer me to the female prison. Okay? Murder, la 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 la. That's awesome. F***ck your father. Damn it, there are so many people soliciting customers on the street. Why did you lock me in? Women's clothing? What's wrong with cross-dressing? I like soliciting customers in cross-dressing, so what? If you don't believe me, feel my breasts. F***ck, brat, come back. What does a prison break have to do with you? Believe it or not, I will beat you up again. Hold it in your mouth properly, don't turn your head and move around. Right, ouch, be good, use more strength. That's more like it. Don't worry, as long as I'm satisfied, I won't beat you up tomorrow. I beg you, marijuana. Give me some more marijuana, I beg you, If you don't give me the F***king marijuana, I'll bang my head against the wall and die here. I'm going to bang my head against the wall, I'm going to bang my head against the wall, look, I'm really going to bang my head against the wall. Damn it, look at me. What if I really bang my head against the wall and die? F***ck the Baron. F***ck the Stardust Unit. F***ck the Blade Fangs Camp. Believe it or not, when I get out, I will definitely tie up that B***tch Williams and force him to wear women's clothing. Then, I will find 100 men and take turns to press him on the bed for 3 days and 3 nights, just like this. Oh no, I used too much strength, I'm bleeding. Hey, you over there, help me pass a message to my wife. She wrote a letter 3 years ago saying that she will bail me out of prison, but she still hasn't come. I will give you a reward. What the F***ck, what kind of place is this? The prince, who did not even dare to breathe loudly, followed beside Ricky. He cast a worried glance behind him. Quick Rope was still tied up. He was traumatized by this place, and he stared at the notorious prison cell with a terrified expression. Finally, under Joseph's lead, after they walked down a few flights of stairs, they arrived at an empty room without a cell. The room was very big, so big that it could accommodate 100 people. It was almost comparable to the banquet hall of the nobles. Even the noises of the prisoners seemed to have been shut behind them, and they could no longer be heard. But at the same time, Thales was acutely aware that the floor was paved with meticulously baked rock bricks, and the walls were also quite old. It was a stark contrast to the crude and dirty prison cells on the other floors. The design of the room was also very unique. There were 8 walls, which looked like an octagon. What was even stranger was that there were 4 narrow holes on the ground that looked like wells. It was dark inside. For some reason, when Thales stared at those deep wells, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Strange. That's, Steak and LaSalle also noticed this. They sized up the place with some surprise. Even the disaster swords, including Klein and Samuel, seemed to have come here for the first time. Ricky glanced at his surroundings and stood in front of one of the mottled and dilapidated walls. Is this the place? Joseph nodded and pointed at something that looked like a well. Yes, we have observed that the guards regularly bring extra supplies here. They must have placed their supplies here. Ricky crouched down and knocked on the well. Then, he picked up a stone and threw it in. He listened carefully. For a few dozen seconds, no sound came from the depths of the well. It was still dead silent. Thales understood something. That's right. Ricky patted the dust off his hands, nodded, and stood up. This is the place. As for the entrance. He raised his head and looked at Joseph. But Joseph only shook his head, troubled. Ricky snorted softly, as if he felt a little helpless. If I were like Williams, I would definitely not look for trouble. Ricky started pacing and looked down at the ground. He muttered to himself, there's no ladder here, which means that it must be somewhere that can be reached by standing. Steak's expression changed. Wait, Honorable Crassus, Steak said with a frown. Does he mean that you want to enter Black Prison, but you can't even find the entrance? Ricky ignored him. Under everyone's gazes, he took a torch from Klein, walked to the wall, and continued to size up the empty room. Black Prison is, after all, a legend, Klein said coldly. Aside from the people who go in, no one knows how to get in, and the people who go in, no one has ever come out, Samuel said with a light snort. LaSalle walked forward. You know that our time is limited, and we don't have time to play treasure hunting games, right? LaSalle said in dissatisfaction. Once the camp realizes. Shut up, Samuel interrupted him. The brand on his face looked even more ferocious under the firelight. Northlanders. But LaSalle did not restrain himself. He seemed to be angered by the former Stardust unit. You know what kind of risk we are taking, at this moment, aha. Ricky suddenly spoke, and it attracted everyone's attention. Thales looked curiously at the leader of the disaster swords. The latter raised his torch, faced a wall, extended his left hand, and gently patted off the dust and cobwebs on it. The people in the past probably didn't think about hiding, Ricky said with a smile. As for the Constellations, they probably didn't expect that someone would be able to sneak in here. Everyone looked at the wall in surprise and bewilderment. As the dust fell, a strange and incomplete pattern appeared on the mottled wall. Under Ricky's wiping, the first thing that appeared was a triangle. One of its corners pointed to the left, and the corresponding side was concave toward the center of the triangle. Soon, Ricky wiped out a circle on the right side of the triangle. At the center of the circle was a circular hole that was concave into the wall. Ricky smiled. He continued wiping. On the right side of the circle, a new triangle that was symmetrical to the previous triangle appeared. However, the corner of this triangle pointed to the right, and the concave side was on the left. Ricky stood back and looked at the pattern in front of him with satisfaction, 2 irregular symmetrical triangles sandwiched between a circle. We found it. But many people, including LaSalle, were puzzled. What is this? An eye? Ricky pursed his lips. Thales stared at the pattern in a daze while he stood among the puzzled crowd. No one knew that the moment this pattern was wiped out, Thales' entire body froze. At that moment, he even forgot that he was in danger. That's, Steak also stared at the pattern in puzzlement, but with his outstanding eyesight, he saw something else. Below this. Steak walked forward, extended his hand, and brushed away a line of dust at the bottom of the circle. It seems to be a sentence. Sure enough, under his palm, a line of strange words engraved on the wall appeared. But whether it was Steak, LaSalle, Klein, or Joseph, all of them looked at this line of words in confusion. I don't understand this sentence. LaSalle frowned. This emblem is strange enough. I've read about the coats of arms of the nobles in Constellation, but none of them match. And the words below are not even in the lingua franca. They don't seem like the language of the empire that I know either. LaSalle, who felt uneasy, looked at Ricky with a solemn expression. Crassus, what is this place, the prison of bones? Ricky did not answer. Another voice sounded abruptly. The language of the ancient empire. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Samuel, who stood on the other side. The man with the brand on his face looked at the words under the pattern with a complicated expression. This is the purest language of the ancient empire. It is a language passed down from the ancient chauvinistic kingdom, not the modern language of the empire mixed with the lingua franca. It is said that it was created by the first group of ancient humans under the guidance of the ancient elves. The grammar is complicated and difficult to understand. Samuel walked forward slowly. The disaster swords beside him made way for him. No one uses it now. Even among the nobles of Constellation, there are few who know it. LaSalle and Stake turned their heads in surprise and looked at the unfamiliar words again. Samuel extended his hand with a dazed expression, as if he was reminiscing about something. Aside from the elves of all races, only a few archaeologists and historians in Dragon Kiss Academy understand it. I don't know these words, but I remember the root of the word. He touched one of the words with his finger. When I was young, my father asked the old scholar to introduce me to some of the words so that I could enter Renaissance Palace and be selected as the royal guards. Samuel's expression became gloomy. The root of the word is probably in total or all. Everyone listened quietly to the words of the former flag bearer of the royal guards. Except for one person. Omniscient. A teenager's voice rose faintly in the crowd. Stake turned his head in surprise. Together with the unhappy LaSalle, they looked at the person who surprised them the most. Klein and Joseph cast their leader a questioning look, but Ricky also raised his eyebrows. Even Quick Rope, who was tied up, widened his eyes. Omniscient, or omniscient? Thale sighed and walked past Marina, who was staring at him with a frown. He walked forward slowly and stared at the words in a daze. This is the meaning of the word. At that moment, Samuel looked at Thales with an incredibly complicated gaze. A second later, Samuel sighed, lowered his head, and said, of course, as a descendant of the imperial family, the Jade Star royal family must learn the ancient language of the empire. Thales shook his head. I didn't learn it very well. Except for the first few months, I basically learned it by myself. The Prince of Constellation looked at the words with a solemn expression. But if I only look at the words, I think the meaning of this sentence is probably, Thales said softly, towards omniscience. Everyone quieted down and mulled over the meaning of this sentence. Towards omniscience. Thales slowly raised his head in the quiet environment and stared at the pattern that resembled an eye. He felt as if he was staring into another person's eyes. This made him very uneasy. But Thales did not expect that the thing he had searched for in books for many years would be here. Prison of bones. This is, very well, if that's the case, Ricky said with a smile, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Then let us. Towards omniscience. As he spoke, he took out a long, angular, dark green stone from his bosom. What is this? Stake narrowed his eyes and sized up the stone that was only the length of a palm and as thick as 2 fingers. He seemed to feel that something was off. And this time, Ricky did not intend to hide it. To open Black Prison, we need a key that can open locks. Ricky stared at the thing in his hand. His gaze was complicated. And the only key in the camp hung on the Baron of Blade Fang's camp all year round. Ricky gently raised the long, dark green strip in his hand. Until we discovered the second key outside the camp. LaSalle asked in puzzlement, key? Ricky did not speak anymore. He turned around without hesitation and pressed the key in his hand into the small circle at the center of the eye, which resembled a pupil. Asterisk thud. A muffled sound rose. Thales was startled. Under everyone's nervous gazes, the pupil, together with the key in the middle, suddenly protruded into a cylinder. Duh. Ricky smiled. Bull si. He faced everyone. Black prison must be underground. Perhaps you want to move back a little and leave an empty space? In the empty room, everyone quickly moved back until they were against the wall behind them. In the next second, Ricky tentatively grabbed the protruding cylinder and slowly twisted it. Then, they heard the clicking sound of a machine. Everyone held their breaths and looked around curiously. The first person to feel that something was wrong was Thales. With hell senses, he saw that the 4 wells on the ground were sucking air. No, it's the air that's moving inside. While Thales was still in shock and bewilderment, a barely discernible sound came from underground. Rumble, it trembled slightly. Everyone was shocked. They stared at the floor tiles in the room. Rumble, but they were wrong. It was not the ground that changed. It was the wall. Rumble, no. Samuel turned around and shouted angrily, the wall. The wall is moving back. Thales subconsciously took a step forward and looked behind him anxiously like the others. Rumble, as expected. It's the wall. The 8 walls were moving back at the same time. It looked as if the ground was expanding. Rumble, under everyone's dumbfounded expressions, the walls in the room were moving back at the same time. Gaps were exposed between different walls, and they kept growing. Fortunately, the unusual movement only lasted for about 10 seconds before it quieted down. The walls were no longer moving back. Thales looked at the walls moving back inexplicably in shock. He looked at the hollow gaps that were several meters long on the ground where they moved. Looking down from above, it looked as if the octagonal room had suddenly been pulled outwards. And the part that was pulled apart, Thales saw it. Those were not gaps, but layers of spiral stone stairs. With the center of the room as the center, they went downwards. He did not know where they led. When he thought of this, Thales subconsciously glanced at the sentence under the picture again. My God, LaSalle stared at the spiral stairs that suddenly appeared under his feet, dumbfounded. I might have heard that Constellation and Steel City are on good terms, and that their forging skills are excellent, but this is still. Stake stared at the sudden change in disbelief. He warily sized up the room that had become much larger. What is this place? Ricky smiled. Do you know why the prison of bones only has such a small number of guards to maintain basic operations, even though it is a prison for serious criminals? Ricky switched to another torch and said faintly, that's because the real guards of this prison are not living people. They are the dead from hundreds and thousands of years ago. He took the lead, stepped into the gap, and walked down the spiral stone stairs. The prison of bones is not just a prison cell. It does not only lock up criminals. As he moved forward, Ricky's voice came from underground. What it really locks up is the past. He strode down the spiral stairs that led to an unknown place. The disaster swords behind him followed. LaSalle was stunned. The dead? The former Baron of Extet immediately frowned and turned to Stake. Lock up the past. What does he mean? But the assassin of Shadow Shield had a solemn expression. In my long career, I have seen many strange things. Stake stared at the strange room and exhaled. But the most unsettling one was the legend that the knowledgeable Ting told me one night. LaSalle was stunned. Ting? Legend? Stake nodded and became more uneasy. Legend has it that before the Battle of Eradication, even before the age of the Empire, such people existed in the world. They despised taboos and authority, but they were knowledgeable, skilled, and unbelievable. Stake gritted his teeth and looked up at the strange emblem on the wall. They were once the most dazzling existences in the world. Until the merciless course of history turned them all into dust. Only their words were heard, and not a single piece of paper was left. LaSalle's eyebrows rose and fell. The most dazzling existences? Are you talking about? Stake shook his head. He saw that Thales was also being escorted down the stairs, so he quickly followed. Thales followed behind Samuel and walked nervously down the stairs. It was obvious that no one had been here for a long time, because with every step he took, he would stir up a lot of dust. The prince, who was not tall, had to cover his mouth and nose to prevent himself from coughing. This place gave him a very bad feeling. In the darkness, even hell's senses could not help him. Only the torches illuminated the stone stairs under his feet. Deeper and deeper. Lower and lower. Darker and darker. After walking down an unknown number of stairs, Thales finally stepped on the ground, and he relaxed. The first floor. Ricky's voice traveled into his ears. We're here. The Prince of Constellation took a deep breath. With uncontrollable curiosity, excitement, and an inexplicable sense of uneasiness and fear, he raised his head and looked around. The disaster swords raised their torches and looked around in surprise. This was still an octagonal room that could accommodate dozens of people. But unlike the room on the ground floor, the dark bricks here were exquisitely crafted, and no one knew what material they were made of. There was a thick pillar in the center of the room, and beside the pillar was a circle of curved stone tables. But Ricky did not pay attention to the stone pillar. Instead, he turned to the 8 walls. As he followed his torch, Thales noticed that the 8 walls here were not walls. Instead, it was a fence made up of thin metal pillars from top to bottom, and every single one of them was covered in a layer of gray dust. It's like, Thales looked at these fences, and through them, he could vaguely see the space behind them. It's like, Thales thought anxiously, it's like a prison cell. Ricky held his torch and approached one of the metal fences, illuminating the scene behind the railing. Thales shuddered and took a step back. Bones. More accurately, they're skeletons. Human skeletons. Ricky held his torch and spun around, illuminating the 8 wide prison cells. The ground behind each prison cell was covered with a thick layer of dried human skeletons. There were ribs, arms, legs, skulls, and many of the skeletons were covered with faded clothes that were also covered in dust. No one knew how long it had been. Samuel stood in front of Thales. He looked at the ancient skeletons, and his emotions surged. He subconsciously clenched his fists. It seems that there are no longer any living people in the first level. Ricky shook his head in resignation. Unfortunately, we still have to go down. LaSalle and Stake followed closely behind him, and they arrived at the prison cell of the first level. LaSalle saw his surroundings clearly, and his eyes widened. This is the prison of bones? Stake frowned. He did not seem to be able to say a word. Ricky snorted softly and waved his torch at his companions, who were equally surprised. Of course. Welcome to Black Prison, the true master of the prison of bones. Ricky walked to the pillar in the middle of the room, raised his torch, and illuminated the pattern on the pillar. It was another eye. It was the same emblem as the room on the ground. There was also a sentence in the language of the ancient empire under the eye. Towards omniscience. 1,000 years ago, this place had another name. The leader of the disaster swords looked at the emblem and sighed. The 4th Division of the Alchemy Tower, Confinement Research Institute. At that moment, Thales subconsciously gritted his teeth. Ricky turned around and looked at the skeletons in the 8 prison cells with a solemn expression. It is also in an unknown history. His next sentence made Thales widen his eyes. The first batch of anti-mystic equipment. Chapter 413. Alchemy Tower. The prince muttered the name silently. Staring at the ancient and mysterious building in front of him, looking at the dilapidated but vaguely distinguishable eye emblem on the stone pillar, feeling the ever-present gloomy coldness, Thales was in a daze. It was as if he had returned to that icy and snowy night 6 years ago. In the murderous military camp of the Archduke of Black Sand region, that neurotic big-nosed doctor drew those 3 unfamiliar patterns by the bonfire. The 3 great magic towers. Thales stared blankly at the emblem representing the alchemy tower and sighed softly. Memories of the past slowly surged into his mind. Since the night of Dragon's Blood 6 years ago, the former Brotherhood's unscrupulous doctor, Ramon, died tragically in the hands of the Blood Mystic. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but recall the carefree expression of the seamstress, Kurtz Ramon, when she mentioned her long-lost father. Thales lost an important channel to investigate the legendary magic and wizards. Asda might be another source of information, but whether it was his long-term uncertain whereabouts or his reservations when he taught, they could not satisfy the knowledgeable prince. Over the past 6 years, Thales could only spend as much time as possible in Rikuru's library. With Saroma's help, he searched for the long-lost taboos from books. At the same time, he had to do everything he could to avoid Nicholas, Leespan, and the others spying and surveillance to avoid attracting trouble. According to what Ramon said when he was alive, since magic and calamities were taboos that the world tried its best to forget for centuries, it was better for news such as the Prince of Constellation is obsessed with mysterious knowledge, and Prince Thales is obsessed with the legend of calamities to not appear on the tables of the major intelligence agencies. Alchemy Tower? Just as Thales was immersed in his own memories in a daze, LaSalle could not help but ask, alchemy? What is that? What does it have to do with the alchemy ball? No one paid attention to him. Of course, it might be because no one knew the answer. Samuel kicked a pile of gravel under his feet and frowned. You're saying that this is the legendary alchemy tower? The source of those alchemy balls, anti-mystic equipment, and various gadgets from the Secret Intelligence Department? Ricky shook his head. Of course it's not the headquarters. Ricky raised his torch and looked around. Looking at the barren floor, he seemed to sigh. Legend has it that there are more than 100 magic towers in the headquarters of the Alchemy Tower. They occupy a vast area and are incomparably magnificent. How can this simple and crude underground building compare? More than 100 towers. Thales looked around, deep in thought. Simple. Samuel snorted softly. He used the torch to illuminate the stone stairs behind them and looked at the bottomless path ahead. You call this simple? Ricky smiled strangely and didn't reply. He turned around and walked down the spiral staircase. Let's go to the next floor. The mercenaries who were still in shock came back to their senses. It's true. When he passed by Stake, Thales noticed that the assassin from Shadow Shield could not hide his surprise as he sized up his surroundings. He gently stroked the stone pillar that had been sealed for a long time and mumbled to himself. Wizards, magic, those legends and stories. Stake lowered his head and looked at Ricky. So it's all true. Stake's eyes moved. Maybe we can find more valuable things. Alchemy balls, anti-mystic equipment, even. Stop daydreaming. Samuel walked past him and interrupted him. I don't know how long ago, but Constellation turned this place into the Black Prison of the Prison of Bones, dedicated to detaining their felons, the former flag bearer of the Royal Guard said coldly. Whether it's reconstruction or demolition, do you think the kingdom's secret intelligence department will leave anything valuable for someone like you? Stake fell silent. The group of people continued to move down. In the face of the unfamiliar unknown, the group's whispers rose quietly in the darkness. I remember now, wizard. LaSalle's voice came from behind the narrow passage. It was mentioned in some random books, but I always thought, do you think that's just nonsense? Stake chuckled and answered. LaSalle stopped talking. Thales listened to their conversation, but his mind was elsewhere. Even though he was a hostage, the prince did not come up empty-handed after 6 years of searching. However, magic and wizards left Thales with more and more questions. Obviously, all the books that existed before the Battle of Eradication would more or less mention magic and wizards. For example, the biography of Knight Joseph Needham from the Age of Kings mentioned that the wise wizard Laven blocked the path of 6 knights and prevented them from robbing the execution field. He gave them advice in a barn. The Martyrs of Northland mentioned that, in the face of a grim situation, the wizard's consultant suggested that they retreat, but King Anzac sternly refused. He decided to lead his troops to stay at the 6th outpost and use the terrain to stop the main force of the Ashbone clan. The Union of Kings mentioned that the temple guards, the priests of the bright god, and the wizards' representatives tried their best to mediate so that the irascible King Nalji and the arrogant King Peren, who had feuded with each other for generations, could sit in the seats furthest away from each other. The long bardic poem, Talega, mentioned that even the wizards in the court were helpless when faced with the princess' illness. In fact, in the heroic biographies and bardic poems from the Age of Kings, regardless of whether it was fighting against the orcs or the elves, wizards were often seen as wise men in the background of battles against other races. Many of them were even important strategists by the nobles' side. However, during the Age of the Empire, the records about wizards and magic began to decrease, and their image became more mysterious, evil, and terrifying. Many books related to religion mentioned some faithless people, but they were usually described in a negative light. The travels of Saint Lothona from the ancient empire era mentioned that Saint Lothona was treated horribly in the land of wizards. His eyes lost their light and his limbs trembled, making it difficult for him to walk. Even though these faithless people betrayed the bright god's teachings and mocked his faith, the determined Lothona remained as pious as ever. The extermination of bandits in the Northland province mentioned an illegal expedition. Duke Arun sent a letter to the people behind the wizards' expedition, sternly reprimanding them for trespassing into the Forbidden Land as violating the convention, and that it would bring disaster to mankind. As one of the ancient books of the Temple of Knights, the Encyclopedia of the Temple of Knights described a great battle between the knights and the cultists. One of the knights once lamented that their enemy was even stranger and more evil than the wizards. The general historical narration mentioned that the Northern Temple Division had no choice but to lower themselves to seek help from the Empire in order to curb the wizards' insatiable greed. The record of the Plague of Sword Lake City even wrote, "The terrifying witches warned the Castellan," claiming that he would pay the price for underestimating magic. However, the powerful Castellan laughed it off. That night, the Castellan's daughter had a high fever. Even more recently, after the fall of the ancient empire, wizards only appeared in a very small number of records in the books of the final empire. The results of Thales's hard work came to an end. There were only a few bits and pieces of information about wizards' magic. Logically speaking, these few words should prove that wizards existed as a group. However, even after the Battle of Eradication, King Raikuru of Extet gathered the resources of the entire kingdom to search for a large number of ancient books in order to win the favor of the Queen of the Sky. Thales could not find any positive records about magic and wizards. From the changes in the descriptions of wizards, to the gradual reduction of their figures, to their complete disappearance, and then to their complete disappearance. This feeling is just like, Thales sighed. He stroked the dusty wall and followed the person in front of him down the stone staircase. It's like having a person everywhere in your life. His footprints, the things he used, the records he wrote, the information he saved, and the pictures he took. However, when you really want to go back and look for this person, everyone around you will tell you in unison that there was never such a person. He did not exist. Even in a group photo, there was only a blank image of a person. This is a wizard. Thales could not help but feel a strange sense of fear. Even when he sat alone in the library, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. And today, Thales could not help but raise his head. He looked past the shoulders of the people in front of him and at Ricky's figure. Today, he really stepped into the legendary magic tower, even though it was just a branch. According to him, it might even be the birthplace of anti-mystic equipment. At this moment, Stake spoke again and interrupted Thales' thoughts. How did you find that key, Crassus? I don't think the Constellations would keep a lock that can be opened with 2 keys and use it as a prison for felons. This question piqued Thales' interest. Ricky, who was walking in front, paused. The Constellations thought that they controlled this place, just like how they thought that they covered up history and sent magic and wizards to their graves. Ricky's laughter rose slowly. A grave that only gravediggers know about. The problem is, they are not the only gravediggers. The records in the Tower of Eradication are no less than theirs. Stake's voice suddenly rose in the darkness. So, you used to be a member of the Tower of Eradication? Ricky did not speak, as if he had suddenly realized that he had said something wrong. Thales' expression froze. That explains it. Steak's laughter traveled into his ears. Thales could imagine the way his lips curled up in the darkness. Why you were able to break into the Tower of Eradication with an unstoppable force not long ago. As time passed, the cold around them became more and more unbearable. Through the torch's illumination, there were still only stairs. Thales' feet touched flat ground again. They arrived at the next floor. Ricky kicked away a piece of wood that blocked their way and raised his torch. What appeared in front of them was still the central stone pillar with the emblem of the Alchemy Tower, the familiar architectural layout, and the 9 pitiful skeletons of the prison cells. Wait, 9? But Thales realized that this room was bigger than the one on the previous floor. Still no one. Ricky put away his torch and shook his head in disappointment. Let's continue down. Thales put away his curious gaze and his desire to scrutinize this place in detail. Behind him, Marina pushed him forward once again. The 3rd floor was still empty. There were only skeletons left. The 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 6th floor, with each floor they went down, the number of corresponding prison cells increased, and the rooms became larger. Black prison, Thales said to himself. This is like a cone buried underground. As they failed again and again, they were disappointed again and again, as well as the same dark scenes. Just like when Thales was trudging through the desert, he realized that the people in the team were gradually affected. In the boundless darkness, the group's voices slowly became fewer. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. They arrived at the next floor of the prison cell. This is the 10th floor. Klein exhaled, and there was impatience on his face. Ricky, if we still can't find him, maybe we should consider our retreat. When he said this, the disaster sword's expressions darkened. LaSalle looked at Steak, who was beside him. Makes sense. Steak did not answer. He only glanced at Ricky. Ricky frowned slightly. He first shone the light around him, and was disappointed to find that there were still skeletons. He then turned to Samuel and said, maybe he's further down, maybe. Are you sure he's still alive? Samuel walked to the prison cells, held a torch, bent down, and carefully examined the skeletons in front of him. I'm sure. His voice was slightly stiff. Yes. He must be alive. Him? Thales saw Klein shrug and cast a disapproving glance at Joseph. Joseph understood what he meant. You may believe that he's still alive. But do you know how much damage imprisonment can do to a person? Joseph crossed his arms, and his voice rang out in everyone's ears. Especially in the black prison, you can only pass your days in solitude, muddle-headed, and die miserably. From the moment you are locked up to the moment you die, you will be cut off from all contact with the outside world. No one will be able to hear your cries. Believe me, I've been in a lot of prison cells. Few people can last that long. Samuel paused for a moment and stood up. But after a few seconds, the former royal guard only shook his head firmly. If it's him, he will definitely be able to get through it, no matter what kind of damage he suffers. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Him? Joseph smiled. Do you know what is the most terrifying punishment for a person? It's not death, injury, or torture. Joseph sighed softly. He seemed to be sentimental. It's isolation. Samuel stood motionless on the ground. Thales could only see his back trembling slightly. Joseph paced slowly. When you lose all means of communication with the outside world and are completely isolated in the eternal darkness, no one listens to you or talks to you, no one reacts to you or waits for you to react, no one interacts with you or brings you to interact. You can't see new things, hear new voices, or feel new things. Everything around you, including yourself, is the same. Day after day, this cycle repeats endlessly until eternity. Joseph's voice grew louder in the darkness. There was a hint of hatred and gloominess in his voice, which made people feel uncomfortable. Thales saw Samuel slowly clench his fists. On the first day, it's still all right. You can still handle it. On the third day, you feel uncomfortable all over. You're extremely agitated. You jump up and down, hit the wall, and hit the ground. On the 5th day, you start to recall your past memories continuously. The good ones, the bad ones, the painful ones, and the good ones. These images are there, flashing back and forth, whether you want them to or not. A week later, you start to talk to yourself. You have a dull expression on your face, and you act on your own like a lunatic. But those memories, those past, they start to fade. You feel less of them, as if they're no longer yours. As Joseph spoke, he seemed to be gradually lost in thought. 2 weeks later, you welcome your final despair and madness. You do all the things you wouldn't even think about after you were born, because you can't even tell what is the present, what is the past, what is you, and what is the you in your memories. Joseph chuckled softly. His gaze wavered, as if he had remembered something. And when a month has passed, most people will become inarticulate, and their senses will be in a mess. They usually lack emotions, their intelligence will degenerate, and they will break down into beasts. Even if you release them at this time, it's useless. Joseph's voice was gloomy, as if he was telling a story with a bad ending. They are forever lost in a lonely void, and they can never return. This is what imprisonment can do to a person, especially solitary confinement, no matter who you are, no matter how strong you are. Once you exceed a certain time, you will not be able to return. Joseph's voice slowly faded away. The atmosphere among the group also reached its peak. Samuel was silent for a long time. Ricky did not rush him. He just watched quietly. A few seconds later, Samuel took a deep breath. No. He must still be there. Samuel turned around abruptly. He is the most valiant warrior, the noblest knight, and the noblest role model. He taught me how to fight, how to persevere, he can definitely do it. Samuel's knuckles cracked, and his eyes burst into flames. Moreover, only he knows what it is. Only he. Ricky nodded slowly and did not speak. Josh shrugged at Clay and made an expression that said, "I can't do anything about it." The prince frowned. Who is the person they are looking for? What does that person know? He was not the only one who had this question. Who are you looking for? LaSalle heard their conversation and asked in displeasure, we are in a hurry. Is that so? Samuel pointed at the stairs and snorted coldly. If you want to go first, no one will stop you. LaSalle was speechless for a moment. Ricky looked at the group and sighed. Let's continue. And so, they began the cycle of moving downwards. Darkness. Serene. Underground. Past. Mysterious. A few words flashed in Thale's mind, one after another. Step by step, floor by floor. Finally, after passing through an unknown number of empty cells, they arrived at a room with more than 10 cells on the first floor. No, this room was so big that it could already be called a hall. Ricky stood still in the hall. What's wrong? Klein walked forward in disgust. He raised his torch and shone it around. It also illuminated many cells and a land of skeletons. It's still the same. There's nothing but dead people. But Thales noticed something different. Among the dozen or so cells separated by metal bars, there was one cell that was particularly strange. It was completely black. He could not see the bars, the skeletons, or anything behind it. There was only darkness. It's like a black curtain has been drawn over the outside of it. Soon, the others noticed this as well. Ricky narrowed his eyes. The other cells only have bars. He walked forward slowly and stepped on the rubble. He raised his torch and slowly approached the room covered by the curtain. But be careful. Samuel approached from the other side. He frowned and said, You don't know how many things the Constellations inherited from the alchemy tower. Ricky nodded. He stood in front of the strange cell, extended his torch, and carefully knocked on the thick curtain. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a dull and heavy sound echoed in the narrow black prison. Everyone subconsciously pressed down on their weapons, vigilant of any possible accidents. But a few seconds passed. Nothing happened. The cell was still silent. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's made of iron. It rises or falls from the crack in the ground outside the bars. Ricky squatted down and carefully observed the point of contact between the iron curtain and the ground. It's at least some kind of metal. I think this thing separates this cell from the hall outside. He raised his head and asked Samuel, who was on the other side. Is it this one? Samuel was standing next to the iron curtain, looking at an iron plate made of an unknown material hanging on the wall. No. Samuel scrutinized the words on it and said calmly, it's written on this plate. The person locked here is a lone bandit who roamed the south of the kingdom more than 20 years ago. LaSalle narrowed his eyes. Bandit? However, the iron curtain suddenly trembled. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk everyone jolted and took a step back at the same time. In the incomparably oppressive darkness, a frightening, dull sound suddenly came. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk calm down. Ricky instantly drew his sword and watched the iron curtain, which trembled continuously along with the dull sound. Klein's face turned pale. The fearful group looked at each other. At this moment, asterisk ugh, asterisk a faint, miserable cry seemed to come from a place dozens of meters away. Chapter 4:14. Ayaha. The strange wails lasted for 5 to 6 seconds before they slowly weakened under the pale faces of the group. Only the echoes were left. They floated in the dark and empty hall. They were faintly discernible and sent chills down their spines. What's wrong? Ricky frowned and shouted softly, report. The disaster swords turned their heads in unison and searched for the source of the wails with tense nerves. More than 10 torches were raised high to illuminate the area. The group of people were like adventurers exploring a wasteland. They were nervous and wary of the unfamiliar unknown. Thales withdrew his hell senses while still in shock. He saw nothing but dust in the darkness, an old stone table, and a cell full of skeletons. The order was passed down layer by layer, from the great hall to the heavily guarded stone steps. No. After a while, Sean the mercenary's panting voice came from behind them. It's not one of us. The report later said that everything is normal. The doubt on Ricky's face grew deeper. On the other side, Stake whispered a few words to a subordinate who had appeared at some point in time. He watched the latter retreat into the darkness again before he raised his head solemnly. It's not us either. It's something else. Ricky turned to Samuel and cast an inquiring gaze at the former Constellatiate noble. Samuel seemed to have discovered something. He observed the iron plate beside the iron curtain with slight surprise, then looked at the hanging ring beside the iron plate. So this is, but at that moment, ayaha, the heart-wrenching scream that sounded like a phantom wail came faintly from the darkness again. Everyone's hearts tensed up again. This time, the terrifying wail was accompanied by a piercing and unbearable scratching sound. Screech. Screech. Almost everyone subconsciously furrowed their eyebrows. Some even covered their ears. Damn it. LaSalle's face contorted. What the hell? In the unpleasant noise, Ricky held his sword hilt tightly. He suppressed his emotions and asked Samuel, do you think this is related to the alchemy tower? Ayahawk, screech, Thales gritted his teeth. He felt that the sound made him incredibly nervous. It's just like the sound of fingernails scratching the blackboard in my previous life. When he thought of this, he suddenly froze. Scratching the blackboard? At that moment, Samuel, who had been thinking hard, suddenly spoke. I know what this is. Samuel turned his head around, and joy appeared on his face. He looked like a lost person who had found a source of water in the desert. This is the sound of fingernails scratching on rough metal. Samuel touched the metal iron curtain and said excitedly, it's coming from behind here. Everyone was shocked. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the strange iron curtain. Thales looked at the iron plate beside the iron curtain and activated Hell's senses. Angelo, male, born in Walla Hill in 622. Imprisoned in 653. Crimes: murder, robbery, theft, murder of nobles, unlawful assembly. Adjudicator: Judge Johnny Brennan of Emerald City. Warden: Viscount Sona Covendier of Arch Sea City. Warden: Baron Garrett Lummen of Blade Fang's Camp. Imprisoned in the year 653, Thales furrowed his brows slightly. There was another name on the iron plate: Frownyface Fowler, male, born in 613 somewhere in the eastern continent. Imprisoned in 653. Crimes: smuggling, theft, tax evasion. Adjudicator: Judge Johnny Brennan of Emerald City. Warden: Viscount Sona Covendier of Arch Sea City. Warden: Baron Garrett Lummen of Blade Fang's Camp. Note: died in 672. He looked at the iron curtain, and then at the iron plate beside it. Surprise appeared on his face. So, the prisoner mentioned on the plate, the lone thief, he's still alive? The pained wails and scratching sounds gradually weakened, turning into a low drawn-out sound. Sob, this time, Thales recognized it. It was a person sobbing, and its pitch changed after it passed through the thick iron plate. Everyone's gazes were focused on the iron curtain and the thing behind it. I understand now. Samuel walked to the center of the iron curtain under everyone's gaze. He sized up the special room shrouded by the iron curtain under the firelight. This is the mechanism of Black Prison. I don't know if it was originally in the Alchemy Tower, or if it was modified by the Constellations later on. The cells we saw earlier were filled with skeletons, but those were actually empty cells. And these cells with iron curtains, are the cells with occupants. Samuel stared at the hanging rings on the wall carefully. His voice was slightly grave. This hanging ring is the switch that controls this iron curtain. Behind the iron curtain, the deformed sobbing sounds continued faintly. As he listened to Samuel's words, Thales surveyed everything in the hall with complicated emotions. His gaze swept past the thick layer of dust, and the seemingly inconspicuous but unique workmanship that might have been made 1,000 years ago. Belden, a veteran of the Royal Guards, and the chief penal officer who succeeded Zacriel after he was promoted. He was in charge of escorting the royal family's criminals to the prison of bones. He told me many years ago that the criminals in Black Prison suffer from the pain of death and survival. I never understood it, and I only understood it today. Samuel's hand gently stroked the hanging ring, and a layer of dust fell on it. His voice was ethereal. When the living prisoners are locked inside, the iron curtain rises, isolating them from the light and the hall. The supplies that are dropped from the holes on the ground will only fall behind the iron curtain, into the prisons where there are still living people. He looked around at the other empty cells in disbelief. His gaze swept past the dried skeletons behind the bars. On one hand, it exaggerates the despair of being isolated from the world, and on the other hand, it gives them the hope of prolonging their lives. Two kinds of pain, Samuel said in a daze. Samuel said in a daze. His expression was ugly. The group fell silent. The former Baron LaSalle's expression was solemn. Why doesn't this prisoner behind the iron curtain speak or call for help? Why does he only scream and scratch? Stake arched his shoulders, but did not speak. The person who answered him was Joseph, who was rescued by the disaster swords. Because he can't do it. Joseph shook his head, causing LaSalle to be slightly stunned. It's just like practicing with a sword. If you don't practice for a day, you'll get rusty. I've said it before. When you stay in a lonely prison that is isolated from the world and has no one else for too long, so long that it exceeds your expectations. The disaster swordsman, who had just been released from the prison of bones, looked at everyone. The people who were swept by his gaze felt a chill in their hearts. Believe me, what you lose is not just time and freedom. Thales stared at the prison behind the iron curtain. He felt that the air here had become much colder. What the hell? Klein stared at the iron curtain with a burning gaze, paying attention to the movements behind it. The prison of bones. Does this place want people to die or live? No one answered. There was only the faint sound of sobbing. Does it want people to die or live? Thales stared at the heavy iron curtain with a heavy heart. A few seconds later, Stake sighed. Or neither. Ricky twitched the corner of his lips and interrupted the depressing conversation. I think we're on the right path. He turned around. Let's move forward. The disaster swords moved along with him. Are we just going to leave and ignore the prisoner behind us? LaSalle stared at the heavy iron curtain with a frown. Stake shook his head and smiled disdainfully. Why should we care? With indescribable emotions in their hearts, everyone turned around. Thales cast one last glance at the heavy iron curtain. His heart was heavy. The light from the fire left the hall in the darkness. Only the iron curtain behind them was left, along with the increasingly painful and desolate sobs. Their journey continued. But it was clear that the discovery just now made the disaster swords, who already had a target in mind, feel a lot more excited. Soon, they walked down step by step. The halls they passed became bigger, and the number of prison cells in each hall increased. From 9, 10, to a dozen, then 20. What made Thales uneasy was that more than one of these prison cells was shrouded by an iron curtain. In other words, we found the way. Samuel looked at another iron curtain in front of him with a frown. He looked at the sign on it and said, "The real black prison is all below the 10th level. The real black prison is all below the 10th level." Klein nodded and ignored the crazy slapping sounds behind the black curtain. Looks like that's the case. Ricky straightened his back from the other iron sign with the prisoner's profile written on it. Tucker Peng, male, born in Zodra in the year 630. Imprisoned in year 661. Crime, robbery, rebellion. Adjudicator, Supreme King Kessel Jade Star. Warden, Honorary Baron, Claus Chatham. Warden, Baron of Blade Fang's Camp, Roman Williams. Thales looked at these iron signs with a depressed heart. Aside from the lone bandit at the beginning, they walked down the levels. Along the way, they saw cells where real living people were imprisoned everywhere. Without exception, these cells were all shrouded by heavy iron curtains. Some were filled with cries of pain, and some could barely make out one or two human cries for help. There was only dead silence. According to the vague iron signs and Samuel's words, in these cells, there were female dukes who murdered their husbands and children, great pirates who plundered merchant ships without permission, frustrated nobles who rebelled on their own, and blood avengers who killed 34 people in one night. But Ricky did not care about these prisoners. He just continued walking. And the further down they went, the more serious and terrifying the crimes of the serious criminals became. They became more complicated, difficult to understand, and treacherous. Thales walked through layer after layer, past cell after cell, and layer after layer of iron curtains. Among the prisoners, he saw the heroes of the forest who plundered military resources and saved the people during the War of the Bloody Year. He also saw the generals who killed incompetent superiors in the war, led their troops to kill the enemy, and won in the end. There were even great nobles who were generous, kind, noble, and had a high reputation who helped the suffering without asking for anything. Why did you lock him up? The Northland swordsman Klein stood in the cell where the noble and his subordinates were imprisoned. He frowned as he looked at the iron curtains and iron signs. According to what you said, he is generous, kind, charitable, and has an outstanding reputation. Is this also wrong? Of course it is wrong, LaSalle said coldly as he stood by the side. Because his ancestor was enfeoffed by a prince, and he is a close relative of the royal family who inherited the Jade Star bloodline. In the eyes of the current king, this is called ambitious and scheming. Did I tell you that from Empress Dowager Iron Spike to Sumer I, from Erica to the Red King, there is no lack of bloody power struggles in the history of Constellation? A thought appeared in Thales' mind. He glanced at Quick Rope from the corner of his eye. Beside him, Samuel paused for a moment. He snorted softly and continued forward. Along the way, they passed by countless prisons with iron curtains. They met embezzlers who had made great contributions to the kingdom, but also made great mistakes, temple priests who preached the theory of the unity of the gods and the theory of mortal destiny, historians who insisted on going back to the era of the Red King and reopening old taboos. And this person. I remember him. This is a scholar who was thrown in after he wrote a few books. Steak looked at a cell and smiled. He seems to have been locked up with a noble who started a private war, and he seems to have been locked up for 30 years. When he heard this, Thales could not help but speak. Scholar? Why? Samuel walked up from behind and said coldly, because he wrote a book. He insisted that civil rights are higher than royal power, and that the teachings of the people are higher than the teachings of the gods. Thales was momentarily stunned. He was immediately speechless. Your grandfather did not take his life. He only threw him in here. He is considered very merciful, Your Highness. Samuel's gaze made Thales feel rather uneasy. The stories of these people are incredibly complicated, mysterious, and legendary. It is enough to make bards write about them for 3 days and 3 nights without rest while they are in ecstasy. There was a strange look in Samuel's eyes as he stared at the iron curtain prisons in front of him. There was an underlying meaning in his words. Most of the time, the kingdom cannot determine their life and death based on the existing laws and crimes alone. Thales frowned quietly. So, you mean, the prison of bones is... But Samuel only interrupted him and said quietly, now, they are sealed behind these iron curtains, waiting for time to kill them. Samuel continued to stare at Thales. His eyes were fierce and full of indescribable emotions. The anxious Thales had no choice but to avert his gaze. I'm thinking, if we release these somewhat strange felons and hold them in our hands, will we be able to? LaSalle rubbed his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. That is not our goal, Ricky interrupted him coldly. As our guest, you do not have to do anything unnecessary. LaSalle snorted in dissatisfaction. In the darkness, Steak coughed and attracted everyone's attention. Steak narrowed his eyes and said, I don't know if all of you have noticed. The empty cells on the top few floors are filled with dried-up skeletons. And now. He turned around and looked at the scene behind the empty cells. The empty cells in front of us are filled with dried corpses. Some of them even have a faint smell. Ricky's expression changed. You mean, either these are prisoners who have been dead for a few years. Steak's expression was stern. Or, we are already very deep underground. Here, even the decay of corpses is much slower. Very deep underground. Thales' heart sank to the bottom. Steak slowly revealed his intentions. Honorable Crassus, if we continue to search aimlessly, are you sure we can return to the surface and safely evacuate within the time limit? Ricky's expression did not change. He raised the torch. How long have we been walking? Klein answered quietly by the side, more than half an hour. We went down 18 floors. Ricky did not speak and looked at Samuel. Samuel shook his head. The determination in his eyes remained. It should be soon. We must find him to have an answer. Ricky was silent for a while, then nodded solemnly. So the group turned around again to search for an unknown target. Steak smiled helplessly. He found that his reminder did not work. This place is too big. They won't be able to find us. LaSalle snorted coldly and followed them. Yes, it's too big. But what surprised me the most is that even though the air is a little stuffy and the smell is a little unpleasant, Steak said to LaSalle, who was beside him. But I don't find it difficult to breathe. Look at this building. It's the Confinement Research Institute, right? Steak looked around and sighed at LaSalle, who was gradually becoming impatient. The people at that time, the so-called wizards, they must have been very powerful. Thales thought of something. He saw Ricky and Samuel discussing something while walking in front of him. Yes. Thales walked to Steak's side as if nothing had happened. He sighed with sincerity. I think so too. Such a large building is buried deep underground. The preservation, layout, and ventilation are all done meticulously. Steak glanced at Thales in surprise. This was the first time the prince took the initiative to speak to him. Thales smiled and said, "My father told me about the prison of bones. According to him, wizards are really amazing existences. They can surprise you at all times." Surprise. Sure enough, in the next second, Thales saw Stake's expression change. Their search did not last for long. Soon, they went down one floor and arrived at a hall they had never seen before. It was the same dust-covered floor, the same ruins, and the same thick stone pillars. Thales looked around and saw nearly 30 prison cells. 5 of them were wrapped in thick iron curtains. The bars and the prisoners behind them could not be seen. Samuel stood in front of one of the cells and raised his torch. At that moment, Thales clearly heard Samuel's sharp intake of breath in the quiet darkness. The torch in his hand flickered. "That's right." Samuel's voice trembled slightly. "This is our target." The group, who had been mentally exhausted, instantly became alert. Ricky even walked forward quickly and looked at the iron plates with a serious expression. Thales used Hell's senses and tried to see the iron plate clearly. Quill Barney Jr., male, born in Eternal Star City in year 631. Imprisoned in year 661. Crime, colluding with the enemy. Adjudicator, Supreme King Kessel Jadestar. Warden, City Master of the Ruins, Guardian Duke of Western Desert, Cyril Fakenhaz. Warden, City Master of Splendid Port City, Guardian Duke of Eastern Sea, Bob Cullen. Warden, City Master of Jade City, Guardian Duke of South Coast, Leinster Covendier. Warden, City Master of Cold Castle, Guardian Duke of Northern Territory, Val Arund. Warden, Suzerain of Brave Souls Fort, appointed Count Louis Bosdorf. Warden, Suzerain of Wing Fort, appointed Count Devon Chroma. Warden, Chief of Intelligence, Honorary Lord Murat Hansen. Warden, Honorary Lord Araka Murch. Warden, Honorary Lord Roman Williams. Warden, Sonia Cecere. Quill Barney Jr., who is this? When he saw the iron plate, the time he was imprisoned, and the unusual names of the adjudicator and the warden on it, Thales became even more puzzled. There are so many wardens with prominent identities or extraordinary skills, and his crime is colluding with the enemy? Wow. Stake's voice rose from the side. He seemed to have understood something. This is that Barney Jr., Samuel took a deep breath. He knocked on one of the iron curtains and tried to pull the hanging ring next to the prison cell, but found that it did not budge. He was slightly disappointed. He turned around in front of the last iron plate. Is there a way to open the iron curtains? 5 prison cells, all of them. Ricky smiled. He took out the long key again and walked to the stone pillar in the center of the hall. The dust was blown away, and the emblem of the alchemy tower was revealed under the firelight. Just like before, Ricky put the key into the round hole in the center. When it protruded, he nodded at Samuel. Samuel took a deep breath and gestured to the others. The 5 of them walked together to the 5 prison cells, pressed their hands on the dusty hanging rings, and pulled hard. Asterisk clack. Asterisk 5 unpleasant mechanical sounds rang out. In the next second, asterisk rumble, asterisk as the sound of friction rose, the torches in the hall swayed in unison. A lot of dust suddenly fell from where the 5 iron curtains and the ceiling met. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the sound of friction rose. Soon, Thales noticed that a gap appeared between the iron curtains and the ceiling. Metal bars could be seen in the gap. It also revealed the darkness behind it. It's descending. Thales thought, the iron curtains are descending. He could not help but clench his fists. Asterisk rumble, asterisk gradually, the iron curtains descended more and more, and they let out unpleasant sounds of friction. The light from the fire shone on the metal bars that were exposed after the iron curtains descended. Compared to the empty prison cells, these bars were obviously not affected by the dust. They reflected a smooth metallic luster. Asterisk rumble, asterisk but the light from the fire only illuminated a small part of the prison cell. It was still dark behind the bars. An unpleasant smell came from behind the iron curtains. But the group did not care. They focused their attention and stared at the 5 prison cells under the iron curtains with great anticipation. Asterisk rumble, asterisk finally, the iron curtains descended lower and lower. In the end, they completely sank into the ground and could hardly be seen. Asterisk thud. Asterisk as a muffled sound rose, Thales knew that the iron curtains had been completely opened. Chapter 4:15. What appeared before their eyes were 5 dark cells. They were no different from the other empty cells. Only the bars were brand new, and they served as a foil to the darkness behind them. The stench was thick. There was no sound. There was no movement. No, people. Everyone looked at each other, and their gazes were puzzled. Ricky patted the shoulder of the absent-minded Samuel. The latter seemed to have entered a dream, and he slowly came back to his senses. At this moment, a deep and long sigh came from the darkness of one of the cells. There was a hint of laziness in the voice. "Bruley, are you snoring again?" The lazy voice chewed a few times, as if it had just woken up. Damn it, it's louder than thunder. When he heard this voice, Samuel shuddered. The sound of a human body turning over came from the darkness. Everyone looked at each other, and they held their breaths. It's a person. A living person. Samuel's raised foot stopped. He seemed to be hesitating for a long time between moving forward and stopping. He stared at the darkness in front of him in a daze, and the torch in his hand swayed slightly. When they saw Samuel's unusual behavior, Ricky and Klein looked at each other. Stake frowned, while LaSalle was puzzled. Soon, a muffled sound came from another cell, as if someone had punched the wall. Everyone could not help but turn their gazes to look at the darkness in another cell. The bleak voice of a man rang out. "Ha ha ha ha, you speak as if you can hear thunder in here." When he heard this somewhat indifferent voice, Samuel shuddered again, and his whole body began to tremble. The prisoners in the darkness and stench were silent for a while. The first lazy voice rang out again. "Speaking of which, do you still remember what thunder sounds like?" The desolate voice snorted and dragged out a long nasal sound. He seemed to be contemplating. "Of course. Listen up, Nalji, the sound of thunder is like this." The desolate voice began to swallow his breath, and he began to imitate it vividly. Asterisk slap. 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 Pa. Asterisk aside from the 2 cells, a few different sounds of laughter came from the darkness in the other 3 cells. Thales could sense that there were about 5 to 6 people there. Some of these laughs were mournful, some were oppressive, and some were heavy. But without exception, all of them caused one's heart to feel oppressed. "Go to hell, Tardin." A lazy voice laughed. The prisoner named Nalji mocked him. "This is obviously the sound of you and Bree secretly fucking the wall at night." The desolate voice seemed to be amused by itself and laughed wildly. "F*ck the wall, ha ha ha, F*ck the wall, ha 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 ha." Tardin's laughter was long and strange, but Thales could sense an inexplicable mania in it. And desolation. At that moment, a third voice sounded from the 3rd cell. "Ayya. You are very pleased with yourselves, aren't you, Nalji, Tardin?" Thales furrowed his eyebrows. This sounds like the low growl of a dissatisfied beast. Nalji and Tardin's laughter slowly faded. Compared to the laziness of the first voice and the desolation of the second voice, the third voice was sharp and harsh, and somewhat sinister. It reminded people of a predator lurking in the dark and grinding its claws. "But I know, you can't hide it from me, I know." The person who spoke gritted his teeth, as if he had seen something unbearable. There was silence. "Ah." Tardin, who had been laughing wildly just now, snorted softly. He seemed to be rather disdainful. "Oh, here we go again, Nair, our logistics officer." In the next second, the sinister voice suddenly erupted in a high pitch. "Yes. I know, Nalji, Tardin, you 2 chatterboxes. The boring dialogue you say every day is actually a secret code, right? What are you planning?" Asterisk thud. Asterisk the sound of a fist pounding on the wall came from the darkness. Thales quirked his eyebrows in surprise. What's wrong with this person? The man named Nair punched the wall and said hysterically, You must be planning something in secret. You must be planning something in the dark. You want to kill me? Yes, that must be it. Yes, you want to annoy me to death with your endless trash talk. Then you can monopolize the supplies, and you can live until that day. It must be like this. It must be. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk the sound of Nair punching the wall grew louder, and he seemed to be ready to risk everything. I'm telling you, this is a delusion. No one can take away my rights, no one can. Delusion, ah. I'm going to kill you before you do anything, ah. Nair's crazed roar echoed in the hall. It was filled with sorrow and hatred. Klein scratched his ear awkwardly outside the prison cell. Everyone looked at each other nervously, but Ricky raised his hand and stopped them from moving. He stared at Samuel's back. Samuel just listened quietly and did not move. Amidst the repeated curses, the lackadaisical Nalji laughed and whistled rhythmically. Nair's curses stopped for a moment. Then, a melodious song rose in the darkness. A young man rides a horse, a young lady carries a basket. They meet by the roadside, and love is born at first sight. At that time, the stars are bright in the night sky. At that time, the breeze is soft. The young man murmurs in a low voice, When I am rich, I shall return your deep love. Unknowingly, the curses became softer. Nalji had a good sense of rhythm. This little song traveled faintly in the dark prison cell. It was mixed with Nair's curses. His voice was clear and could be said to be a clear stream. The king is old, and the woman carries a cane. He meets again in the next year, and time is merciless. At that time, withered leaves fall, and the sun is setting. The old woman sighs, Now that you are rich, how can you return my deep love? Slowly, as Nalji's song grew weaker, Nair's curses disappeared as well. Only the sound of panting was left. Nair snorted angrily. Then, the sound of something heavy falling to the ground was heard. The darkness in the 5 prison cells returned to silence once more. But Samuel still did not move. He stared at the darkness in front of him quietly. Only the light on his hand trembled slightly. Soon, another timid voice rang out in the air, trembling. Nalji, isn't it? This person was either born with a delicate voice, or he was a little timid. His voice was intermittent and trembling as he said, I'm sorry. He spoke in a faltering and trembling voice, No, it's not. Nalji sighed in the darkness and said lazily, as if he was coaxing a child, What's wrong, Cannon? That's not what? Cannon trembled as he said, That's not the sound of thunder, and it's not Brulee's snoring either. I know, that's not. He sounded extremely afraid. That's the sound of the iron curtain being lifted. Everyone, including Thales, shuddered. The people in the prison cells had noticed them. Cannon's voice continued, but the tone of his voice gradually changed. They're here to drag us out and behead us, for our sins, for our dereliction of duty, for our unrepentance, for our selfishness. Ah! They're here. I know. A rustling sound traveled into the air. It sounded as if the owner of the voice had fallen to the ground, curled up, and whimpered in panic. They're here, Cannon is talking nonsense again, Tardin said faintly with a desolate voice. It's the same as last time, remember, Nalji? He said that a girl appeared in front of him. You're in the same cell as Cannon. Help, knock him out. At this moment, Nalji, Cannon, Tardin. A steady voice rose slowly. It seemed to have an inexplicable power in the darkness. The 3 of you, quiet. The person who spoke very slowly, but the moment he spoke, the 3 of them became quiet. I think I did see something. When he heard the steady voice, Samuel lowered his head slightly in the hall. He seemed to have sunk into a daze. Klein was about to reach out to remind him, but Ricky pressed down on his shoulder. Ricky shook his head at him. Ricky, who had been paying attention to the prison cells, had a stern expression on his face. Footsteps slowly rose from behind the fourth prison cell. Everyone's nervous gazes turned to that prison cell. A dark, indistinct, and thin figure appeared behind the metal bars. Thales could vaguely see that the figure had messy long hair that covered its face. Its clothes were covered in patches of black and gray, and its disheveled appearance and dirty appearance could be vaguely seen. Light. I saw light. The deep voice said calmly. Tardin, who had been mocking them all along, snorted in disdain. It's just an illusion. Nair always feels that someone wants to harm him, and Cannon always sees female ghosts. To tell you the truth, sometimes, I also dream of King 80. Silence, the deep voice spoke again. This was a commanding tone that left no room for doubt. Thales noticed that the other prison cells did not make a sound. They seemed to be waiting for his judgment. The thin figure slowly approached the fence. Outside the cell, Samuel took a deep breath, raised the torch, and shone it on the man. Ah! There was a cry of pain. In the next second, in the bright firelight, the thin figure suddenly raised his arms in front of his eyes and stumbled a few steps back. It's too dazzling. This light, what's going on? Samuel hesitated for a moment and moved the torch back a little. This time, Thales saw it clearly. A figure appeared in the darkness behind the prison cell's bars. It was an abject man with long hair and a beard that reached his chest. He stood in front of the bars and slowly lowered his arms. Samuel stared at the person in front of him in a daze. He was sallow and emaciated. His eyes were lifeless, and he looked old and dispirited. Based on his appearance alone, he looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Samuel felt a dull pain in his heart. He remembered that the person in front of him was once handsome and had a strong physique. But now, Thales saw something else. The prince watched as the man parted his long hair to reveal a thin, wrinkled face, and a brand that stretched from the right side of his face to his chin. Thales was stunned. The one who was like Samuel, the one with the letters from the ancient empire, the brand of a sinner. Samuel's lips moved, and he said in a quivering voice, Barney Jr.? The prisoner in the prison shuddered. Chief Vanguard. Samuel looked at the disheveled prisoner in front of him and said laboriously, Quill Barney Jr.? Across him, Barney Jr.'s bloodshot eyes were fixed on Samuel, who was separated by a door and outside the prison cell. He did not move, as if he had been petrified. The other voices in the prison cell also fell silent. Only the sound of panting slowly became louder. In the darkness on the other side, the man called Cannon spoke again with a trembling voice. Wait, this voice, it's like, after the noise of someone getting up from the floor, a second figure appeared in another prison cell. Samuel turned around gently and illuminated the other person. Cannon? Thales saw the prisoner. He was hunched over and leaning against the wall. He inched closer to the bars bit by bit. He covered his face tightly with his hands, revealing only his eyes, as if he was afraid that something would hurt him. Soon, Cannon slowly put down his hands and revealed his extremely filthy face. You are. No. The prisoner stared at the fire outside in a daze. His face was filled with terror, and he trembled more violently. And on his right cheek, there was also an S branded in the ancient empire's language. Thales suddenly understood something. Samuel stared at the person in front of him. There was an unknown bitterness in his words. Jonah Cannon. He was once the bravest man, and he dared to fight against wild beasts. But, something's not right. In the same prison cell, a languid voice rose from behind Cannon. I think I'm hallucinating too. I actually saw the iron curtain really open, and I even saw Samuel. In the flickering light from the fire, a person who was also covered in filth appeared beside Cannon. His hair was untidy, his beard was unkempt, his eyes were lifeless, his face was old, and he had a foul stench about him. He looked like a hairy savage. Samuel took a deep breath and turned his gaze, unable to hide the bitterness in his voice. Nalji. It's indeed me. Nalji's filthy face froze. There was a commotion in the other 3 prison cells as well. A few figures appeared one after another from the darkness where the light from the fire could not reach. Samuel slowly turned around and looked at the other 2 people in the 3rd prison cell. He slowly called out their names. Gyuri Tardin. The prisoner tilted his head and stared at Samuel. He widened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up to reveal a terrifying smile. Sol Bruley. The man was rather robust, and he did not say a word. The remaining 2 people were in separate cells. When Samuel called out their names, his tone was exceptionally different. Second Logistics Officer, Sazel Nair. This was a savage whose entire body was tense. He stared at the torches outside the bars with a gaze filled with suspicion. And you, Chief Penal Officer, Luton Belden. Samuel looked at the last person and slowly exhaled. Long time no see. The other party only stared at him coldly. Thales looked at these prisoners who were unkempt, did not look well, and were not young. It was obvious that they had suffered for a long time. He noticed that, without exception, all of them had the brand of Anne's on different parts of their faces. So, they're all, however, the people in the 5 cells reacted in a surprising way. What's going on? In the end, Belden lowered his head indifferently and muttered to himself. Who's the crazy one this time? Maybe they don't have enough supplies? Or have they really seen a ghost? Nothing, Barney Jr. interrupted him coldly. Barney Jr. cut him off coldly. His gaze passed through Samuel as if he was looking at air. It's impossible for him to be real. Disgust appeared on his filthy face. He turned around. Everyone, go back to sleep. Everything will be fine when you wake up. It's just another illusion. Chapter 4:16. Following Barney Jr.'s cold words, Nalji grumbled and lay down on the ground. Cannon curled up and shrank back. The others looked around and returned to the darkness behind their cells. Samuel looked at them in surprise. He could not understand why they were unmoved. How, Barney Jr., it's me. Samuel took a step forward. The firelight caught up to Barney Jr.'s back. He could not control his emotions and shouted anxiously, Vice Flag Bearer, Colin Samuel. Nalji? Cannon? Belden? But no one paid attention to him. Samuel stared at the 5 cold cells in a daze and watched a few figures disappear before his eyes. Ricky coughed. Samuel, our mission, but Samuel obviously did not believe in him. He suddenly gritted his teeth and rushed to Barney Jr.'s cell. He gripped the metal bars indignantly. Hey! Barney Jr., you bastard, however, Samuel's words came to an abrupt halt. Asterisk bang. Asterisk there was a loud bang, and a visible spark burst out between his palm and the bars. Samuel cried out in pain, as if he had been hit hard. He flew backwards and fell to the ground, moaning softly. His torch fell to the ground and stirred up a lot of dust. The sudden change startled everyone. Klein caught up with Sean in a few steps and helped the pale-faced Samuel up. The latter stretched out his trembling palm. There were burn marks on it. Be careful. Ricky stared at the metal bars with a solemn expression. He looked at the clear handprints Samuel left on them. This is a trick of the wizards. There's something strange about these bars. No one should touch them. Thales looked at the bars with lingering fear. He wondered what they were. Samuel panted harshly. With Klein's support, he gritted his teeth and looked at the darkness in the cell in front of him. Barney Jr. He shouted angrily. But the cell was still dark. There was no response. Stake frowned in the crowd. What's going on with them? Joseph shook his head. His gaze was sharp. This is a prison. A place that can make you go crazy. The group was silent for a while. Ricky cast Samuel an inquiring look, but the latter only lowered his head and said nothing. There was a conflicted look on his face. Klein said tentatively, "We." At that moment, Samuel broke free from Klein's support and suddenly shouted. "In the name of the supreme god Lo Sophia, in the name of great Emperor Camelot, in the name of the magnificent gods, ancient kings, knights, and ancestors." Samuel's voice was thick and deep, but it was extremely clear. It was as if there was a power that could pierce through people's hearts and reverberated in the hall. "Today, I engrave this oath." Thales was stunned. "Almighty God, great Emperor Camelot," Samuel panted and looked up at the 5 cells in front of him. In the darkness, a few panting sounds could be heard. Soon, Barney Jr.'s voice came from the prison cell. There was a hint of hesitation and confusion in his voice. What did you say?" Samuel took a deep breath and took a step forward. Thales saw that Samuel's expression was one that he had never seen before. The light from the flames swept past the brand on his face and reflected the determination on his face. Samuel said, "That's right. I vow to dedicate my life to the throne, to serve the imperial power, and to serve no other master." He gritted his teeth and did not continue speaking. His voice echoed in the hall. The former flag bearer continued to stare at the darkness in the prison cell, as if he was waiting for something. 1 second, 2 seconds, he was not disappointed. A voice that sounded like it had just woken up from a nightmare suddenly rose. "I vow that this sword will only be brandished for the Emperor, and will only be broken for the Emperor. There is no other use for it." As the voice rose, a figure appeared in front of the bars. Thales recognized it. It was the lackadaisical Nalji. But his voice was no longer lackadaisical. A complicated, pained expression appeared on Samuel's face. A third voice rose faintly and continued their words. "I vow that this body will either be buried in the resting place of the throne, or be buried in the midst of the imperial life. There is no other end." In the prison cell, Tardan's confused expression left the darkness and entered the illumination of the flames. There was no need for anyone to remind him. The 4th and 5th voices rose and continued the oath. "I vow that this soul will not go to hell, will not enter heaven, and will not care about the world. It will only be forged into the mighty empire. There is no other place for it to belong." A brilliant light flashed in Samuel's eyes. He opened his mouth slightly and chanted the unusual words together with the prisoners. "The Emperor has arrived, and the knights have gathered." The prisoners who had disappeared previously appeared under the light of the flames. They joined the chant through the bars. "Where the iron hooves go, the villains will all perish." Bitterness, excitement, dullness, confusion, absent-mindedness. Thales read many different emotions on the prisoners' faces. "Where the sword points, chaos will come to an end." Finally, the stern-looking Barney Jr. walked out of the darkness and stood behind the bars. "The legacy shall not be destroyed." He met Samuel's gaze and chanted the last sentence together. "The empire shall be eternal." There was silence. "The empire shall be eternal." The muscles in Thales' hands tightened slightly. At that moment, be it stake, LaSalle, the disaster swords, or the captives, Quick Rope, Dean, and Tampa, all of them stared at these special prisoners in surprise. They stared at their interaction with Samuel. As the flames swayed, Samuel sighed softly. "I still remember that day. Your father, Quill Barney Sr., specifically mentioned this before he took the oath." He revealed a bitter smile. He said that the original text of the oath was written in the ancient language of the empire, and that it represented the glory of the past. He also said, Barney Jr. shook his head in the prison cell and finished Samuel's sentence. He said that he felt that trash like us did not have the right to enter the royal guards, and that we did not have the right to become the emperor's Praetorian guards, whose glory would last through the ages. Barney Jr.'s expression was calm. Even being in the same room with us was a disgrace. Until that day, when he died in battle in front of the palace gate. Samuel's expression darkened, and he lowered his head. My God. You really are. On the other side, Belden's gaze was fixed on Samuel, and he did not move for a long time. Barney Jr. did not remain silent for long. He turned to another cell. Nalji, cannon. Light the lamp. His words were mournful, concise, and still unquestionable. Nalji rubbed his already dirty face. Are you serious, Your Excellency, Vanguard? This is the oil we squeezed from that gerbil. Even if we add this dried material, it won't last long. I don't know how long it will take before we can catch the next one. Barney Jr. shouted angrily from the prison cell. Light the lamp. Nalji did not say anything else. Soon, a fire was lit in his cell, and it illuminated the figure outside. Samuel. As he stared at the illuminated face, Barney Jr.'s words were filled with endless sighs and complicated emotions. It's really you. Vice flag bearer. Samuel did not say anything. The other prisoners sucked in a sharp breath and moved closer to the bars, wanting to see the person in front of them clearly. Nalji rubbed his eyes desperately. Cannon, who was beside him, kept breathing deeply, and he trembled. Bruley. Tardin, who had been imitating the sound of thunder just now, turned his head and roared at his roommate, Bruley. Aya. The people outside the prison cell were slightly stunned. Before they could react, they saw Tardin's rather large roommate roar in response, Ugh hi. Immediately after, he pounced on Tardin like a giant bear. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a muffled sound rose. Thales widened his eyes and watched as the prisoner named Bruley roared and threw a punch, hitting Tardin right in the face. The force was astonishing, and it was merciless. What are they doing? Tardin crashed into the wall behind him and groaned in pain. But just as Bruley's second punch was about to land, he jumped up from the wall in an unbelievable manner, swung his elbow horizontally, and hit Bruley's chin. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Bruley shook his head and took a step back. He cried out in pain. Then, with a fierce glint in his eyes, he attacked Tardin again. Asterisk thud. Asterisk just like that, everyone watched in shock as the two prisoners in the prison cell fought fiercely against each other. Asterisk bang. Asterisk every punch landed on flesh, and every move was fierce. But regardless of whether it was Barney Jr., Nair, Nalji, Cannon, or Belden, they turned a blind eye to the internal conflict between their cellmates. Samuel also watched their fierce fight in disbelief. He did not know what to do. Finally, when Tardin kicked Bruley's chest hard and kicked his bear-like opponent away, he shouted, Enough. Bruley put down his arms, which he was about to attack. He panted heavily and stared at him fiercely. Soon, Tardin, who had a bloody nose, a swollen face, and blood at the corner of his mouth, got up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, it hurts. He looked at Samuel, twitched the corners of his mouth, and said incoherently, I'm sorry. This is the one and only Baron technique, hee. Samuel was stunned. Tardin rubbed his red and swollen chin. He and Bruley supported each other and stared at Samuel without blinking. He laughed strangely and said, I'm sure that the person inside is real, and it's not just our imagination. After a while, Samuel, who seemed to have figured something out, lowered his head wordlessly. I'm real, Tardin, he said sadly. I'm standing right here. It's not an illusion. It's not. Thales sensed a lot of emotions from his words. On the other side, Nair stared at Samuel. What's wrong, Samuel? They still captured you? Am I right? What are they plotting? Who do they want to kill this time? Samuel shook his head. Cannon trembled slightly. He hid behind Nalji and said in a nervous manner, What? Are they going to be beheaded? Or hanged? Are we in there too? Samuel stared at them with an indescribable gaze. He still shook his head. You've lost a lot of weight, and you've aged a lot. Nalji sneered in the prison. Of course, at least you don't need a stone knife to shave. Something's not right. Belden, whose long hair hung over his face and beard reached his chest, crossed his arms. He asked warily and maliciously, Why are you here, you coward? Who are those people outside? Samuel was silent. He let them size him up and listened to their strange questions. Until Barney Jr. asked. "Now, Samuel." Barney Jr. sucked in a deep breath and asked an unexpected but thought-provoking question. "What year is it now?" Once he said this, the prisoners in the prison became quiet. They stared at Samuel quietly. After a long while, Samuel exhaled. "Calendar of Eradication, year 679. Barney Jr. was slightly stunned. Then, his face turned pale and he took a few steps back. The prisoners were also stunned. "My mind is not clear. Help me do some math." Nalji nudged Cannon. He anxiously turned his head around and looked around. He grabbed his hair and said in distress, 679,679. So, 679 minus 677. No, 650, no, 660. When did we get here? Cannon did not answer him. He just curled up and sat down. Fear was written all over his face. How? 18 years. Barney Jr. looked around in a daze. He laughed for some reason. It's been 18 years. Samuel did not speak. 18 years. With an indescribable feeling, he quietly watched this special reunion after a long time. Cannon said that it's been about 30 years. Nalji said that it's been 5 years at most. Barney Jr. was immersed in his own world. His face was in pain, and the brand on his face trembled slightly. But I don't believe either of them. I've been counting the number of times the supplies were delivered. I counted myself. I thought it was only 7 or 8 years. He sat down. His expression twitched, and he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. His laughter was bitter, hoarse, and unpleasant to the ears. Soon, Nalji and Tardin also joined in the laughter. The other prisoners were either dazed or dazed. They did not say a single word. Samuel closed his eyes. He only opened them after a long time. All of you are here. Where are the others? He asked with great difficulty. The laughter in the hall stopped. Barney Jr. raised his head. His gaze was cold. Didn't all of you bring torches? He spread his hands and said coldly, "See for yourselves." Samuel's eyebrows twitched. He walked forward quickly. He did not care about the dazzling light that made the prisoners cover their eyes in pain and retreat. He illuminated every cell through the bars. A few seconds later, Samuel's body swayed a few times. He took a few steps back weakly. How? How could this be? He mumbled. The prisoners were silent. In the cell, Cannon covered his face and slid down against the wall. He sobbed in pain. At that moment, Thales saw the scene before him clearly. There were nearly 7 or 8 cells, and each of them was filled with human skeletons and dried corpses. But unlike before, most of the skeletons were neatly arranged. The heads were at the top, and the bodies were at the bottom. They were placed neatly on the ground, one after another. Behind Barney Jr. were 5 neatly arranged corpses. One of them still had dried skin and muscles. Just like a graveyard, Thales whispered in his heart. Samuel's face contorted as he looked at Barney Jr. How did they? Barney Jr. snorted coldly. Take your torch further away. Unlike you, we don't see much light. It's very glaring. Samuel gritted his teeth and put down the torch. Barney Jr. stared at him for a long time before he spoke. Allen and Walker had an internal conflict in their cells. 8 or 9 of them died. Morian had a high fever that didn't subside. Toby had an infection from his injury. Ross had a strange disease that he couldn't name. Bug took things too hard. A few of them were the same as him. The more he spoke, the more dejected and gloomy Barney Jr. became. He turned his body slightly, and his eyes were lifeless. Kamal went crazy. One day, he suddenly stopped eating and drinking. Bobby wanted to pry open the bars, until he realized that prolonged contact with them was fatal. The hall was silent for a while. It was very depressing. Myro mysteriously couldn't wake up. Barney Jr.'s expression tensed. He clenched his fists in pain. As for Big Lore, he became a little abnormal. Before he killed the third person, the people in their cell had to do something, so he took a deep breath and forced his emotions back into his body. Gold and Skeleton left together. They were the last two people in the same cell. They agreed to cut each other's wrists. One day, Rogo suddenly screamed like a madman. He cried and laughed for a day and a night. Then, he went silent. Samuel listened quietly. Every time he heard a new name, the torch in his hand would tremble a little. Cox died peacefully. He even left behind some last words. Kulai men just had a common cold, but we didn't have any medicine. We could only watch him day by day. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. I was the one who did it. Barney Jr. laughed dryly. The cells were not connected. We could only hear sounds. What happened over the past few years was like King show. Those who died early in the same prison cell can still have a dignified funeral. Barney Jr. looked at his own hands, then glanced at the 5 skeletons behind him. An indescribable emotion flashed in his eyes. As for the last ones, they can just lie down and wait. Barney Jr. said absent-mindedly. Thales stared at the unkempt prisoner in a daze. He stared at the dark cell and the glowing bars. He remembered the skeletons and corpses on the upper floors. He could not describe the feelings in his heart. Thud. Samuel knelt on one knee. His face was pale. So, Barney Jr. raised his head and snorted coldly at him outside the cell. Yes, Vice Flag Bearer, Sir Colin Samir. It's been 18 years. 45 people in their prime, 45 men, 45 noble knights. The smile on Barney Jr.'s lips grew wider until he pulled out a smile that was filled with hatred, bitterness, sarcasm, and bitterness. 45 royal guards who were imprisoned in the prison of bones. He raised his head and looked at the skeletons around him in a daze. He stared at the other 6 prisoners in silence. Probably. Chapter 4:17. In the dark hall, Samuel listened to Barney Jr.'s words in a daze. His gaze swept past every corpse in the prison, but there was only emptiness and confusion in his eyes. He looked like a prodigal son who had left home for many years and returned to his home, where he no longer had anything. 7. He mumbled. For some reason, as he listened to their conversation, Thales also felt empty in his heart, and he felt incredibly uncomfortable. In the crowd, Steak coughed softly. He quickly walked to Ricky's side and pointed above his head. My people can't control the people above for too long. We also have to prevent any possible accidents. Ricky ignored him, but Steak attracted the prisoner's attention. Samuel, who are the people who came with you? Barney Jr. moved closer to the bars. He put away his mournful expression, narrowed his eyes, and stared at the disaster swords in the distance. He said warily, they don't look like people from the government. None of them look like nobles who manage things. None of them look like soldiers from Blade Fang's camp. They look like mercenaries. Ricky frowned. He extended his hand and waved Steak away, signaling him to calm down. In another cell, Belden also became vigilant. They don't look like the people who escorted you down here to capture the fugitive. Belden remembered something, and his expression became stern. How did you come down, Samuel? Samuel frowned slightly. He hesitated on how he should answer. In another cell, Cannon, who had been hugging his head and cowering, suddenly shuddered when he saw the large number of people outside his cell. He leaned against the wall and moaned in pain. They are helpers, Samuel finally said. He calmly faced the scrutinizing gazes of his former colleagues. They were the only people who were willing to lend me a helping hand when I had nowhere else to go. Samuel glanced at the disaster swords with an indifferent expression. Just like us, they are a group of pitiful people who each have their own desires and needs. Klein snorted softly and patted Joseph, who was beside him. They are also a group of people who do not want to be mercilessly forgotten by the merciless course of history. Ricky remained motionless. Fate brought us together. Samuel turned his head around and stared at the imprisoned Barney Jr. His words were laced with a profound meaning. We were able to resist it. But apparently, perhaps because he had suffered too much, his former companions did not respond positively to him. Barney Jr. tilted his chin, slanted his eyes, and looked at Samuel in a rather hostile manner. Why are you here, Samir? What identity did you return with? How did you enter the prison of bones? A fugitive? Prison breakers? The savior? As Barney Jr. spoke, his gaze shifted to the people behind Samir. He began to size up the group of uninvited guests. I don't see much light, and my eyesight has deteriorated a lot, but I can at least see a group of ferocious monsters with all kinds of weapons. They don't look like they came with invitations. As for the few who aren't armed, they're the ones they kidnapped, right? While Samuel was at a loss for words, Barney Jr. spoke faintly, and his tone became increasingly suspicious. Moreover, who is that young man? Why did you put so many people around him? Why did the people around the man in the hood and the man in the gown subconsciously look at him? Barney Jr. suddenly gestured with his chin and looked at Thales indifferently, causing the prince to tense up. Stake and LaSalle, who were mentioned, were slightly stunned. Under Ricky's gaze, they had no choice but to move their subordinates further away from Thales. But just when Thales thought of something, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, and a chill ran down his spine. Don't you dare say anything unnecessary, brat. Marina pressed down on the back of his shoulder. The blade of her sword rubbed against Thales' pants. She said coldly, you won't have anything down there. Thales only felt a chill invade his spine. He did not dare speak again. No, it doesn't look like protection. Belden also stared at Thales from the other side of the cell. His frown deepened. I can tell. That young man is also someone who was kidnapped. Ricky's expression turned solemn. The remnants of the royal guards had exceeded his expectations. They had clearly struggled in captivity for so many years, but when they saw the light again, they immediately saw the crux of the situation. Samuel's expression was a little unpleasant. He moved his gaze away from Thales. Barney Jr., Belden, as expected of the vanguard and penal officer. Your observational skills are still astonishing. Barney Jr. snorted coldly and stared at Thales. Just who is he? Oh, right. At this moment, Stake suddenly interrupted their conversation. Honorable Crassus, is your plan to help this former royal guard catch up? Ricky's eyebrows twitched slightly. Stake and his two subordinates walked forward with smiles on their faces. They stopped the former royal guards from talking about Thales, and at the same time, slowly approached the prince. Due to many reasons, I don't think it is a good idea for your subordinates to pour their hearts out to these gentlemen. Stake winked at Ricky. Perhaps I can escort our sensitive goods back first. Thales stared at Stake's outstretched hand. He was on guard. Then, a long sword that was hollow blocked Stake's path at lightning speed. Touch him, Stake. Klein grabbed his dark light sword and stopped Stake from approaching Thales. His tone was hostile. Don't even think about keeping that hand of yours. Stake's smile froze. LaSalle coughed awkwardly. He had no choice but to mediate the situation. Everyone, I think Stake's suggestion is that it's time for us to speed up our progress. The Northlander silently pushed Stake back and gestured for the two assassins beside Stake to put away the weapons they had brought out at some point in time. He reminded them solemnly. Accidents can happen at any time. Don't forget our situation. Ricky shifted his gaze from them and snorted. Of course. Samuel, the leader of the disaster sword, said softly. Focus on the mission. Samuel nodded. As for you, Ricky looked at Stake and said in dissatisfaction, we need time. Stake raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was thinking about something. But in the end, he still smiled and slowly stepped back. Very well, of course. Then I will wait for you outside. Anyway, I am very concerned about the situation above. I need to confirm it. Stake raised his hands and took 2 steps back. Then, he walked out of the hall with his subordinates while the disaster swords glared at him with hostility. LaSalle gave Ricky an apologetic smile. They can be impatient sometimes. The mercenaries who had surrounded Shadow Shield unknowingly let go of their sword hilts and put away their murderous gazes. On the other side of the hall, the prisoners and Samuel watched the small conflict in silence. Samuel inhaled, as if he was adjusting his emotions. Barney Jr., I am very happy to see. But Barney Jr. rolled his eyes. Who is that? The prisoner in the cell stared at Stake's back from a distance. That hooded man? He doesn't give me a good feeling. And that man with the nose so high. In another cell, Nair stared straight at LaSalle and gritted his teeth. That damn Northland accent. It's definitely not from Cold Castle, but from further north, from Extet. LaSalle instantly froze. As he looked at his 2 doubtful colleagues, Samuel sighed. That's not important, but a panicked shout suddenly broke the oppressive atmosphere. No. Everyone tensed up. Their first reaction was to grip their weapons, and then, they snapped out of their daze. The person in the cell was shouting. No, no, no. Barney Jr. Barney Jr. frowned and turned his head. In another cell, Cannon, who had previously reminded the prisoners that the iron curtains had been lifted, was still hugging his head and curling up on the ground. He could not stop trembling. As he twitched, he shouted in pain. Barney Jr., I can hear it, just like how I see it in my dreams every day. His roommate, Nalji, who had been acting lazily just now, quickly walked forward in a very experienced manner. He put his arm around Cannon's shoulder and comforted him in a low voice. It's okay, Cannon, it's all over, it's all over. Everything is fine, everything will be fine. Those terrifying things in the past don't exist anymore. We're fine, that's all. As Nalji spoke, he became absent-minded as well. He stared at the ground with a dazed expression. But Cannon still struggled desperately. His eyes were shut tight, and he shouted madly, their footsteps, they pressed down on the soles of their feet, and they tiptoed like cats. Those footsteps, those voices, those people who only appear in the dark. Just like those people. Those people. Samuel looked at Cannon's outburst with a dejected expression. Barney Jr. furrowed his eyebrows tightly. They're here, Barney Jr., they're here. Cannon shouted in pain. His dirty hair flew everywhere. They're coming to kill them. Just like in the past. Cannon's pained cries lasted for nearly a minute. Then, just like how Nalji comforted Nair earlier, he hummed a tune softly. Cannon finally quieted down. Samuel exhaled quietly. He stared at Cannon, whose eyes were wide open, and his chest was heaving in shock. He said in a pained tone, when did he become like this? Barney Jr. shook his head in a mocking manner, but his eyes were filled with doubt. I don't know. I felt like he was already like this when he woke up one day, but that's not important. Cannon's symptoms are considered mild. Samuel was silent for a while. Listen, Barney Jr., you shouldn't be here. Samuel gritted his teeth. His gaze was firm. You are all respectable warriors, valiant fighters, fearless warriors, and sharp knives. You shouldn't stay here and die of depression. Barney Jr. slowly raised his eyes, causing Samuel, who had been slightly agitated, to instantly freeze. Come with me, join us, and I can give you back your freedom. Perhaps you will even have enough power. But Samuel still insisted on making his suggestion. He looked at the others with hope. To make up for our past mistakes. To even change this F***ed-up world. Samuel's tone was forceful. What do you think? Once he said this, the prisoners were silent for a moment. Barney Jr. stared at Samuel faintly. Tardin and Bruley frowned. Nalji was still comforting the trembling Cannon. Belden and Nair did not react. Freedom, freedom? Tardin shook his head, making him look like a clown in a circus. He raised his hands in a dramatic manner and waved them in the air. His lips curled up in an exaggerated arc as he laughed loudly. Everyone, he said that he will give us freedom. Ha 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 ha, his laugh was very exaggerated, and even a little fake. Samuel stared at his former colleagues in confusion. What's wrong? No one answered him. Only Barney Jr. shook his head and exhaled slightly. You know, Samuel. That year, each of us insisted that we were innocent. Barney Jr. lowered his head and said in a cautious tone, we refused to admit our guilt, so we were sent here. Samuel's breathing changed slightly. Unfair treatment and judgment. He nodded, and an indignant expression appeared on his face. This is what they forced on us that day, but Barney Jr. suddenly raised his head. No, listen to me, Samuel. We are at fault. We failed in our duty. His Majesty and the Crown Prince died under our watch. But we did not collude with the enemy. We are not traitors. The royal guards did not betray the late king. I have always believed that we are innocent in this regard. Barney Jr. stuck close to the bars, almost touching the dangerous magic creation. But he still widened his eyes and stared at Samuel outside the prison cell in a rather neurotic manner. Everyone, including me, believed in this. So we gritted our teeth, and no matter how much we were tortured, we refused to give in. So we were unyielding. We shouldered the blame and slander, but we still walked into the prison with our backs straight, just like tough men. Because we did not do it, we did not do it. Innocent is innocent. Samuel stared back at him in a daze. He was puzzled. Until Barney Jr.'s next sentence. Until you, Samuel. Barney Jr.'s face suddenly contorted. He stood up abruptly and gritted his teeth. Until you escaped from the escorting team and disappeared from our firm belief. Samuel's eyebrows rose and fell. He clenched his fists tightly. Barney Jr. suddenly pounced forward and grabbed the bars with both hands. Everyone, including Samuel, was shocked. Samuel even subconsciously took a step back. Barney, you, tell me, Samuel. Barney Jr. gripped the bars tightly. His fingers trembled non-stop, as if he was enduring great pain, but he still glared at Samuel with resentment. Why did you run away that year? Abandon all your comrades and brothers? Asterisk slap. Asterisk there was a flash of light from the bars. Barney Jr. cried out in pain and fell to the ground. But he did not care. He only raised his smoking hands and stared coldly at Samuel. Why did you use cowardly actions to deepen the brand of our crimes? To prove our crimes? Samuel stared at Barney Jr.'s actions in disbelief. He turned to look at the other prisoners, but found that they were all looking at him with unfamiliar expressions. To prove our crimes, Samuel stared at the countless skeletons and closed his eyes in pain. He stuttered. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. In his hesitation, he said through gritted teeth, I'm sorry. You know, Barney Jr., you know. Samuel trembled and lowered his head. 18 years ago. I could bear all the consequences of that tragedy, be it demotion, punishment, torture, exile, or even death. But this? Samuel opened his eyes abruptly. He raised his torch and illuminated his surroundings. Skeletons, prison cells, and ashes. To stink, rot, and be forgotten in a bottomless dungeon? Then, to remain here forever, without even a splash of water? To bury our humiliation and stigma deep underground forever, never to be remedied? Samuel's expression became more and more twisted, like a drowning man struggling in the water. After a long while, he gritted out his next words through his twitching teeth. No. I refuse, he said firmly. He stared straight at Barney Jr. His eyes were full of pain and resentment. Just like what you said, we didn't do it, we didn't do it. We shouldn't have to bear such torture. This is the reason. Unexpectedly, Barney Jr. smiled. He smiled very happily. Is that so? You just said, "I refuse," and ran away without any hesitation. But now, you even came back to break the prison. So, where is your pride, dignity, and honor as a royal guard? Barney Jr. raised his hand and shook his shoulders. He said sarcastically, "Where is the passion you once poured into the oath of the ancient Praetorian guards?" Samuel was silent for a moment again. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth. "I stopped being a royal guard a long time ago." This time, Samuel's voice was low, and his tone was dejected, as if he was talking about a humiliation. "After our dignity and honor were trampled to nothing by the high and mighty new king and nobles on that day," Roland said with a sigh. Samuel clenched his fists, and his arm muscles tensed. Kessel, before he ascended the throne, he was just a playboy. He can't push the entire royal guards into the abyss with just a hasty trial. He can't use the so-called collaboration with the enemy to turn everyone who was once loyal to him into a traitor. He also has no right to deprive us of the right to wash away our grievances with our own hands. When Thales heard the familiar name, his heart became gloomy. Samuel's breathing quickened. He did not. Samuel raised his head and looked at his unrecognizable, sallow, and emaciated colleagues. Indignation appeared on his face. He had no right to turn us, all of you, into what you are now. The disaster swords looked at each other at a loss. Klein was about to interrupt him, but he was stopped by Ricky again. The silence in the cell lasted for a long time. Then, Barney Jr. chuckled. "Like this?" Barney Jr. stood up and took a few steps back with a broken smile. He spread his arms, as if he was showing off his home. "Ha ha ha, you know nothing." With a chilling smile, he slowly said, "Nonsense." Samuel was stunned. "What?" Barney Jr. snorted coldly. "You have no idea what kind of life we have been living here." Barney Jr. took a step forward and said with hatred, "You haven't endured the boundless silence and darkness. You haven't heard everybody's desperate wails and cries. You haven't seen your companions die in the sunless cells. You haven't eaten the stinky cockroaches that crawled out of the dead bodies. You haven't tasted the food that stinks of feces." Every time he said a sentence, the prisoners reacted differently. They gritted their teeth, clenched their fists, twitched, or pounded the wall in pain. Barney Jr. stared at Samuel with resentment and pointed at the corpses piled up neatly in the cells. "You have never tried, as the vanguard, as the highest-ranking member of the guards in the prison, to stand here through the bars and give a farewell speech to your dead companions." Barney Jr. clenched his teeth so hard that they almost cracked. 37 times. 37. The prisoners stared at Samuel with dead, emotionless eyes. His face turned pale. Barney Jr. adjusted his breathing and shook his head indifferently. "In the end, when I sent off the few people closest to me, I had nothing to say." Barney Jr. turned his body sideways and revealed a few tombs that only had bones left before Samuel's eyes. "It was not just because I had nothing to say, but also because I was already numb." Their voices and smiles in the past gradually faded and faded away under the sunlight. All that was left in my mind was their mournful cries and absent-minded wails before they died. I can't watch another person sink into this boundless hell." Barney Jr. stood where he was in a daze. Thales lowered his head and sighed soundlessly. "And you?" Barney Jr. raised his head in a daze. The absent-mindedness in his eyes slowly turned into hatred. "You? You're a coward who ran away halfway and made us even more speechless. What right do you have to come here and save us as a savior?" Samuel looked as if he had been punched heavily. He took a step back with a dazed expression. He took a deep breath. "Barney Jr., I can only say that I'm very sorry. And I can still make up for it now." But Barney Jr. suddenly roared angrily, "No. No, Samuel." As he stared at the dazed Samuel, Barney Jr. lowered his voice and shook his head slowly. "It's been more than 10 years. I've thought about it for a very long time before I finally figured some things out. And just now, you reminded me of some things." As he spoke, he walked to the wall absent-mindedly. That trial 18 years ago might have been unfair to some people, but it was not without reason. Samuel frowned slightly. What do you mean, Barney? Barney Jr. snorted with the ghost of a smile. His face was filled with indifference, as if he had lost all interest in life. Cannon might have gone mad. He became sensitive, paranoid, crazy, and irritable. He kept bothering us all day, and we couldn't sleep well. He was really F***ed up. Barney Jr. pointed at Cannon and Nalji's prison cells. But you can't blame him. It's been 18 years. Almost every time he dreams of that day. The assassins tore off their disguises and jumped out of the crowd. The killers invaded the palace, revealed their blades, and fought against us, Barney Jr. said faintly, just like a shadow. He deliberately enunciated each word and repeated, shadow. Thales suddenly realized what he just said. What he just said is, as Barney Jr. spoke, Cannon shivered again. Nair scratched his hair in pain. Bruley whimpered indignantly, but he was held back by Tardin. Only Nalji and Belden remained silent and listened to Barney Jr.'s words. Barney Jr., Barney Jr. shook his head gently and interrupted the puzzled Samuel. Cannon dreamed for a total of 18 years in the endless darkness. Barney Jr. leaned against the wall and sighed listlessly. He was originally a cavalry scout in the Royal Guards. His ears and eyes were sharp. He lived in the darkness for 18 years. His vision might have deteriorated, and his mind might have been so sensitive that it would explode at the slightest touch, but his hearing might not have been the same. As Barney Jr. spoke, he suddenly turned his head around. His eyes shone with a fierce glare. And I believe that he had a deep impression of the killers. He could recognize their footsteps even in his dreams. Cannon hid in his palms and let out a cry that sounded like a sob. Samuel seemed to have figured something out. He stared at Barney Jr. in a daze. Now, tell me, Samuel. Barney Jr. supported himself against the wall and stood up straight again. Why did you and that hooded man? He raised his head coldly and walked forward. When he was only one column away from Samuel, he slowly extended his hand and pointed at the disaster swords in the distance. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.